we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
prejudices and personal preferences should the result of
our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up.
Notice. Questions and notice. Statements by ministers including policy statements. Personal explanations. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by Minister. Introduction of bills.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to present to this Honourable House the following bill, the Fiscal Enactments Amendment Bill 2022, Bill number 2 of 2022, a bill intituled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act and the Customs Act. And, sir, I now move that this bill be read the first time.
Let the bill be read the first time.
Fiscal Enactments Amendment Bill 2022, number 2 of 2022.
Clerk.
Public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we now resume the debate on the 2022 budget presentation by the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Our first speaker today is the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Member, Mr. Schumann, you may proceed. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my cheerleading friends on the opposite side for the warm welcome. Mr. Speaker, 2022 has started off and will no doubt be a fantastic year for Guyana. And as a sign as to the trajectory of where we're headed, I first want to take this opportunity to commend my friend and colleague across the aisle, Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, and the hardworking staff of the Ministry of Finance and all the ministries for putting together not one, not two, but 3 budgets before the conclusion of their second year in office. And Mr. Speaker, I will say this, that before I use any names in my budget speech, I would have solicited the requisite permission, and I've been granted same by the persons of whom I will speak. The country's trajectory into the abyss was paused and halted on a fateful day in December of 2018 by none other than His Excellency, now His Excellency, Mr. Charandas Prasad. Had it not been for his actions, I think we would have seen a completely different society in Guyana, one that would have seen us maybe not only come to the brink of collapse, but we would have been firmly in the grip of a dictatorship. And I think that the nation owes my friend, I would say, a resounding gratitude and round of applause. Mr. Speaker, I quiver every time I think of where we would have been had it not been for his actions. I remember in 2016, the then government, pardon me, the then government had proposed what is now known as the cybercrime bill. And I do recall that the government said that they had a plan for a forward-looking Guyana, a green Guyana, save for the paint, of course. And I think one thing that may paraphrase the trajectory upon which Guyana was headed would be tremendous employment in this country. When I say employment, I think that a lot of Guyanese, and I say this, as I said earlier, I quiver every time I think of where we were headed. A tremendous amount of Guyanese would have been employed in building state penitentiaries and prisons. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Looking at the economic performance of the previous administration, looking at the legislative agenda that was put forth, in that very cybercrime bill, they had injected a phrase to not only silent dissent, but also to lock up those people who were dissenting. Because in that bill was contained a small phrase, whereby if you disagreed with the government of the day, it was considered sedition. I was on the National Two Shows Council. I was the vice chair of the National Two Shows Council. And my honorable colleague here, who was the Minister of Home Affairs, came under fire from us at the NTC. Now imagine if the country was on that trajectory, going downhill into the abyss, and you spoke out and you said, let's find a way to correct this government. Half of this country would have been in jail. Mr. Speaker, when I say I quiver to think of where we would have gone, I don't say that with a light heart. I say that because I understand and I would have seen the trajectory that we were on. I want to thank the Honorable Charles Ramsden, at least for giving me a segue into where we are and at least how I go forward. And I think I will borrow a part of his speech yesterday on the old maxim, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, these hands are clean. Whether I wash dishes or I bleach them, but I will tell you, these hands are clean. And Mr. Speaker, let me also say that I'm not going to regale you with a sonnet or a poem or a fantastic dream of whatever. Nor will I sing you a song. At least I'll save that torture of singing for some of my friends who can appreciate and maybe more so tolerate my singing. But I want to offer, I think many of my colleagues on both sides speak about the numbers. And I want to ensure that we understand the context of Budget 2022. And I use a childhood tale. I didn't say I wouldn't tell you a tale, but I'll use a childhood tale. When I was growing up in our little community of Pakuri in the 1970s, we never had cars. We only had one tractor. Vehicles used to come far and few in between. And we used to go and hide. In fact, we could hear the vehicle about 12 miles before they come in. But when the vehicle started to get close to the community, we'd all go and hide because we were not sure what their motives were, what their intentions were. But then the vehicles would get into the community and we would all come out, at least seeing who's there. And when the vehicle started to drive, we would chase it. And when the vehicle stopped, we'd all stand there and watch in awe, gazing. We never knew how to drive. But I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, there's a fantastic thing about evolution. Not only can I drive a car, ride a bike, drive a boat, but I could also fly a plane. And times have most changed. But there is also another best friend, man's best friend determined, that does the same thing. They chase after a car, and when the car stops, they can't drive it. They'll never learn how to drive. They simply stand there and watch it, create a lot of noise around it, and then you start to drive and it goes the same way again. And I don't want to besmirch the character or characters of my colleagues on this side. But I will say this much, that akin to the behavior, not necessarily all of it, but akin to that behavior was a political party that chased that car for 23 years. And when they were finally given the car, they couldn't drive it. If there is anything that I say that is not factual, the interesting thing is the people in themselves would have seen that. They would have seen that. Honorable member, I said no such thing. Just to clarify, I'm simply contextualizing a behavior, a pattern of behavior. Mr. Speaker, I sat in my chair and listened to the Honorable Bishop Edgehill. And I may not be a theologian like he is, nor any of my colleagues who regularly quote the Bible, but I know one thing. And I think it is a common phrase. It says, where the leader or leaders are visionless, the people are lost. And I will take corrections if I would have misquoted. But Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that is so acutely absent in that phrase that no one ever cares to look at or to analyze. And what is completely absent from that phrase is what happens when a people have no leader. I will tell you what happened, Mr. Speaker. What happens is what happened at budget debates last year in this very House, and also repeated in December of 2021 in this very House. It is a listless, rudderless, I wouldn't use that term, my honorable friend, but a lot less of anything that one would expect from parliamentarians in this House. And I said it before and I will say it again. As parliamentarians, we have a moral and ethical obligation to ensure that we stand in the highest repute, because the public, at the end of the day, looks at us for guidance. Mr. Speaker, I have with me a copy of the Hansard from 2020. And one of the things that I said in that speech in 2020, and this once again is from the Hansard, it says whether it is the People's National Congress, PNC, or the PPP Civic in office, regardless of who sits in the big house, the government at the end of the day is the government. It is a superstructure that needs urgent recalibration in order to offer meaningful support to the Indigenous peoples and all Guyanese. Whether I take credit or not, well, let's just say that I won't. But what I will say is that I'm happy to know that my words have not gone unheard. That the government took that initiative to recalibrate that superstructure and plan a delivery for the people as represented in Budget 2022. One of the things that people often say, Mr. Speaker, and I can't really name a single authority on this quote, but I know in Guyanese parlance it said, you have to give Jack his jacket. Mr. Speaker, I think I can't say I'm an authority on economics either. I merely took a couple of years course when I did my business diploma. But I remember reading about a quasi-philosopher / economist named Thomas Malthus, I think around 1796. And Malthus is known for a variety of things. One of them is the finite growth of population and the strife that humankind will endure to control that population. But in one of his papers, I can't recall the exact name, but I think he also spoke, and this was in the midst of the Industrial Revolution. He also spoke about the development of infrastructure to send the working class to work in workhouses. And in today's society, that is the equivalent of driving massive infrastructural development towards industrialization, towards a productive sector. And here we are, some 200 plus years after that learned gentleman put together that paper, that we are still struggling to see that come to life in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I said we have to give Jack his jacket. And at this juncture, I compliment the government for putting forth a very robust infrastructural development plan for Guyana. I say that because I understand, and my colleagues understand. And I say my colleagues, even though they sit on this side, they may look at me with, I'd say, some apprehension, but we all understand that in order to drive economic development in any country, you need a strong and vibrant infrastructural plan. Without roads, the largest economy in this world, the United States of America, would not have been that economic superpower. Without infrastructure, you'd find many European countries, many developed countries, not driving their economy. It is important that we contextualize the budget and its needs for today's society and for future growth, for what Guyana will be. Many times I hear Guyana referred to as the Dubai of South America, or it has the potential. But Dubai didn't transform overnight, not at a flip of a switch. It required responsible and responsive fiscal management, infrastructural development and planning, human capital, an economic plan. All of these things go hand in hand. So, Mr. Speaker, when people talk about us suffering to be the new Dubai, it didn't happen overnight. It takes time. And when I look at what it says on this budget proposed, at least the name, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. I look at it once again contextually. Where we started off, and I remember last year during budget debates, I think the Honorable Ashley Singh would have laid the groundwork for pulling the country back from the abyss, leveling it off, and now we have an opportunity to build upwards. And that, Mr. Speaker, when we say we have to give Jack key jacket, that is the direction that we have to look at. Maybe my colleagues will say I make a terrible opposition politician. I wouldn't disagree with that. But also, I remember during our campaign and politicking prior to 2020, one of the things that I said is that we practice adversarial politics instead of cooperational politics or cooperative politics. And if we look at what it says the cooperative, Mr. Speaker, and it's just behind you, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. It doesn't say the Combative Republic of Guyana. So when I stand here and I'm giving Jack key jacket, it is because Guyana needs all hands on deck. I cannot say that I came here to build a one Guyana, to help this country grow, but then I take those very same hands and words to use to tear the structures down. We have to operate from a position of logic, Mr. Speaker. We have to operate from a position of logic. Mr. Speaker, also accredited to the economist Thomas Malthus, Mr. Speaker, I hear some things in this House that I think before you can repaint a car, sometimes you have to use acid to strip away the paint. And sometimes that acid burns, but it's necessary and it's needed because of logic. But Malthus also spoke about, well, I wouldn't say he spoke, but there's also a theory about the Malthusian trap, about how human growth, if not managed properly, will outstrip its productive sector. And what in modern day term and context is now known, I guess since we have oil, is called the Dutch disease to a certain extent. And part of his advice of the day was to ensure governments understood that if the productive sector cannot function, the population will suffer. So when we look, once again, Mr. Speaker, to contextualize Budget 2022, it is framed in such a manner to avoid this country slipping into the Malthusian trap, what is now commonly known as the Dutch disease. Mr. Speaker, I remember at my inaugural budget presentation, one of the things that I recall Honorable Vikram Bharat and Honorable Priya Manik-Chan saying that what we on this side, and I speak, I hope I don't misquote, would look forward to are recommendations. Well, Mr. Speaker, in my inaugural budget presentation, I quoted an authority on Indigenous issues, Ms. Minnie DeGowan. And I remember having this conversation with the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh and Honorable Manik Chan about finding a way to ensure that the cultural and identity loss of Indigenous peoples is arrested. And in doing so, I quoted her as saying, "For Indigenous peoples, languages not only identify their origin or membership in a community, they also carry the ethical values of their ancestors, the indigenous knowledge systems that make them one with the land and are crucial to their survival and to the hopes and aspirations of their youth." Mr. Speaker, those are some very touching and I'd say profound words. At previous discussions, I had engaged the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Honorable Minister of Education. And I will say this to my two colleagues across the hall, that I look forward to furthering that dialogue. I look forward to finding a way where we can work together to ensure that the cultural and traditional loss of Indigenous peoples does not go unnoticed and that we find a way to address it. Mr. Speaker, I remember my honorable colleague, the Honorable Edghill, speaking about infrastructure. And what I will say, I also saw in Stabrook News this morning, and it's online, it's a public document, so I hope I don't have to lay it over, Mr. Speaker. It's a public document that the Linden to Mabora link was awarded to the Brazilians to construct that. And added to that, there are some other billions allocated to the Mabora-Lethem road. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of people appreciate the importance of these structures to those communities that are close to that roadway. And I go back to my 2020 speech once again. And I said, Indigenous peoples also want access to a global marketplace in accordance with Article 14(1)(c) and F of the Armenian Act of 2006. And once again, I am happy, I will not necessarily take credit for it, but I'm happy to know that that critical link in this country is being looked at. It may not be everything that we want. It may not be all that we want. But, Mr. Speaker, it is a very critical and important start to giving those communities close to that roadway access to the marketplace. I also recall the Honorable Pauline Sukai speaking about boats, tractors and implements that were given, and I slip of the tongue, not really a fault of the brain. I remember the 5 B's. I can't remember them all, but I know boats and bicycles and bracelets and something of the sort. Mr. Speaker, I don't see the opposing Minister of Boats and Bicycles on the other side. But I want to maybe impart that the material support in terms of the tractors and trailers and plows and implements are critical to the economies of Indigenous communities. They're critical. We may stand here or sit wherever we do and find ways to disagree with some of these initiatives, but they are critical. Because when those roads get built, our people have to be empowered. And as my colleague would have stated also, you plant in the summer. And right now, Mr. Speaker, it is the summer in those communities. So what I would like to do, given this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, is to appeal to all my Indigenous sisters and brothers in those communities to use the equipment given to you in a very responsible and forward-looking manner. That you learn to cultivate now, because when those road access come, that you will have the kind of access to market. Mr. Speaker, I remember during the debates when we were talking about integrity of the Public Accounts Chair. And in those debates, I said that in order to hold the government accountable, we must conduct ourselves in a responsible manner with integrity. What I would have seen transpired, and I'm sorry that my colleagues on this side of the House seldom ever heed these words, Mr. Speaker. And it may seem like I go to great lengths to disassociate myself from my colleagues on this side. And I do that with deliberate intent, Mr. Speaker. And I say that because I remember the Honorable Dr. Singh speaking about ethos. The ethos.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you will need an extension to conclude.
Thank you. Comrade Chairman, I do move that the Honorable Gentleman be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Opposition Chief Whip. Honorable Member, you may continue and conclude in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. But as I said, you have to give Jackie jacket, and when the jacket dirty, you got to wear it. Mr. Speaker, I go back to the disassociation. And yes, at this juncture, there are probably some very well-paid, taxpayers-paid hecklers. And I remember in this very house, when we went through the process of evaluating those estimates, in this very house, and this is why one has to draw the line. In this very house, I stood in my seat, and that is why I had to move from the Honorable Devon Sears upwards, because a member of this very house threatened me. Mr. Speaker, that was reported to you, that was reported to the clerk, and that was reported to the Honorable Chief Whip, to the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, and that was also reported to the police, Mr. Speaker. In this very house, and I still await any degree of action or a report from the police. And Mr. Speaker, in that position, instead of sanctioning that individual, the party sought to promote him as vice chairman of the People's National Congress. That is the extent, Mr. Speaker. That report was filed. That report was filed. Whether the honorable member wants to understand that. Mr. Speaker, I stand here and I hear from people that I would have failed Indigenous peoples. I remember through the previous administration, you had a Minister of State, arguably one of the most powerful positions of that administration. And when I say that that portfolio was hollowed out and then given to them, they laugh and they scoff. You had a vice president, a minister within the Ministry of Armenian Affairs. You had a minister of health who later became a minister of social cohesion. All of them Indigenous. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I heard previously uttered is the issue of the Upper Maz land case. And not a single one of those 4 ministers thought it fit to bring it to cabinet or to the House to have that addressed. Mr. Speaker, once again, you got to give Jackie jacket. And when the jacket dirty, and you put dirt on it, you have to wear it with pride. Mr. Speaker, I want to take my final closing minute, and I don't want to speak about the numbers because, once again, you've got the entire 64 other members who will do that. But I want to inform my Indigenous brothers and sisters that yes, there will be an NTC this year. Yes, there is money in the budget for the construction of the NTC Secretariat. And I will say that I have had a discussion with the Honorable Attorney General and the Honorable Minister of Labor on examining if Guyana is in a position to ratify ILO 169. Those are discussions that are happening. But we cannot go out in public and fight public battles. If not, what do we achieve? We have to work in the cooperative Republic of Guyana, not the combative Republic of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I want to once again thank the Honorable Ashney Singh and his hardworking staff for a budget that is prepared looking at the future of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Hugh Todd, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am extremely pleased to join my colleagues on this side of the Assembly, lending my full support for Budget 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to also welcome and invite the honourable members on the opposite side of this Assembly. After 5 long days of debating this landmark and historic budget, to give their unwavering support to Budget 2022. The People's Budget, a budget that is people-centered and people-driven. Mr. Speaker, this budget is the largest budget in our nation's post-independent history, a culmination of the solid leadership provided by successive People's Progressive Party civic administration since taking office in 1992. The only party that is pro-people, the only party that is consistent in practicing democratic rule, the only party that is consistent in practicing good governance, and more importantly, the only party that has consistently transformed the lives of the people of this great nation of ours. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party Civic is the only party in Guyana's history that has consistently crafted national budgets, always putting the people of Guyana first and improving their lives in ways that matter most. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. The People's Progressive Party Civic in 1992 inherited an economy that was bankrupt, an economy with broken infrastructure everywhere, and even more disastrous, an economy with extremely low human development. With successive budgets since 1992, Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party civic governments improved and strengthened Guyana's economic health, built and modernized Guyana's infrastructure, and more critically, progressively improved Guyana's human development. Mr. Speaker, recent history shows that the People's National Congress dominated coalition is at the opposite end of the spectrum. Recall the budgets of the coalition between 2015 and 2018, all of which were pro-Congress place, pro-friends, and pro-family. National budgets that were economically extractive, repressive, and counter to economic and social development in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, these were national budgets that were designed to take us back to the dark and scary days of regression of the 1970s, 1980s, and the early 1990s. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. The PNC-dominated coalition has never and will never craft or design a national budget putting the well-being of the hard-working and dedicated citizens of this country first. Mr. Speaker, the people have spoken at the 2020 polls. The People's Progressive Party Civic has a solid mandate from the electorate to lead the transformation and the modernization of this economy. And Budget 2022 has been meticulously crafted to achieve this. Mr. Speaker, we have had the privilege of hearing the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, Senior Minister of Finance, during the 36th sitting of the 12th Parliament, outlining People's Progressive Party Civic Government's budget for 2022. Thank you very much. This budget is an articulation of His Excellency the President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali's commitment to the people of Guyana, providing opportunities for Guyanese to pursue healthy, happy, and prosperous lives. While every People's Progressive Party civic budget has responded to the era in which it was presented, this budget has been crafted at a time when Guyana has been propelled into a leading oil producing nation, and this budget has taken on the needed challenge to transform our economy, responding to the needs of the people and transforming every sector of the economy. Budget 2022 embraces the One Guyana concept, a concept that has been well articulated by President Irfan Ali and is responsive to the needs of each and every single Guyanese. This 2022 budget has been crafted at a time when we can begin to reap the huge gains for our people, and it is not only responsive to such needs, but it is rising to seize the opportunities that this new epoch of Guyana is bringing. This is in sharp contrast to what the PNC-dominated coalition regime offered the Guyanese people between 2015 and 2018. It would not be a mischaracterization to describe their time in office and their attempts to govern as delusional and despotic. Economic development under the People's National Congress dominated administration was filled with delusional ideals and failed promises. Who can forget the green economy? The failed coalition government claimed that by 2025, Guyana will be fully green. This was a great delusion of the Granger administration. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Granger administration inherited the low carbon development strategy, a strategy that was recognized for its innovative approach to development. That again, they could not have taken and moved our development forward. Mr. Speaker, the only green development they know was to paint our public buildings green. From 2015 to 2020, the PNC-led coalition government green strategy was painting everything and anything. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Civic Administration is responding to the adverse impacts of climate change. Our administration has issued a consultative document, our expanded low carbon development strategy. We want all of our Guyanese citizens to be part of this effort in saving our planet. Mr. Speaker, in this document, we continue to build on the work of former President Barrett Jagdeo, where we will be focusing on new economic incentives, making our forests worth more standing. Under the Irfan Ali administration, Guyana will be accessing market-based mechanisms for forward climate services that includes private as well as international public sector financing. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to align and allow for development of our country and our people in an environmentally sustainable manner, and will continue being a net carbon sink. How about the good life? Well, the good life was promised and delivered to the coalition elites, their friends and the cronies. The working class Guyanese, including those who voted for the coalition, did not benefit from the good life promised. The PNC-led coalition regime introduced a miserable and bleak life. Mr. Speaker, this is why in 2020, the people of Guyana returned the People's Progressive Party Civic back to government. When the People's Progressive Party Civic left office in 2015, we left a legacy of home ownership that the Granger-led administration could have built on. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this was not something that they were interested in. The PNC has never in its history displayed interest in helping the ordinary Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, this is fundamental. Home ownership creates housing security, allows our people to build equity, and families to build their net worth. Net worth which is intergenerational. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying here is known all over the world. Yet, the hugely incompetent PNC, they refuse to offer basic housing security to Guyanese. Instead of providing housing development, instead of recognizing that developing housing allows for opening up more and more areas for urbanization across Guyana, the PNC elites enjoy speaking about an abundance of land, but in reality are devoid of creative and developmental vision. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party Civic Administration is the only party committed to delivering development, betterment, and advancement that the people of Guyana deserve. The People's Progressive Party Civic returned to office and fulfilled its promise to the Guyanese people. Our manifesto promised to build on the past record and continue to provide housing to the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, as my honorable colleague, Minister of Housing, will speak on, we have succeeded in this task. At the end of 2021, we provided Guyanese all over this country with over 10,000 house lots. In 1 year, we surpassed the paltry 7,000 house lots that which the PNC-led coalition barely delivered between 2015 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, unlike the past administration, who could never think about solutions to issues, this administration has recognized that our citizens with allocated house lots may have been facing some other challenges. To this end, Mr. Speaker, we are doing more than providing house lots. We have been building homes for the first time for low-income and middle-income earners. We have been focusing on mortgage rates, negotiating those at the lowest levels ever seen. And Mr. Speaker, we will be increasing low-income mortgage loan ceiling from 12 million to 15 million. This, Mr. Speaker, is how we have been responsive to the housing needs of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, the PNC-led coalition at its core believes in dominance and control of the entire economy. They treat the ordinary Guyanese person with scorn and contempt. Their time in office shows that instead of providing the good life, they were providing a stagnant life. Yes, the coalition was all about over-regulation of our freedoms and burdensome taxes. The coalition never seemed to understand that by extracting taxes from Guyanese private sector and the citizens, as a country, we were being taxed into economic despair. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why under the coalition government, the ministers did not visit communities across this country. They stayed in their posh offices and enjoyed a lavish social life at the expense of the taxpayer. Absolutely no representation was provided to the citizens of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, since the People's Progressive Civic Administration assumed office in 2020, the President and ministers have been taking government to the people on a regular and consistent basis. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I have visited Linden and Region 10 more often in 18 months than the former President Granger and his cabinet combined visits across Guyana between 2015 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, the coalition abandoned the people of Linden and Region 10. The people of Linden and Region 10 benefit from better living standards and regional development under a PPPC government. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, I have a list too long to go through of my visits to Linden. Hello Malawi, hello Moblessa, hello Victory Valley, Green Valley, Three Friends, Marias Elizabeth, Olingwan, Dalawala, Amelia's Ward, Wizrock, Bamio, and the list goes on and on and on. One minister on this side of the house would have visited one community in 18 months than the entire former past administration, and we have several ministers on this side of the house visiting communities on a daily and weekly basis. Think about the representation. Think about the representation that the people of Guyana deserve, and they're getting that under a People's Progressive Party civic government. Mr. Speaker, the 2022 budget, like other budgets presented since 1992, is about opening the economy, freeing the people from overregulation and the protection of the most vulnerable. This budget is about the modernization of every sector of this economy and allowing for greater prosperity for each and every single Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Honorable Minister, honorable members, please. I am trying to hear the honorable member. Go ahead, honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation is essential to the President's vision for a 21st century Guyana. More than $6 million has been allocated to the Foreign Ministry in Budget 2022, aiding the continuity and bolstering of the advancement of Guyana's foreign policy initiatives and priorities. Mr. Speaker, we live in a time of unprecedented change. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and migration are just a few challenges that have impacted both the world and our country in recent years. As a small developing country, our place in the global economy and the multilateral political order requires strategic action if we are able to capably represent the interests of the Guyanese people. Budget 2022 will provide adequate financial support for the Foreign Ministry in this regard. Mr. Speaker, The government's foreign policy objectives are very clear. The preservation of Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity, advancing bilateral relations, conducting economic diplomacy through the promotion of trade and investment, projecting a positive image of Guyana through sensitization and awareness of policies and programs being undertaken by the government in fulfillment of bilateral and multilateral agreements, engaging our diaspora in national development efforts, and maintaining a proactive role in international affairs. We place great value on the unique and impactful role that our nationals around the world can play in our nation's future, and as such, we are unwaveringly committed to harnessing in a structured manner the skills, expertise, and other resources of the Guyanese diaspora. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party civic government, since assuming office in August 2020, has dedicated great efforts in re-establishing Guyana's standing and presence as a stable and peaceful nation in the Western Hemisphere and global system. Our government is committed to protecting and defending our democracy, respect for human rights, and the rule of law, and ensuring our international cooperation are all clearly represented in fora around the world. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's bond with our international partners is today stronger than it's ever been before. I recall the Honourable Member, Ms. Desir, in her presentation, mentioned that the PNC government, and this is according to her, punched above its weight in international system. For clarity, Mr. Speaker, that is during the period when the PNC government ruined this economy, the entire economy. This is during the 1970s, 80s, and early 90s. Mr. Speaker, permit me to remind the Honourable Member that in their 1990 budget, the PNC government spent more money on the so-called punching above their weight, on education. And I have the facts to prove it, Mr. Chairman. In 1991 and 1992 budgets, the very PNC government spent more punching above their weight on education and health. They were fat cats. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, they had no national policies that they could have advanced at the international level. And there they were spending more money on a foreign policy agenda that was no good than providing education and health care for the people. And that is what the Honourable Member was proud about. That is disastrous. That is why the PNC will never be good for this country. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party civic government's commitment to our foreign policy agenda is driven by a cadre of trained diplomats and qualified staff at headquarters, as well as those stationed at our embassies, high commissions, and consulates abroad. Budget 2022 will provide valuable support for the implementation of the ministry's policy guidelines in a systematic manner regarding postings and cross-postings. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Member Ms. Walton Desir appears to be disinterested in her role at best, or at worst unaware of how to effectively carry out her duties as a shadow minister. If the Honourable Member was an effective shadow minister, she would have been reliably informed that the Foreign Service officers overwhelmingly support our current human resource management model for professional and human capital development. Mr. Speaker, while we work on enhancing our presence abroad, we are equally committed to building capacity here at home. We will continue, as we did in 2020 and 2021, to build on our team of dedicated staff and provide a range of training opportunities, thus enhancing their skill set in several areas. In this regard, the sum of 20 million has been budgeted for staffing of the Foreign Service Institute and training in international trade policy and law, language training, diplomatic training programs and workshops. In addition, an amount of 2.7 million has been allocated for language training of our diplomatic staff at the missions. This government will ensure that the Guyanese people are represented by a team that reflects their dynamism. In addition to expanding our diplomatic footprint, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will also work towards enhancing capacity in capitals where our presence has already been established. For the postings of staff around the world, we have allocated a total of $130 million. This also includes the appointments of heads of missions in several capitals where we need to continue to strengthen our presence. Mr. Speaker, the sum of 3.6 billion is included in the ministry's 2022 budget for our foreign policy program. Another critical component of the work of the ministry is the maintenance of Guyana's bilateral relations. This includes not just our closest allies, but also expanding our interaction with non-traditional partners. The sum of 140 million has been budgeted to enhance our bilateral relations. Of vital importance, Mr. Speaker, is the relationship with our frontier states. The government is committed to seeking closer relations with all its neighbors. Since we returned to office, our relations with Suriname have improved significantly. In this regard, we have had regular exchanges at the highest levels that have resulted in agreements that further cooperation in a multiplicity of areas, one of these being the bridging of the Currentine River, which will enhance the movement of our people and provide great opportunities for trade and business. We intend to work towards maintaining the momentum in our relations with Suriname. It is also our intention to further advance our relations with Brazil. Our commitment to closer relations with our neighbors is aptly demonstrated by the recently concluded trilateral summit involving President Ali and his Surinamese and Brazilian counterparts. Mr. Speaker, we will not rest in our efforts to preserve our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Following the ICJ ruling on the jurisdiction in the case on the Guyana-Venezuela controversy, we have been putting all of our efforts in preparing to submit our memorial on the merits of our case by March 8th this year. Equally, we will continue to be a responsible member of the international community, enhancing our profile at the regional and bilateral levels. In 2021, we will be able to negotiate and conclude a number of bilateral cooperation agreements in areas including education, technical and scientific cooperation, security and defense, petroleum, investment, and air services. The ministry will, in the months ahead, continue to propose, negotiate, and conclude bilateral agreements that will produce benefits for our country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the budget put forward by the Honorable Senior Minister with responsibility for finance has adequate allocations to ensure that we will carry out all of the ministry's activities. We have earmarked the sum of $110 million for the opening of a mission in the UAE and also to have a presence in the joint CARICOM mission in Nairobi, Kenya. Over the past year, we have honored, Guyana was honored to host several visiting high-ranking government officials, thereby facilitating discussions on important developmental issues. These included an August 2021 visit by the President of Suriname, and a December 2021 visit by the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. In 2022, the ministry will continue to pursue reciprocal visits between Ghana and its allies. These include high-level visits to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Morocco, along with follow-up discussions and exchange visits with Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, and Colombia to enhance our bilateral relationships.
Honorable Minister, to enhance this presentation, you'll need an extension.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You have 5 minutes to continue and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the vital nature of strong bilateral partnerships was illustrated by the vast support that was received in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Guyana, through our bilateral cooperation, was able to receive hundreds of thousands of doses of life-saving COVID-19 vaccines, ensuring that we will be able to emerge from this difficult period. In the year ahead, we will continue to cooperate in this regard and in further enhancing our preparedness to face future global health challenges. As I have mentioned before, the Ministry will continue to maintain and nurture and strengthen our traditional partnerships. We see these relations as not only being historical and mutually beneficial over the years, but also practical and aligning with our philosophy that strong bilateral relations are the bedrock of a country's international relations, and we are no exception in this regard. At this time, we remain committed to pursuing and cementing relations with other nations for the benefit of our countries and peoples. Mr. Speaker, while we are committed to expanding and further enhancing Guyana's bilateral partnerships with critically important partner states, the government also believes that regional integration, both in the Caribbean and Latin America, must be a vital component of a comprehensive strategic foreign policy agenda. The Ministry over the last year was keenly focused on strengthening our role in regional organizations. Given that these organizations are composed of our neighbors, we believe that these relationships will be invaluable in addressing a range of issues. These regional blocs provide avenues for debate and collaboration on issues such as health, energy, security, disaster, risk management, and agriculture and food and nutrition security, just to name a few, Mr. Speaker. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, as we know, is among our most important avenues for development of our country. Our commitment to ensuring the successful advancement of this regional committee and integration has not waned. The government will focus on deepening relations with member states of the Caribbean community, and we will continue in 2022 to give priority to expanding trade, maintaining our commitments to CARICOM, and accessing new markets, ensuring that external trade negotiations rebound to the benefit of the country and people. Further demonstrating our commitment to Caribbean integration and CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated a sum of $150 million for the construction of a new building to be used as the official residence of the CARICOM Secretary General. Mr. Speaker, the government renewed Guyana's leadership on agriculture and food security and the focused community's attention on related maritime transport through His Excellency the President's presentation on advancing CARICOM agri-food systems agenda, prioritizing regional food and nutrition security. His Excellency the President, in his capacity as CARICOM lead, Head of Government on Agriculture, and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, in his capacity as chairman of the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security, are advancing the implementation of the community decisions on improving the region's food and nutrition security. The sum of $5 million is budgeted for these activities. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to also mention that this year we will be launching our campaign for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the period 2024-2025, and a sufficient allocation of $5 million was allocated to this initiative. The preparation for the government-led stakeholder process regarding the voluntary national review, an initial sum of $3 million is included also in our budget in this regard. The ministry would also continue to support initiatives at the cost of $3 million towards implementation of government's low-carbon development strategy. International trade, Mr. Speaker, will receive a sum of $52.7 million. And last but not least, in revitalizing our country's strategies for diaspora engagement, $50 million was allocated towards a range of activities to connect the government and Guyanese around the world as an illustration of our commitment to fulfilling our promise, serving all Guyanese. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again thank the Senior Minister of Finance for his hard work and stewardship in preparing and presenting Budget 2022, a budget that is for the people, a budget that is people-centered, people-focused, and people-driven. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the successful passage of this budget to this House, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building one Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Member, Mr. Hugh Todd. And now I call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Catherine Hughes, to make her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Much better, much better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I start by saluting and giving thanks to the nurses and doctors and the support staff of every hospital, clinic, and medical institution who have woken up every morning and gone out to work to face the challenges of this COVID pandemic. I want to say thank you to our teachers who have labored tirelessly and continue to give our children some form of education. I know personally of your struggle. As last August, I found 34 children in South Georgetown in a depressed community who had no formal education from March 2020 to September 21. Nothing. You see, Mr. Speaker, these are the poorest of the poor, not fortunate to attend a private school or one of the better resourced public schools. These are the forgotten ones, the ones with no devices, no tablets, no computers, no internet package. Mommy gone to work with the only phone with a data plan, no access to online learning. The result? in that group of 7 8-year-olds, I found 4 that could not read in the heart of Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, there's a huge disparity in the educational fortunes of those who cannot afford to pay for private education and those who attend the very small list of leading public institutions, and those who are condemned for the rest of their lives to menial jobs because of their opportunity for a better quality of education and tutorship, particularly at the primary level, was denied to them because of their absence of technology in the schools where they're forced to attend. This disparity has now reached the status of a virtual apartheid in education. Well, between the well-resourced and privileged and those who are condemned to attend school with little or no internet. We all know that there is a direct correlation between access to the internet and the prospects of improved results and better matriculation. And that's why the provisions of this budget for this and the expansion of the telecommunications sector is critical. Children who have little or no access to the internet will not access educational material and resources which are essential to improving their opportunities to secure better grades. Although very useful and necessary is improvement for the learning channel, I want to say children watching a blank screen on the learning channel with no one around or at the other end to say, "I'm sorry, did you get that? Let me go over it," puts them at a tremendous disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, in order to reverse the virtual apartheid in education between the better resource, the connected, the haves and the have-nots, a targeted allocation of financial resources to the most disadvantaged and underprivileged sections of community of our society is required. A Marshall Plan for the underprivileged schools, teachers training facilities, educational research facilities, devices like laptops, tablets, and connectivity are critical. All of these cannot be found in sufficient quantities in Budget 2022. Whether urban or rural or in the hinterland, the schools without access or limited access should be allocated greater resources to afford the children of the underprivileged a chance of real participation in the bounty Guyana has to offer. This will not happen by way of handouts, but by affording them the opportunity of being properly qualified at the highest level in order to benefit from the local content framework that has been established. Mr. Speaker, some interesting figures have emerged amongst the D-grade theoretical performances that we have been drowning in. And the last presentation was just testimony of that. 11,000 laptops to be provided for the approximately 200,000 children and students receiving education just does not cut it. We're the fastest growing oil-producing nation in the world, but the best we can do is 11,000 laptops? Surely now with access to $607 million from the oil reserves, every Guyanese child should have been given a laptop. Mr. Speaker, too often the honorable members on the other side of the House forget, and also I want to remind the general public, but they forget that prior to 2015, the PPP was in power for 23 years. Mr. Speaker, it is ludicrous, in fact, sad, that they come to this House screaming and shouting on what was not done in 5 years and have not acknowledged their failures in the previous 23 years that have placed us today in perpetual backwardness. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the rich legacy and foundation we have left to facilitate the expansion of Guyana's digital economy. In just 4 short years, Mr. Speaker, you will recall in 2015, it was the APNU AFC coalition that operationalized the government's e-government fiber optic network, built by the Chinese in 2014, but never put into operation by the PPP government. Mr. Speaker, it was through the use of this cable that we were able to provide secure internet access to 116 government agencies with state-of-the-art video conferencing facilities, 79 access points, free internet connections to over 250 schools, access to internet free at over 173 community hubs, from Oriela to Arnaputa, where the women were able to take online orders for their peanut butter, to locations in Berbice and Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, none of the provisions in the budget sufficiently makes these things possible and a proper expansion. Mr. Speaker, we started off with a huge advantage, having this infrastructure in place when COVID hit us. And it is sad it has not been, in fact, expanded. In fact, we are heading in the opposite direction. The typical PPP modus operandi, where government towers are being used to facilitate the expansion of a private network, which more than likely in a few years' time, government will be buying service from, as opposed to developing our own national network. Mr. Speaker, let me explain. An expanded government-owned network is how we could provide free internet access to our children, along with those laptops. We could also provide free of charge the little MiFi, the portable internet devices. So in all the poor and depressed areas, children would be able to access the internet. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen in this budget is limited, poor from this we care government. Mr.
Honorable members, we want to hear this contribution from the honorable member, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will all recall the $200 million US dollars taxpayers' money stolen by the offspring of the highest representative of the land, a fiber optic cable that has never been seen, and the battalion on the other side has the temerity to talk about clean hands. And of course, the empty vessel, the tiny empty vessel on the other side of the house, with his useless comments about sticky fingers. I say to you, those were some big sticky fingers. Mr. Speaker, we're not stupid. We recall the massive sticky hands, the laptop scam, the gold scam, the charity walk falling down, the Amila road to nowhere. I have no more time to list the rest. Mr. Speaker, but most unfortunate is this. Audit report. Prime Minister's office purchases $790 million in hampers, but provides bills for $213 million. Am I lying? This is the audit office's report. Talk about sticky fingers. So, Mr. Speaker, the National Data Management Authority has moved from a highly group of trained Guyanese professionals who who started the digitization of our records in all kinds of registries and places. But what did we do? We fired them. And so today, they are busy inputting information for the COVID-19 voucher program. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the budget provision, I know that the Honorable Prime Minister is an honorable man. And I'm hoping that he will shed some light on some of these issues. We observed 2.6 billion in the capital program for the National Data Management Authority. But Appendix T, it shows that the recurrent budget has remained the same for last year. So the burning question that must be asked is how can the NDMA carry out such a huge capital program with the same recurrent budget as last year, which was less than 60 million compared to 2.6 billion this year. Then we see the massive increase in recurrent charges in the program to 024, Telecommunications and Innovation. And that has moved from 76.8 million in 2020 to 774.3 million in 2022. I hope that this will be explained, Mr. Prime Minister. Now, we know that the government for a long time likes to spend money under the recurrent expenditure because, of course, it's consumables like training programs, scholarships, whatever. I want to remind this Honorable House of the theft of over $639 million belonging to the government of Guyana between October 19, 2011 and April 28, 2015, when monies from the Public Service Ministry was not spent by the ministry, but was sent to the office of the President without any accountability. Those funds were expended. Mr. Speaker, what worries me the most about this budget is the total lack of a strategic plan. We don't see a philosophy, a policy. I may have missed it, and I'm happy to be informed. So what does Budget 2022 offer as it claims steadfast against all the challenges, specifically to those 8-year-old boys I told you about who still can't read? I want to talk about telecommunications. Mr. Speaker, what is most revealing in Budget 2022 is the fact that what it doesn't say, what it doesn't show, the project resources that should be there, that must be there, if we're going to ensure that every young Guyanese boy or girl, regardless of where they live, will have a slice of this big, fantastic pie we're convincing ourselves we're baking. Mr. Speaker, the telecommunications liberalization was brought into being with great fanfare. But here are a couple of facts I want to share. You will remember that, you will recall that on assuming office in 2015, and with the establishment of the Ministry of Public Telecommunications in 2016, we, in a matter of months, brought to this Parliament the telecoms legislation, passed the Telecoms Act, the first drafts of which emerged in 2001, 2011 in the Parliamentary Select Committee, and in a matter of a few months, we brought that legislation to the Parliament and passed it. Mr. Speaker, but the issue is, what is liberalization really? And I want to say, liberalization is the creation of an environment that would allow more people to come into the market, improving the volume of service, internet and telecommunication services, competition between the ICT service providers, and most importantly, improving the quality of service and ensuring a reduction of price. Mr. Speaker, where is the flood of new participants coming into this sector? Let me take this opportunity, as I have done on many times, to acknowledge the contribution of GT&T to the development of our communication landscape and for their continued support to Guyana. But Mr. Speaker, I want to raise a very thorny issue. As you know, an important part of liberalization is ending the monopoly agreement that GT&T and AT&I, the US-based parent company, had in place. And as you know, as the lawyers in this room would know, a contract is a legitimate document. And so the APNU AFC government proceeded to enter into negotiations to amicably settle this issue. You cannot have liberalization and continue with the same thing if GT&T and AT&I have still a monopoly. So there are a couple important questions that I want to ask. We were near to completing the settlement agreement. I want to ask the most honorable Prime Minister, was the final settlement agreement concluded between the government of Guyana and AT&I? If no, we want to know if the government of Guyana, if AT&I and GT&T have withdrawn their claims for compensation, and if they have, what was the settlement date? Where is the agreement posted for transparency and accountability so that the citizens of this country could be informed? What agreements were made on the large amount of outstanding taxes owed by the company based on GRA assessments? Was a cash payment, Mr. Speaker, made to the GRA as a settlement of the tax issues? And if it was made, where is it? What is the total income also accumulated to date in the Universal Service Fund? Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about figures that range in the vicinity of $2.9 billion at a minimum, and the Guyanese must be informed and must know. Mr. Speaker, I have perused the budget of 2020, 2021, and 2022, and there's not one single reference to this issue. And I would have expected some disclosure at some time from the most honorable Prime Minister and member of this House. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I've come to this Parliament today with a very heavy heart and trepidation. I know that we will be recorded as part of history, making time in my beloved Guyana. But with the annals of Guyana, with all its bounty that we have received, record these moments as the worst of times. I feel it will if we don't do something fast. Mr. Speaker, let's be honest. What have we done? What have we seen in these budget debates? The vilest and lowest show that could ever be performed. We have all been drawn into a useless tit-for-tat, a lot about the APNU, the AFC, the PPP, what they did, what they did not do. 5 days of verbal abuse that we call a debate. Shouts of the most derogatory statements, insults to women from across this way. Mr. Speaker, what is sad too is that the fake news, the fake information peddled in this House has been at an all-time high. And I must correct some of them. Imagine the Minister of Education came to this honorable House ranting and raving on that we on this high side were not supporting telling Guyanese getting vaccinated. How unfamiliar is she with the truth? Clearly, she doesn't read her own newspaper. Because if she went to Guyana Times, September 27, 2021, the headline of one of their articles reads, AFC executive host program encouraging persons to take vaccine. And guess what? 3 weeks ago, I was very thankful to see almost a full page report on a discussion from an Alliance on the Move program with Dr. Somar that had been reproduced in Guyana Times. Give credit where it is due. Thank you, Guyana Times. People don't get carried away with the wagging finger and the shouts. Take what she says not with a grain of salt, but with a pound of salt. And when she shouts, and the colleagues on the other side of the house shout about conflict of interest, remember this book, where we have the design and layout by her friend and former MP, Mr. Harry Gill. I hope that the proper procurement procedures were held and took place in this. I hope that the tender was published somewhere. So, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the word corruption, and I know you have had a difficult time, the word corruption and rigging must be the most overused words that we've heard from this other side of the House. Overused to the extent, you need to listen to this part, overused to the extent that the poor Vice President yesterday afternoon had to host a press conference. And what was he saying? Let me quote you. He says, unfortunately, what we had anticipated, which would have been a contest of ideas and vision, through all the rhetoric, this doesn't become very evident to the people what we're hoping to achieve. His own MPs in their budget speeches have not delivered the message. And poor Vice President had to host a press conference to rescue the message or the lack of messages. But I said sad, and I don't use my words just like that. And this is where the Honorable MP Yvonne Pearson is absolutely correct. The numbers don't lie. Check the NCN page on the live stream of this press conference, and there are only 109 people watching. And they're watching at 27 minutes, 27 minutes, 59 seconds into the conference. Now go to the Vice President's page, and thankfully he has only 870 people watching. Now I want to ask Sherrod, how you got more than 9,000 people watching in the first half hour after they arrested you? But I want to tell the Vice President a little secret. Hear what you have to say. Share the live, share the live, share the link. Now, this is sad but true, because the Honorable empty vessel on the other side of the House, the Honorable Minister McCoy, is responsible for public information. He came to this Honorable House and told us about the 100 staff he got. And we saw in the budget all the new equipment he can get. And yet, he is not delivering because the people are watching. Then we had a member on the other side who I had a pleasure of working with in the past. She talked about corruption. Nothing was done in the previous administration. And she talked about the success of tourism. Well, you know that tourism is my little baby. And I'm happy MP Rajkumar mentioned and reminded us that in our short 5 but productive years, Guyana for the first time got 6 international awards. Never heard of before. So I say thank you to the private sector who have been the ones like TAG who have struggled with the product for years and years. They deserve the accolades. But Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, the high visitor arrivals we are experiencing today are the direct result of one single factor: increased airlift. And we delivered that to the people of Guyana. 2 reputable airlines, American and JetBlue, who have brought competition, quality service, and lower prices to the market. Never achieved in the 23 years of you know what. Mr. Speaker, the absolutely staggering amount of new airlines that have signed up to come to Guyana since the expansion of the new airport under this new administration is perhaps indicative of the success of the Minister of Tourism and her ability to attract new business and investment in the airline industry. Because guess what, my friends? We know that the investment in the airline industries and the new airlines that we heard were coming, like Emirates, what have we seen? 0, nil, none, not. And she can even choose in Russian, it is still 0. My friend's relationship with the truth and accuracy is very strained and seeks refuge in the creative imaginings of a pedestrian approach to tourism. Unlike the Barbadian tagline, beyond your imagination, my friend may wish to consider the more accurate and descriptive tagline, simply no imagination. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind us all that we shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house. The tourism minister clearly was under pressure from the bad behaved colleagues I have on this side. So I apologize for that. But you can't come to this honorable house, forget you're a US citizen, get sworn in, remember a few days later, renounce it, and then come back and get sworn in again. And then lecture us about integrity and honesty. And I want to make a simple observation.
Before you make that observation, honorable member, we will need an extension.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member, you may continue and conclude in 5 minutes.
And as I was saying, I want to make a simple observation. Even Jesus had a Judas. Mr. Speaker, this one Guyana concept that has been touted, I want everybody to know is just a simple public relations campaign sold to the highest bidder. And if you go back, anybody could go online. In fact, DPI has a Info Hub program on GuyPet 2018. You remember the conference, the first oil and gas conference held by, organized by former Minister Raphael Trotman. Over 600 people. Well, you know that we had a beautiful video played there. 2018. Go back and watch that video, which is online. At the end of it, you will see the One Guyana logo. Right? So, it's just a matter of who is willing to pay for what. So we have to question really, you know? And I want to know if this One Guyana has replaced our national motto, as I'm hearing, our national motto, one people, one nation, one destiny. As we're hearing that it is going to be on the $2,000 bill. So that would be a shame. You see, One Guyana, like the Safe City project, like the ICT access for hinterland.
We're going to withdraw shame, right? We are going to withdraw shame. We're going to get the records, right? Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I said safe, so I think you might have misheard it. So, One Guyana, like the One Guyana, the Safe City project, the ICT access, the Linden Call Center, all those are projects developed by us 2016, 2017. And you know what? I want to make the point that those projects are good projects and they should be continued. We cannot have a government, we cannot have a country where when we change governments, everything must stop. Mr. Speaker, these debates are testimony of how damaged we all are today. The precarious state Guyana finds herself in. Mr. Speaker, is this the best we can do? Mr. Speaker, we are at an all-time low. I recall when this parliament had a women's caucus, when we could agree to respectfully disagree, when I could snap a photograph of the Honorable MP Gail Teixeira waltzing with former MP Michael Carrington at a social that allowed us to better understand where we all came from, our challenges, and our resulting positions. Mr. Speaker, at a time when we realized that over 217,000 votes means nearly 50% of the voting population, we realized that it means that consultation and civility and development is necessary. Not talk about developing the PNC, the APNU, the AFC, the PPP, but developing Guyana. A word and concept hardly called and heard in these debates. A time when we understand that all sides of this massive divide have a right and privilege to shape a future based on consultation with all the people of Guyana that we represent. I say it is my country too. I say it is our country too. Mr. Speaker, I heard recently the Speaker of the British Parliament, who was reprimanding an overly exuberant parliamentarian, saying, "Order, order, the people of this great nation deserve to hear these proceedings." And I thought how sad it is that 90% of what is shouted in this parliament is useless noise, insults, inaccuracies. Don't the people of this great nation deserve better? Mr. Speaker, we have all gone so far up a one-way street, heading in the wrong direction. I dare say that the only result this nation will reap is bitterness, strife, and who knows what else. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that at the end of this process, some of the recommendations proposed to enhance this budget might be taken on board in good faith. That what appears to be massive borrowing, growing inflation, and billions of dollars going into a failing sugar industry that has failed to meet any targets can be addressed, and the many questions and concerned answers. Mr. Speaker, I hope too that healing and reconciliation might be proposed so we can build a prosperous Guyana for the benefit of all her most deserving citizens. Mr. Speaker, an eye for an eye has led us to a place of darkness where none of us can now see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development.
Mr. Speaker, just before.
Honorable Mr. Nigel Darmalal, please give me 1 second. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister Manichan.
Yes, please, sir. Sir, there was mention of a person in this house in a derogatory manner.
You're raising on a point of order? You're raising on a point of order?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
And that point of order is?
That someone who was not in the house, so it would be for to be under elucidation, someone who was not in the house has been mentioned in a way that could bring him into disrepute, and he's not here to defend himself. And I can defend him in one sentence, and I'm asking for that opportunity. Harry Gill was employed by
Honorable Minister, I didn't say I am upholding that point of order. I am not. You want to give an explanation, and at this stage, I am not. Honorable Member, Minister Damlal, please.
Mr. Speaker, you ruled yesterday.
Honorable
That we could not
Mr.
call people
Speaker.
who are not in this house, sir. You ruled yesterday.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Damlal, just 1 second. I don't know if I heard incorrectly. The Honorable Member raised a publication and she mentioned who, and she asked a question. And we can get the transcript which I'm asking for. If it's derogatory, I will allow a member who will, Honorable Member, Ms. Manichan. Honorable Member, Mr. Damlal, I'm starting your clock at 12:23:06. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listen attentively. Mr. Speaker, there's a fancy word called cative. I will not say who cative is, but I will look in the direction of Catiyus. The diatribe that was expressed over the last 35 minutes from someone who proclaims to be an element of greater society, but all we have listened to, Mr. Speaker, is a rogue in our society. That is what we have listened to. Someone who has come to the Parliament, prancing around, puffing their chest, sounding very sophisticated, but in fact is a pseudo-intellectual. That is what they are. They have no place in a moral society because all their acts when they were in government was based on moral perversion. That is the same person who till this day cannot find the fourth Russian. That is the same person who has come here to denigrate public servants. Harry Gill was a staff of the Ministry of Education prior to 2015, when that was that document was compiled, produced. They speak glowingly of their track record, Mr. Speaker, but that is the same person who gave millions of dollars to their own, from our own ministry, to their own private company. That is corruption to the highest order, and there is evidence of it. Of course, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, they will speak of GT&T's monopoly, but what they have refused to tell the people under Desmond Hoyt in the PNC, that is when that monopoly was birthed. And when the PPP came into office, when Dr. Ali came back into office, that monopoly was broken And 2 months after we took office in 2020, liberalization took place in our country. That is how a democracy works. So coming here and speaking as though no one knows what took place during your time, I must say, Kati is a caitiff. That is the same person whose family's address was used during the signing of the production sharing agreement between Exxon and the government. The same person. That was the same person whose governments had a signing bonus of 18 million US that until to this day, we have no clue where it is. That is the same person in whose party one of its former leaders' wife was the witness to that PSA agreement. And they speak about corruption in our country just moments after. That is one of the persons who went publicly to say that 33 is not the majority of 65. That is the kind of people who come here and they make all these glib statements, but in fact, all they are, I don't know if this is a parliamentary term, Mr. Speaker, but all they are crooks in suits. Crooks in suits.
Honorable Minister, please withdraw. Yes. And if you have any doubt about the parliament, a word, don't use it.
Mr. Speaker, I was asking if I could have said so, but thank you very much for saying it. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, why is it that we have this massive budget? And we are actually very proud of this massive budget. You know why? Because we went around this country meeting thousands of people. Thousands of people. The last record in the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, just between the last budget to the presentation of Dr. Singh, we have done over 2,000 meetings across this country. Right? Minister Todd spoke about himself alone doing more meetings in Region 10 than the entire combined opposition, except Schuman, of course. So we are here to represent the ambition of the people of this country. We are not here to hold back and deny people opportunities. More money is going to be spent, more people are going to make money. There will be more money in the pockets of poor people of this country. And that is what APNU is scared of. Every single village in this country will have intervention from budget 2022 put together by Dr. Ashni Singh and the thousands, 40,000 public servants. The 31 of you there, you are denying the integrity of the 40,000 public servants who put this budget together. When you come here, never contributed to it. As a matter of fact, some of you have been representing that you were not consulted. Some of you were representing that the regional chairman of Region 4 was not consulted. You know, when we were doing the budget consultation for our sector, where the Region 4 chairman was? He was cussing the US ambassador and the US government in New York, in Brooklyn. That is where he was. That is why they couldn't participate, because they were somewhere else discussing other people's business. They were not discussing their own business. And as a matter of fact, for Nemo's Fulu's case, in 2020 and 2021, in her own village, when PNC and APNU could not do a single street, we did 3 streets in Maka. 3 streets in Maka, including, tell them Nemo Flu, including Barnum Boulevard. They couldn't even do Barnum's Boulevard. We did it. So then they come here, Mr. Speaker, and they're not representing the people of Region 4, you know. This year, the budget of Region 4 is the biggest ever, even when they were in government. It is almost $1 billion more. But you know what they come here to say? That the regional chairman got $3 million. That is what they're representing. But actually, they are leaders of your own party that called me to say that the Region 4 chairman was not doing justice to the people of Region 4. So they say, Nigel, you focus on working in the villages. That 3 million that they're fighting for, it was for a conference that they put together. And guess who was going to get the catering and the hosting for the conference? One of their cronies in the media. That is what they are fighting for. $3 million for the budget of the regional chairman of Region 4, rather than supporting the $1 billion increase that we've given to the people of Region 4. It is shame is probably a non-parliamentary term, but I think shameless is not. And that is what the people of APNU AFC.
Honorable member, it is on parliamentary again. Please. You're going good without trying to use those adjectives.
So, Mr. Chairman, sorry that I used that word. But could I, Mr. Chairman, use a synonym? Could I say that it is Annette Ferguson? Could I say Annette Ferguson then, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we are at this point is because people trust us. This very amphitheater is one of the tools where that process of trust building began. This is also one of the places where people totally lost trust in the APNU AFC. This here is where the recount was done. This here is where the results were tabulated. And the PPPC won the elections handsomely. This is where President Ali was also sworn in, and our Attorney General, and our Vice President, and of course our Minister of Governance, and as a matter of fact, all of us members of the Cabinet. This here is the symbol of democracy in our country, and I am happy that our Speaker has us here in Parliament. Mr. Chairman, trust is very important. But how can people trust the APNUFC when all that they have done, they have been fibbing for 5 years? What have they done? How can you be trustworthy when you're not competent? How can you be trustworthy when you're not competent? What have they done in 5 years to prove that they are competent? If they were competent, they would have been in government. I say no more. If they were competent, they would have been in government. If someone is competent, Mr. Speaker, they would not be moving from ministry to ministry like Annette Ferguson. All right? They would not be hopscotching from ministry to ministry. You know why? Because President Granger had no confidence in Annette Ferguson. But how can you be confident? How can you be confident in someone who's campaigning in a cemetery? How can you be confident? So, Mr. Speaker, there's also this issue of credibility, and the mere fact that we are standing here as a government, presenting a budget on behalf of the people of this country, shows that people see us as credible leaders. But how can you accept the 31 APNU AFC members of Parliament as credible leaders? Well, it's starting now because, you know, as we are in that, Honorable Ramson, as we are in that, this same sanctified body called the Dome of the Arthur Chung Conference Center. This here is also the place where the opposition leader of PNC was driven out. This same place. You know why? Because here is where the divine things happen, not the sanctimonious things that you do across there. And the sanctimonious people that you pretend to be. A set of pretentious people you are, all of you. A set of pretentious people. You know, you listen to no one, but you come here and make all kinds of false pronouncements. This old mantra that you have of corruption and discrimination, Let us go into your history. It is globally documented that the PNC is a racist party. It is globally documented. Since 1973, it has been documented. It was in WikiLeaks. The PNC is a racist party. And naturally, you will have nothing else to say. You can't go into the villages and speak about development because you've done nothing. You can't go into the villages and speak about your track record, but you do nothing. Of course, Ferguson can go to a cemetery in Charity and speak of her track record. That is what Ferguson did. And at Ferguson, people of Guyana went to Charity on the Essequibo Coast and spoke at a funeral and asked a dead man to vote for APNO. All right? And forgot his name too. Turn up to the people in funeral, Brother Raymond funeral, and call him Brother James. Right? Brother Raymond, yeah. So I don't understand, you know. 31 rabble rousers are trying to change the course of this country. No, we're not going to allow it. We will never be bullied again. Never be bullied. This is the wrong team you're trying to bully. We are not going to be bullied. So please, sing that in. We're not going to be bullied. Then, Mr. Speaker, the person who's coming after me is fighting to be the opposition leader. Yeah. That person, a senior counsel, a senior counsel in this country, fighting to be the opposition leader of. And guess what? He contested to be the chairman of the PNC. He got 200 and something votes, and a guy who works at a mortuary got 400 and something votes. The chairman of the PNC, Mr. Speaker, I went to President's College, right in the first batch. They like to speak about it as Burnham School. I had the personal satisfaction of meeting Burnham. Many of them never did. I met him in person. And you know what? And I always remember his posture. He was sitting in the common room. And then I think his PA then was, his ADC was Walton, Honorable Prime Minister. And all I remember Burnham doing, plaiting his feet, and he made a sign like this to Walton. And then Walton turned up with a pack and opened it and lit a cigar in front of all of us. We were 11 years old in the President's College. But look, he is held in such esteem by some people. And look what his party has come to. Look what his party has come to. The chairman of his party used to work at a mortuary. The vice chairman of Burnham's party, as a regional engineer of Region 5 GWI, they built an office that was estimated at 12 million Guyana dollars. When we counted, it was 72 million and still not yet complete. Wow. Shame. Well, I can't say shame again. I have to say Annette Ferguson again. Now look at the part.
In spite of what we may think of, you still have to use honorable.
Okay, Honorable Annette Ferguson. So, Mr. Chairman, to use a phrase of my colleague, Dr. Ashni Singh, the high point, the piece de resistance. Of the APNU AFC government in community development is the construction of a Tennessee in the middle of Georgetown for $1.6 billion. Right? That is their peace, their resistance. That is what they have to show the people of Georgetown. But you know what we are doing, Mr. Speaker? Last year, President Ali decided that he was going to put money into our budget to rebuild the City Hall. The PPPC government is restoring the City Hall. This year, we are spending an additional $400 million towards the restoration of City Hall. And then you know what? They tell us we're not putting money into the city. They tell us we're not putting money into the city. Actually, the last government gave the city 65 million, and they used 11 million to buy a vehicle for overage. What? Yeah, that is what they use the money for. They put it towards restoration. They put it towards cleaning Georgetown. As a matter of fact, I have in my office, Mr. Speaker, 2 documents sent to me by lawyers. The APNU AFC, and I will give it to you, Mr. Speaker, so I'll call the name. They owe Chung Global $580 million in Georgetown for the cleanup. You know what else they did? Because I don't know if I could also use this word, but there's a vulgar attempt that they have done to politicize the debt of some people.
You can't use that word.
They have politicized the debts of some people. Honorable Gita Chandan, who used to be a PYU, then AFC, now PNC, creature vice chair, general secretary. Then back to PPP. There's always space. We are a very loving party and we forgive. The family of Cromewing, the last government owed that family $40 million. $40 million. And every day those people badger me about the disservice that the last government did to them. And those people come to our parliament preaching, but then the Barbadian ambassador, what did he say? Sanctimonious gangsters. That is who you are. That is who you are, John Beale. Sanctimonious gangsters. So I am terrified that Burnham's party is now run by a mortician and not by a senior counsel. What a brilliant man is Burnham, a senior counsel in his own. All right. But and guess what, Mr. Speaker? The man who is now leading his party is probably the most racist person in this country. Or he is the most racist person in this country. All right? And I was hopeful. I was told, Shara Duncan told me that Honorable Shara Duncan told me that Norton was going to come to Parliament yesterday, so I brought a turkey feather. But I didn't see him turn up because I wanted to light my turkey feather. All right? So I agree with Mr. Granger. I agree with Mr. Granger. Norton is a disservice to Burnham. And Norton really should not be the leader of the PNC. Actually, they're so confused. Someone from Golden Grove, the village that I spent 5 years of my life in, that Honorable Ferguson, Ferguson has not gone to for a long time. They went. Whilst we were having the debate here, Mr. Chairman, Norton was in Golden Grove sharing flyers. And one of the flyers said that the PNC wanted $125,000 as the minimum wage. Look, Brother James is saying the same thing. But guess what? Ramjatan came here, AFC, but he said 100,000. But they're not anymore the coalition. They are the APNU AFC coalition. That is what they are. They're the coalition. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people would like for me to say too that we believe in democracy, we believe in people's choices. We believe that for our country to continue to evolve, for development to come flowingly to our people, that we must have local government elections. We are going to have local government elections this year. We have budgeted billions of dollars for local government elections, and we are going to have local government this year. However, I've read in the online news 2 days ago that the APNU AFC GCOM commissioners, they have put some effort towards stymieing the conduct of local government elections this year. So you know why they don't want local government elections this year? because they're not sure if they're going to contest as APNU, AFC, or PNC. So that is, you are in a quandary. The PNC is in a quandary right now. Because, so they have, now they are threatening the conduct of local government elections. But Madam Teixeira will speak more about that. We have budgeted billions of dollars for GCOM, in excess of 4.1 billion, and local government elections is on the card for the government during the course of this year. Actually, I noticed they've asked me a question on local government elections, but I want to make some revelations, Mr. Speaker. One of their MPs and one of the leaders, the EXCO member, an EXCO member of the PNC called me and said that we are happy that the government, or, well, they said y'all, right? They said y'all didn't have elections for chair and vice chair at the end of the year, and they were grateful for the directive of the Attorney General. So I asked why, and they said there are some constituencies that we are fearful of losing. So they want to remain that way until, for the next few months. They were scared of losing some of their NDCs. But you know what? Come local government elections, you're going to lose a lot of NDCs. You're going to lose more constituencies. You will lose more constituencies. All right? But here what? They are accustomed. Losing has become legendary in the AP and UFC. They have lost the no confidence motion. They lost the 2016 local government elections. They lost the 2018. They lost the 2020. And by the way, the person who is going to come to speak after me is supposed to be their legal guru. But every single case on the Constitution. But AG, Honorable AG, Mr. Speaker, could I ask him? If you are supposed to be like a constitutional lawyer, you're supposed to know the Constitution? But he has lost all the cases to our AG. All the constitutional cases, Roysdale Ford lost, Honorable Member, to the Honorable AG. So, and also the former Attorney General, the wise Basil Williams, you know. So, Mr. Speaker, corruption stalked our land for too long. Corruption stalked our land for too long. And the people, I can go one by one. One of them stole 5 million on the sled. And you know what he bought? A white BMW in Linden. Not pigs, BMW. And you know what? Well, I don't have to repeat. I just hope that the Guyana police force, they're listening. I hope SOCO listening. The barber chairs, imagine. Nearly $5 million in barber chairs. There is one, I wouldn't call Vincent Henry's name, but the one in Region 9, $163 million passed through his hands. Right? He buy a ranch. He buy a ranch. But I just hope. Alright? It's Kazakh? Yeah, Kazakh. 163 million. Then there is my good friend. Right? There is my good friend. You know, she got a house lot, Mr. Speaker. And when she started to build the house, she realized the house is bigger than the land. So she gave herself 3 more house lots. 3 more house lots she gave herself. Right in Eccles. The second biggest building in Eccles belongs to her. After the mall. Alright? The second biggest building. And then they can come here and preach about the Bible. That is what it's come and preach about. Alright? But God don't sleep. God don't sleep. And I know the Lord. God don't sleep. Some people think they can come and hide and lie, you know. So then Mr. Speaker, the other day, one of them, you know, whilst he was speaking, he realized he was running out of things to say, so he started to mash brakes. But you know, that person, Mr. Speaker, is a billionaire. 5,000 firearm licenses at $1 million is $5 billion. That's 25 million US. And you know what? You all remember the story? 5 million transferred to a Citibank account in the US. And you know what else? Started a securities firm and they were given that security firm almost twice as much the daily rate as the other security firms. And you know what else they invested the money in? A private hospital. I'll tell you all the name later. All right, but I wouldn't look in Ramjatan direction. I would not look. Then I can't speak about the cative. I just spoke about her pseudo-intellectualism. But the raucous way that they stole money from... You know why they're scared of this big budget? And why they're upset about it? Because they can't get money to thief. All right? They can't get any money to thief.
Honorable member reference to thieving and stealing and stolen are all.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the word thief and the tour de force. The tour de force. The tour de force of the AP and UAFC, you know, that's their skill. Tour de force means skill, right, Brother James? Their pilfering in 5 years has been legendary. Over $1 trillion can be converted into public development in our country. They spent over $1.3 trillion. 1.4, I stand corrected. And what do they have to show for it? And these are the people who come to the Parliament, the 31 of them, and they come here and try to preach to us about what we must do. There is one of them who will not speak today, but he has signed away all, you know, the amount of money that he has. Only a few days ago, I was driving up the East Coast by Golden Grove, and in a few months, this monstrosity just grew out of the ground. Right? A monstrosity just grew out of the ground. But he can't give evidence anymore because he can't talk. But I wouldn't call name again. But y'all know what I'm saying. Every village is going to be in this budget. And you should not be ashamed. You should not be ashamed. Because, again, that is who you are. Your tour de force is pilfering. Your tour de force is taking other people's money and converting it to your own use. That is what you have done for 5 years in our country.
Honorable Minister, we will need an extension for you. And again, pilfering, thieving, we can't accuse honorable members of those things.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but there are matters in court.
Honorable Minister, I still need to get the motion for the extension. That is on parliamentary too. Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson, if you're going to insist, we're going to have to ask that you leave the chamber, right? Okay. Honorable Minister Teixeira.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude. And maybe the honourable member could say sticky fingers instead of pilfering.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are members of the opposition and some of their upper echelon, members of their upper echelon, who are before the court for corruption. Some are also before the court for stealing elections. There is one who has not yet gotten to court, Mr. Chairman, who converted a bed sheet to their own use and probably gave it to Mingo to prepare the spreadsheet. All right, but Mingo is before the court as well. Yep. A former minister of government is before the court for billions of dollars in corruption. And you know what You know why, Mr. Chairman? Because of state capture. They had two modes of operandi in their pursuit of governance: state capture and client politics. That is the modus operandi of the last government. But we have a lot of work to do, Mr. Chairman. In the local government regional development sector, in addition to the overseer responsibilities that we have over $71 billion that we have to spend in our villages. We have to clean up our country. Unfortunately, the mayor of Georgetown and not the opposition leader, but the leader of the PNC they do not want us to clean up Guyana. I can report that the mayor and deputy mayor of Linden, they came out in support. Right now, the people in Port Maiconi, they are cleaning with us. Every single area of our country, we are cleaning. And we are going to put more money to transform this country. We are putting $5 billion to community infrastructure. We are putting $714 million to provide greater support to our local democratic organs all across our country. Something that the last government never did, you know. And they speak about how they were working. Well, by the way, the staff of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, you know what they told me? They have never seen the former minister in 5 years, some of them. He has never even gone down to the back of the building in 5 years. So what do you think will happen on the ground? That is why, at no loss, you have no relations with poor people on the ground. And of course, my friend Royce Ford, honorable member whom I know since the 90s on the tarmac of the University of Guyana, I was shocked though, Royce Ford, honorable member, that you only got 200 and something votes in this big PNC party that has 217,000 voters. I was shocked for you. And you weren't here, but I was also very shocked for you and disappointed that a mortician beat you to the chairmanship of the PNC. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of work to do. We are going to be converting our villages. We have a lot of investments to make. Thousands of people are going to be employed. As a matter of fact, within our sector alone, in the last 18 months, we have had over 7,000 persons employed. And this year, we are going to employ more people. As the MP responsible for Region 2, I'm happy that the Honorable Minister of Finance did mention that we are going to have some shrewd investments in Region 2 to employ hundreds of young people. That the Minister of Agriculture also has a plethora of investments. The public works that we're going to be doing is not just about spending money, you know. People are going to get jobs. The housing development, people are going to get jobs. My friend Pandit Dinesh Jaiprasad across there, when I was in Port Morant, you know what he did, Honorable Susan? He commended our government and you specifically for the work you have done, giving them street lights and doing roads in his constituency. And then they come here in the Parliament, and you know what, they got to bite their tongues. Mr. Chairman, finally, before I close, when I listened to the Honorable Katiyu spoke, I was wondering, you know, some of them were saying that there is a problem of fish catch in our country. But the moments whilst that former the person was speaking, and you listen to the noise, you would have thought that all the fishes out of the Atlantic Ocean, the Bangameri, the Kwakwari, all over the side. You know, so Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to be part of this process of contributing to the successful passage of Budget 2022. The ambition of the people of our country can be finally realized. 2020, President Ali charted the course. 2021, the platform was laid. 2022, we are launching. And we would like all Guyana to be on board with us as we continue to work towards the development and prosperity of our country. I thank you very much, and I do look forward to the free passage of this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister of Local Government, the Honorable Nigel Damrell. Honorable member, this is a good time for us to take the suspension.
Foreign places talk about taking over. We ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no more. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, before we resume with the next contributor, the first session today, we had the use of a lot of parliamentary language. I just want to read about 4 lines from this document, which I've had circulated almost every budget debate. And I quote, it says, on parliamentary expressions, propriety and decency and good taste require that a member should not use ironical, derogatory, or unbecoming words of expression while speaking. There are certain words and expressions that have been held to be unparliamentary or objectionable or otherwise not in good taste, such as blackmailers, black marketers, buffoons, bullies, cheats, monkeys, monsters, scoundrel, rogues. So I don't want to go on and on. So please, could we follow the example set by the Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security or earlier in this debate that seemed to have brought back a lot of respect in the House and for the House. With this, our Hansard division is still looking at the transcript of the last few minutes of the speech by the Honorable Member Ms. Hughes. As soon as I get that, I will deal with it. There are 2 things we're looking at there, ashamed and the type of reference used to a former member of staff of the Ministry of Education. With this, honorable member, I now invite the honorable member, Mr. Roysdale Ford, to make his Roysdale Ford Senior Counsel to make his contribution at 2:23.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for permitting me this afternoon to make my contribution to this debate. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join the members of the National Assembly on this side of the House in the examination and dissection of the 2022 estimates and expenditure. But Mr. Speaker, the last presentation before we broke for lunch was delivered by the Honorable Nigel Dharamlal. Mr. Speaker, his presentation epitomizes the problems of this government. Mr. Speaker, like a broken pencil, his presentation is without a point. Mr. Speaker, whilst his presentation was being delivered by the honorable member, on social media, one Kurt Campbell commented on its content, and I'll just say 4 words from it, Mr. Speaker. You make me sick. Mr. Speaker, the budget presentation by the Honorable Senior Minister, Dr. Ashley Singh, is a budget that will make this nation sick. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Nigel Dharamlal spent some time speaking about credible leaders and credible leadership. But Mr. Speaker, the track record of this government and the track record of that honorable member has been one that would have made parents sick in this country, in the hinterland regions, would have made children sick, would have made daughters sick. Mr. Speaker, the budget presentation delivered by the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance is entitled Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. This budget fails to provide a blueprint for a better Guyana and an equitable distribution of the resources and is short on substance. The budget unashamedly skews the opportunity to the few and increases the burden on the many. Mr. Speaker, the citizens have witnessed and experienced a rapid deterioration of the social and economic conditions over the last year, propelling and significantly worsening the economic and social decay of the country has been the inept, abysmal handling of the worst public health crisis of our country has experienced in a century. The evidence of the incompetence and the degree of risk that the People's Progressive Party constitutes in relation to the welfare and well-being of the Guyanese people can be gleaned from the dreadful reports of poor care of COVID-19 patients at medical institutions, the acquisition of vaccines not approved by the World Health Organization, the alarming spread of the virus throughout the country, the lax enforcement of COVID-19 guidelines, and most of all, the staggering number of deaths and the pain and loss, grief, and broken families left in its wake. Whilst the Guyanese people were left to meander this dreadful existence, the People's Progressive Party and my friends on the other side fettered and exhaled in Dubai. The mismanagement of the COVID-19 crisis affected the educational sector. Over 1,000 public pupils, according to the Ministry of Education, dropped out of school by August 2021. The cost of living, according to the Bureau of Statistics, has increased by 14% for the first 7 months of 2021. The Bureau of Statistics have also informed that general living costs increased by 5.4%. This increase in food prices has affected poverty levels, household income, and children's schooling. This has increased the burden of the family, particularly many parents, single-parent families led by women. Women and children are therefore disproportionately affected by the high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, these are the challenges that the Guyanese people face. These are the challenges that the Guyanese people will face after this budget. There are no solutions to these challenges in this budget. Mr. Speaker, like the previous budgets presented by the senior minister in the 12th Parliament, this budget goes further in ensuring, guaranteeing, and cementing the building of one Guyana of the haves and one Guyana of the have-nots. perhaps the single and most pervasive and devastating hardship which has been imposed on the Guyanese people since the installation of the People's Progressive Party has been the backward, offensive, harsh and cruel economic policies and the consequences of such policies. The consequences of the incompetent policies of the People's Progressive Party and the refusal to adopt the Village Renewal Program as proposed by the Trade Union Congress will be the inability of the population in the villages and rural areas to cope with the ever-increasing high cost of living, rising inflation, rising unemployment levels, hunger and social ills, increased use of alcohol, drugs, more crime and suicide, unstable families, and the vulnerabilities of the aged, women, and children. The Guyana Trade Unions Congress recommended to this regime that $25 million be set aside for 70 villages for job creation, poultry rearing, cash crops, cattle rearing, computer training, dressmaking, and similar activities. This would have cost about 1/3 of 1% of the budget, Mr. Speaker. We in the Partnership of National Unity and the Alliance to Change support this call. And as a government, we will have made this disbursement to the benefit of the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the government is oppressive, heartless, and insensitive. The reality is that the Guyanese people are punishing. The People's Progressive Party and Irfan Ali are cruel and insensitive. Let us examine.
Honorable Member, you will have to withdraw that comment about His Excellency President.
Let us examine what was the real income of the Guyanese labor force in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the nominal monthly income can be gleaned from the Guyana Labor Force Survey, which is published quarterly by the Bureau of Statistics. At the end of the second quarter of 2021, the salaried workers, whether public or private sector, received around $94,810 monthly, and that of the self-employed was reported as $71,681. The pre-budget figures were adjusted for the 7% increase of the last quarter of 2021, which would be for salaried workers in the public sector, raising it to $101,446.70. But the government gave a 7% increase to the salaried public servants. But the net effect, Mr. Speaker, was a 5% increase in disposable income after NIS and taxes. This increase was applied to all incomes on the assumption that the government and the private sector pay the same wages. And I am being generous, Mr. Speaker, because the private sector and private sector wages are not necessarily better than the public sector wages. Before the 2022 budget, the salaried workers had about 1,168 Guyana dollars per month to live on after buying food and paying and keep a roof over their heads. For a household of 4, that meant that each person had a real income of $9.73 or US 5 cents to live on per day each day. The circumstances of the self-employed were more desperate, for they did not even have enough money to buy food or keep a roof over their heads. Mr. Speaker, the 2022 budget has changed nothing. The increase in the tax exemption raised to $75,000 per month in 2022 budget has resulted in a monthly disposable income of the salaried worker of $90,574. It does not change for the self-employed. This meant that salary workers got an increase in real income of 2,617 Guyana dollars. This translates into $21.29, or about 6 US cents per day for each member of a family of 4. The net change from the pre-budget income is $10, $10, Mr. Speaker, or 2 US cents per day. Again, the self-employed is left in a horrible position. Mr. Speaker, this is therefore nothing than a $10 budget, a US 2 cents budget. This is nothing more than a US 2 cents budget for a household of 4. This economy, Mr. Speaker, is not working for the ordinary people of Guyana. Despite the regime's effort to place its hand on the Natural Resource Fund and to spend monies in the Natural Resource Fund without identifying its specific purpose,
It is clear that it is not meant to improve the lives of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, it is also manifest that it is not being spent to reduce poverty. In a budget of $556 billion, of which $126 billion came from the Natural Resource Fund, all the average family has received is a $10 coin, the equivalent of US 2 cents per day. Is this the family, Mr. Speaker, that is now in possession of this $10 coin, that can buy a car to drive on the highways to which this budget alludes? Is it this family, Mr. Speaker, that is now in possession of a $10 coin that must benefit from the $15 million mortgage arrangement that this budget alludes? These families, Mr. Speaker, with the extra $10 are left behind and left out. These families are unable to comfortably pay basic bills, purchase basic food items. They're unable to live a basic lifestyle. They're unable to provide basic amenities for their children. They're unable to save for the future. This budget leaves these families to stand steadfastly alone against these challenges. These families are left to fend for themselves. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is wholly anti-family. This budget, Mr. Speaker, has given the small man nothing, nothing to survive on, nothing to live on, nothing to hope for. Mr. Speaker, I spoke of how earlier disconnected these people are from reality, and I've had occasion to draw to this House attention. In paragraph 6.7 of the budget speech, the minister stated, and I quote, "We gave a commitment to reverse the punitive taxes that were implemented by the APNU AFC once we returned to office. One such tax that was implemented was a 2% withholding tax on resident contractors," end of quote. Even though we use the word implemented, Mr. Speaker, this would potentially convey the impression that by this statement, that the tax was the creation of the APNU AFC. I just want the people of this country to know that this issue came into being in 1996, and to emphasize their intentions, the PPP updated it in 2003. They're behaving as if the also onerous VAT was the creation of the APNU AFC. The PPPC created the 16% VAT. The APNU AFC reduced it to 14%. Let me make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that we of our Partnership for National Unity AFC will remove the personal income tax altogether. We want the Guyanese people to be in control of their lives and not the government. The proper way you can invest and take care of your family in the context of this country today, Mr. Speaker, is by the removal of the personal income tax. The proper way to control inflation is to remove the personal income tax so to allow the Guyanese people to invest and produce more goods and services for this country. Mr. Speaker, last year, the Guyana Trade Unions Congress specifically requested that careful attention be paid to the National Insurance Scheme. This year, they've repeated that request again. Again, Mr. Speaker, no attention has been paid to the National Insurance Scheme. The regime has failed to invest in the National Insurance Scheme over the years it had previously been in office. As a matter of priority, Mr. Speaker, the monies in the Natural Resource Fund should have been allocated to a truly national institution, the National Insurance Scheme. The senior minister was the chairman of the Cooperative Finances Administration, which had to approve investments made by the National Insurance Scheme, and did improve those investments of over $6 billion in the Colonial Life Insurance Company, CLICO. Mr. Speaker, the senior minister was the Minister of Finance who had responsibility for the National Insurance Scheme, and he allowed the funds of the National Insurance Scheme to be plundered. The investment failed, leaving beneficiaries of the National Insurance Scheme suffering terribly. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you're now imputing that the senior minister of finance who presented this budget allowed for the plundering of the National Insurance Scheme, right? I wouldn't allow that.
He presided over it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the senior minister should consider it his moral and legal responsibility to ensure that the National Insurance Scheme receive the necessary and required funds from the Natural Resource Fund, which would guarantee the long-term viability of the National Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, the National Insurance Scheme is critical to the long-term welfare of the Guyanese people. The senior minister himself at paragraph 4.216 of the budget speech stated, and I quote, "The scheme faces serious challenges regarding its long-term viability," end of quote. This budget is steadfast against all challenges, but the budget has absolutely provided no solution to this challenge. We of the Partnership of National Unity understand that among the challenges facing the Guyanese people and the working people of Guyana is the weakened national insurance scheme, as weakened and plundered by this government. Under the Partnership of National Unity, the funds in the National Resource Fund would have been used to eliminate the deficiencies in the scheme, to strengthen the scheme, and to provide improved benefits for the Guyanese people. The strengthening of the NIS scheme by our party, Mr. Speaker, would have represented a continuation of our commitment to the working people of Guyana, as evidenced by our signing in September 2016 of a debenture of over $5.6 billion to repay the National Insurance Scheme for the losses suffered in 2009 under the PPPC when the Colonial Life Insurance Company collapsed. Mr. Speaker, the senior minister, paragraph 4.214 of the budget speech, stated that at the end of 2020, the regime mandated the board to address the long-standing administrative problems, and that much has been achieved since then. Mr. Speaker, what has been achieved since then is the continuation of the plunder of the scheme. What has been achieved since then, Mr. Speaker, has been the allocation of resources to mothers and families of members of the PPP sitting government who would have been entitled and receiving monies for which they do not have the necessary contributions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, am I hearing you correctly that people are getting contributions that are not qualified for it? That's what. Could you produce the evidence to me, please?
Mr. Speaker, I undertake the latest Monday morning to produce the documentation which would indicate, Mr. Speaker, that $1.5 million, almost $2 million, would have been paid to the mother of a member of the government. She did not have the necessary contributions. The NIS board met and decided illegally, in my view, to still make that payment, Mr. Speaker. And I produce it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Again, illegally, in your view, and now the action of the board who can represent themselves here, right, is called into question. Monday, you'll present the particular reference for me, please.
Mr. Speaker, the statement that the governance architecture of the senior minister regime is, I quote, is based firmly on inclusivity, participation, accountability, and rule of law is a glaring example of the fundamental diversion from reality and truth. Since the installation of the People's Progressive Party on the 2nd of August 2020, Guyana has descended into a state of disarray. Guyana is currently an undemocratic, oppressive petro republic. Mr. Speaker, while the regime has for propaganda purposes clearly dubbed and referred to this country as the Dubai of the Caribbean, it has publicly embraced Kazakhstan as the model of governance. Mr. Speaker, this budget is designed to replicate the Kazakhstan model. Mr. Speaker, like in Kazakhstan, the People's Progressive Party's civic, governance, and economic policies have seen accelerated inflation, poor access to public services, a small, wealthy elite, income inequality, and economic hardships. The Guyanese people are under attack by a series of labor violations, which are aimed at the working people who have perceived to be supporters of the opposition and trade unions that represent these workers. Mr. Speaker, the senior minister's regime has a sordid track record of failing to engage in consultations and in rejecting inclusivity and accountability. Mr. Speaker, whilst the failure to consult is a characteristic of this regime, This budget is seminal, Mr. Speaker, in its signification of a lack of consultation, both in its process and its content. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because this budget is being financed by funds in the Natural Resource Fund. The Natural Resource Fund has been raided and looted, Mr. Speaker, by this regime as a result of a bill.
I cannot allow raided and looting. Right?
Mr. Speaker, the Natural Resource Fund has been pillaged. The funds have been acquired, depleted, taken under acquisition by a process that is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. As a result of the bill purportedly passed with virtually no notice and no consultation. Mr. Speaker, the regime has refused to meet with the Guyana Public Service Union as required by the extant collective labor agreement between the union and the government. This regime has refused to grant livable wages and salaries for the public service and attendant agencies and organizations. They refuse to engage in consultation with the Guyana Teachers Union. They refuse to grant livable wages for the teachers and for allowances for additional qualification for teachers. They refuse to constitute, Mr. Speaker, the police, the public, judicial and teaching service commissions. The life of the Teaching Service Commission has expired in February 2021. The consequence of this, Mr. Speaker, is that no teacher can be promoted. Legitimate expectations of promotions are dashed. After the most recent industrial action undertaken by teachers in response to the oppressive COVID-19 guidelines imposed by this regime, the regime unilaterally withdrew from a provision in the collective labor agreement which established a committee comprising of representatives of the Teachers Union and the Ministry of Education to identify suitable teachers to be recipients of scholarships and duty-free concessions. Mr. Speaker, this regime has promoted and encouraged the partisan functioning of the Trade Union Recognition and Certification Board. In respect of the Trade Union Recognition and Certification Board, the regime has supported an illegal election and the subsequent issuance of a certificate of recognition from the Union of Agricultural and Allied Workers Union to the regime-associated Guyana Agricultural and Workers Union. They have terminated the recognition agreement between Serious Taxi and the Guyana Bauxite and General Workers Union, Mr. Speaker. This regime refuses to cause the Minister of Labor, Koko Kojo, to bring the Bauxite Company and the General Bauxite Union and the General Workers Union together to address the issue of the incorrect calculation of workers' termination payments. Mr. Speaker, the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, is itself under attack by this regime. One of the major features of any PPP civic party governance, Mr. Speaker, in this country has always been extrajudicial killings. Whilst the president in September last year denied that extrajudicial killings had ever taken place on any PPP.
I'll cut you again there with references to His Excellency, the President.
Mr. Speaker, whilst the President, the former Minister of Housing, in September last year would have denied that extrajudicial killings had ever occurred under PPPC regime, the facts are well known, well documented, and point to the contrary. Between August 2020 and the present time, the following persons were extrajudicially killed: Sherwin Philly, the 29th of January 2021, Peter Headley, the 11th of May 2021, Owen Boston, the 15th of September 2021. Mr. Speaker, the very act of extrajudicial killings would be contrary to the Constitution of Guyana, its spirit and its ethos. Article 197A4 of the Constitution states that the police force established under the Police Act shall function in accordance with law as a law enforcement agency of the state, responding to the daily needs to maintain order and order by suppressing crime to ensure citizens are safe in their homes, the streets, and other places, end of quote. Rather than the Guyana Police Force protecting Owen Boston safely in his house, the Guyana Police Force, by its officers, shot and killed him in his home.
Mr. Speaker, the member is speaking about a matter that is sub judice. The matter is in court. There are proceedings filed in relation to...
Honorable Senior Counsel, the observation made by the Honorable Attorney General to me is in order. The matter is in court, and I urge that you not pronounce on it at this time.
Mr. Speaker, the objection by the Attorney General is without merit. I bow to the ruling of the court, I bow to the ruling of the Speaker, but I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, that the DPP has charged for manslaughter.
Honorable Senior Counsel, and I bow to you, a charge is not a conviction. If you say it's
Mr. Speaker, I never said anyone was convicted.
So
I said that a policeman shot Mr. Boston.
Please let
the
us
DPP has done the
stay
same
away
thing
from this case in court. Thank you.
Rather than Guyana Police Force protecting Owen Boston safely in his home, he was shot in his home on his bed next to his wife. Mr. Speaker, without explanation, months and months rolled by without a word from the Guyana Police Force. Maybe the Honorable Attorney General wishes to object to that also. The eventual institution of a charge of manslaughter against a policeman who allegedly would have shot and killed this man is not only an insult to the Boston family, but is a national embarrassment and disgrace. Mr. Speaker, what they want me not to say is what I have to say, and that we have returned to the dark days under the PPP civic regime. Guyanese under the PPP civic government, Mr. Speaker, have experienced not only the return of execution-style killings, but the rise of execution-style killings. This evidences the collapse of law and order and the rule of law. Between the 2nd of August 2020 and the 1st of September 2021, 12 persons were killed in execution-style killings. 12 persons. Still unresolved to the satisfaction of the Guyanese people and to the satisfaction of the families are the gruesome killings of the Henry Boys and Harry Singh. Despite statements made by the head of that administration sitting in front of us that he will leave no stone unturned to find the killers or to bring them to justice, to date this has not effectively happened to the satisfaction of all concerned. Mr. Speaker, the regime's utter disregard for the Constitution is manifest in its strident refusal to engage in the necessary consultations to ensure the confirmation of the Chancellor and Chief Justice of the Judiciary of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, despite calls from the judges of the Caribbean Court of Justice, including its president, the regime refuses to consult on the ground that it must be recognized. They say that it needs to be recognized. But the international community has begun to recognize and realize that this is the same dictatorial bunch from times past. Any consideration, Mr. Speaker, and I say this clearly, Mr. Speaker, any consideration on the Constitution of the Judicial Service Commission must commence with consultations which lead to the confirmation of the Chancellor and the Chief Justice. They say that they have the highest respect for the constitutional independence of the judiciary. This is in the budget speech of the distinguished senior minister. Mr. Speaker, the regime has sought to undermine the constitutional independence of the judiciary by seeking to control their financial independence and autonomy. By Article 198 of the Constitution, both the Chancellor and the Chief Justice are members of the Judicial Service Commission, with the Chancellor being the chairman, Mr. Speaker. The regime's assault on the constitutional agencies and bodies, whether by seeking to demolish their financial independence as guaranteed by the Constitution on one hand, or on the other hand, to stultify the work of the commissions, particularly in the case of the Police Service Commission, were stoutly rebuffed by courts in judgments delivered by the courts. These attacks on the constitutional agencies represented serious attacks on the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see Mr. Dharamlal, Honorable Member Dharamlal, has returned to the House. But I recall him voting, Mr. Speaker, according to the Hansard, in support of a Fiscal Management Accountability Amendment Act of 2021. That is because they were trounced in court by yours truly. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it certainly appears that the case to be that the removal of the Police Service Commission, the increased political interventions by the regime, and the maintenance of an acting and not confirmed Commissioner of Police is to promote the use of the police force as an instrument of oppression against the Guyanese people. We call for the immediate confirmation of a Commissioner of Police. Mr. Speaker, the High Court has ruled that efforts to subjugate the Supreme Court, the judiciary, and other constitutional agencies to the People's Progressive Party by taking away their constitutionally guaranteed independence was unconstitutional.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We will need an extension for you to continue.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honourable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Member, you can continue and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ali government, the current government, seems incapable of operating and executing the criminal justice sector reform program. Under the criminal justice sector reform program, the guidelines, rules, and procedures for the implementation of a program of restorative justice had already been developed. The Restorative Justice Bill of 2019, drafted by oversight, has been laid in this assembly. For 2 years, the Honorable Attorney General has done nothing, squat, nothing, zero, zilch, to implement the system of restorative justice. The Attorney General is doing his best to ensure that the benefits of the restorative justice program are denied to the Guyanese people. Benefits that would see defendants and victims benefiting from and being protected from the bureaucratic oppression and insensitivity, to ensure that defendants and victims are heard and treated fairly. I urge the Attorney General to cease providing to his government unconstitutional advice, cease to avoid being embarrassed in court, and to focus on implementing the projects for which billions of dollars are assigned to his ministry and nothing is done. The country would be better off, Mr. Speaker, if we have less Tuesday night activities and more work at the ministry. The budget speeches by the senior minister year after year, Mr. Speaker, offers nothing insightful on the regime's plans for the justice sector reform. The result is that billions of dollars are being spent purportedly on justice sector reform, and there is no result, is indicative of the lack of imagination or incompetence on the part of the Attorney General and the Minister of Legal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the courts continue to be overwhelmed and incapable of addressing the mentally ill. Year after year, the Attorney General has abdicated his responsibility to introduce appropriate legislation supported by the necessary mechanisms to address this issue. We of the APNU AFC will ensure that mental health courts are established. Mr. Speaker, the budget speech fails to offer any solution to deal with the low levels of public confidence in the legal system. There will be no system or plan in place revealed by the senior minister to address any structured access public access to legal information, legal access to civil and criminal representation. Mr. Speaker, I will shut my mouth if you will never ever ask me for my notes from law school again so that you could be educated today. You are ingrate. Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget speech, the senior minister stated that $1.2 billion was made available for courts at Port Kaituma, Maburum and Vigilance. 1 year later, these courts are yet to be completed. Mr. Speaker, there is no evidence that economic freedom is being allowed to take hold in this country. What we see are attempts to keep Guyanese locked in a pattern of economic dependency, discrimination, and marginalization. Many local investors are being harassed and prevented from enjoying unbiased services from the government. Mr. Speaker, the country is at a difficult place and a problematic place. Mr. Speaker, the resources of this country can indeed be used for economic and social transformation. The small man in the towns, in the hinterland, in the villages are simply left to defend themselves. The greatest challenges, Mr. Speaker, to the economic and social transformation in this country lies in the regime's reluctance to embrace a culture of inclusivity and consultation, and in the commitment to trickle-down economics that support income inequality and poverty. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as Francis Bacon said in Novum Organum, it would be an unsound fancy and self-contradictory to expect things that have never yet been done can be done, except by means which have never been tried. Mr. Speaker, this budget is anti-family. It's given the small man nothing, nothing to survive on, nothing to live on, nothing to hope for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member. It is now time for the Honourable Member, Minister of Housing, Colin Crowell, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to rise in support of the Budget 2022 crafted under the theme, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. Budget 2022 was presented by one of the best minds in Guyana, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and articulates the vision of the PPPC government and President Irfan Ali for all of the people of Guyana. It includes tangible measures for the poor, the elderly, students, and the future for among others, and sets out a clear path as to the legacy that we are creating and the steps to a future that is bright for every one of us. Well, Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I want to comment on the previous speaker from the other side, not the last one, the previous one, Honorable Katri Hughes, who referred to our member on this side, the Honorable Onij Waldron, as Judas. Her attack on the integrity of a distinguished member who served the bar, a member who has returned to this country to serve our country, a member who has renounced her citizenship to serve this country, and we must respect and ask for an apology. The fact remains, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member submitted her document.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Ms.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, fourth standing order, 4-B, I never called any particular person a Judas. I would like the Parliament to review the Hansard and clarify that.
Honorable Member, we will. Honorable Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, the previous member referred to disregard for the Constitution. May I remind the Honorable Rosdale Ford, who appointed the former GCOM chairman, a very fit and proper Justice Patterson, breaching the Constitution, who ignored the Constitution, squatting in government, who refused to abide by the no confidence motion, who, after rounding up and checking which bottle is large and which is smaller, could not determine that 33 was all that is required to be a majority in 65, and comes here to speak about breach of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 will allow the Ministry of Housing and Water to provide more house lots and more houses to more citizens who are waiting to build their own homes. The banks will, for the very first time, offer the lowest mortgage interest rates in the history of the country, and potable water will become accessible to more communities for the first time, including hinterland communities. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, the aspirations of Budget 2022 are getting muddied because the members on the other side continue to come to this House unprepared, ill-informed, making wild accusations of corruption, and quite frankly seem disconnected from the realities that are confronting this country. Realities that they do not have the knowledge, expertise, or experience to confront. Mr. Speaker, imagine the Honorable Ferguson came to this House and said that housing is a major issue in our country. And I agree, housing is indeed a challenge that's confronting us. And yet, under the stewardship of her government, this sector had no clear structure or focus. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Honorable Member said that the housing and water sector is dear to her heart. And indeed, it's probably dear to her heart, because when we took over, we found no documents in the computer system. We found no reports in the office. Even the Christmas tree that was purchased for the minister's office could not be found. It was starved the housing sector,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on standing order 40B. The honorable member is accusing me of stealing a Christmas tree. I would like
Honorable Ms. Ferguson,
that an investigation
he never
is done.
accused you.
Well, that is what he's trying
He never
to do, Mr.
accused you.
Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Minister.
If the cap fits you, pull the string. It will starve the housing sector, Mr. Speaker, will starve the funds. Actual investments, which included budgetary allocations, the housing fund, and the IDB loan funds were over the 5-year period, totaled only $17 billion. Compare that, Mr. Speaker, to the 18 months in office, where we have already injected over $24 billion in this sector. The PPPC government has injected billions in dollars into this sector, and therefore we will return viability to this sector. A measly 7,534 house lots, which obviously didn't dent the backlog of 70,000 when we entered into office that we met. They did not spearhead any innovative project. They did not introduce any transformative intervention in the housing sector. But these members come here and at every budget with these lame ramblings and offer nothing constructive. The point of these debates should not be lost on us or should not be taken for granted. This is a great opportunity to bring awareness to the plans and policies that we will inform the nation on the work of our ministry. It also demonstrates that the PPPC government has a clear plan for development for this country. And we will execute the plan without fear, not COVID-19, nor floods, nor rising prices, nor the absence of a credible opposition leader will stop us. We have a country to build, the dreams of our citizens to help come true, and a legacy of this nation to create. And nothing our friends across the floor can do to stop us. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I think some of the members on the other side play too much, spend too much time in the ring, singing tra-la-la-la-la, and not even enough time familiarizing themselves with the policies of our government. Why else will the Honorable Member Ferdinand ask about the plan for children who are squatting? It is public information that we have more than a plan, since even through parliamentary questions is not enough for them. You still have Google as your friend. Honorable Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. It is called the Guyana Strategy for Informal Settlements, Upgrading and Prevention. Mr. Speaker, it is the PPPC government that started a comprehensive housing program after taking office in 1992. And that program included interventions for squatting. We have created a database that captures information on the squatter settlements across the country so that investments can be done and interventions can be done targeted and impactful. As a result, we have regularized over 750 informal settlers in regions 4 and 5 over the last year. We have relocated 59 persons squatting on government reserves, and in some cases, and in some instances, when it was necessary, we even compensated. Mr. Speaker, in the 5 years of the coalition government, they relocated only 20 families from Broad Street. Google is your friend, Honorable Member. Try it. Mr. Speaker, when we left office in 2015, the construction, and I'm going to use the East Bank corridor as just one example of our vision in terms of the housing sector and the plans for Guyana. When we left office in 2015, the construction and the upgrading of the Interlink Road from Mocha to Great Diamond, the construction of the 4-lane highway from Mandela to Eccles, the development works from Prospect to Great Diamond had begun. More than $10 billion were already expended on new housing areas in Eccles, Herstelling, Farm, Covent Garden, Perseverance, Peters Hall, Diamond, and Mocha. But, Mr. Speaker, at a time when Guyana had discovered oil and the citizens and investors were hungry for land for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes, the coalition was, as we've proven all week, they were like headless chickens. They played musical chairs with the stewardship of the ministry, practically downgrading it to a department, and were indecisive. They were vacuous. They were vapid. They were insipid. They stopped the progress, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, they were handed a fully conceptualized project, lands that were earmarked and acquired, and infrastructure works that had started, and yet they could not complete the implementation of a single one of these projects. This lack of vision, this lack of leadership resulted in years of delay, higher developmental costs due to inflation, exacerbated the demand for houses, lots, and commercial and industrial lands, and was overall just appalling management for a critical sector of this country. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it pains me when our friends across this House come here and nitpick and denigrate the work that we are doing now. We were left with a basket to fetch water, but we took on the challenge and we breathed new life into the stagnation left behind by the coalition. We restarted the very construction of the on-grade of the Interlink Road from Mocha to Great Diamond. We have constructing right now, which will be completed by the end of this month, the Mandela to Eccles 4 lanes. The construction of the 4-lane highway from Eccles to Great Diamond, which we consider phase 2. We have already paid mobilization advance. Infrastructure development works from Prospect to Great Diamond. Construction of more than 500 young professional houses at Prospect and Providence, and more than 200 low-income houses at Prospect. Mr. Speaker, I only gave you the example of East Bank, because if I'm going to speak about the entire housing sector and the intervention of all layers in all areas in this country, we will be here all afternoon. This reminds me, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Flubes member highlighted through pictures a number of communities that, according to her, required urgent attention of the government. I'm baffled by this call because Comrade Flubes is the opposition MP for that East Bank corridor as well as a resident of Mocha. So she should be more au fait with what is happening there. And by that I mean beyond merely waving around some pictures. So allow me to brief this House, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Horstelling is also known as the area as Cane View, or as an extension of Mocha Arcadia. It is a rural informal settlement situated in a portion of reserved land. This settlement is bounded by Gaisuko to the west and a drainage stretch to the east. No physical infrastructure, electricity or water distribution network had been installed in this area. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, this portion of land that the residents occupy is a reserve which has to be observed in the construction of the Eccles to Great Diamond 4-lane highway. Mr. Speaker, I went there myself with the CHPA team. We met the residents, 35 households to be exact, and we discussed the situation with a view to arriving at a mutually satisfactory solution. We identified housing areas to which the settlers will be relocated: plantation, Horstelling, and farm. I'm happy to report that these residents have been allocated house lots at no cost to them. The valuation department provided valuations for their structures, which reflects the current market value of each property. So far, 21 households have been fully compensated. 20 house lots have been allocated, 15 at Horstelling and 5 at farm. Each household will receive financial compensation in full based on that valuation. These citizens are expected to be relocated within 3 months of receiving their compensation. And as at February 1st, Mr. Speaker, 13 of the allotted persons have begun construction of their new homes. And I don't need to show you. This is an example at farmhouse under construction. This is at Horstelling, the very area that the honorable member condemned. Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when you have a government that will reach out to its citizens, listen to their concerns, and then work together to find solutions. We will very soon issue them with their land titles free of cost. I am happy now that they will be resettled in a more cohesive, sustainable, and safe community. Safely, that they can legally access electricity and water, experience an improved quality of life, perhaps more importantly, be proud owners of their own homes. I rather suspect, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Flubess is not happy that her party attempts to derail the resettlement of these poor citizens did not succeed. And I can say this too. The Honorable Member was even annoyed that I went to the area and didn't even inform her of our attempts to engage the villagers. Let me get back to the highlights we took on since coming back into government. The financial investments on the East Banks alone is more than $15 billion. Mr. Speaker, we have completed the acquisition of more than 2,000 acres of land east of the Diamond Housing Scheme. We have completed the design and layout of new housing areas within this zone. We have begun infrastructure works for the construction of 1,000 young professional units. And this does not include the young professional houses to be constructed at LBI or the moderate income houses currently being constructed at Cummins Lodge. Mr. Speaker, we have not shied away from the challenges that were thrown our way. We committed to allocating a total of 50,000 house lots within our first term, and we were well on track to do so. The $12.4 billion allocated this year will allow us to continue to develop the infrastructure of the targeted areas through the upgrading of roads, construction of drains and installation of LED street lights, and completing distribution networks for electricity and water. Compare that, Mr. Speaker, on the very East Bank, for the 5 years they were in office, all they did were 2 small developments which were attempted by the coalition, that is at Peters Hall Phase 3 and Providence Phase 4. Mr. Speaker, we have already surpassed the house lots target set for the first 18 months by allocating more than 10,000 to date. We have handed out under 1,500 land titles and transports. We have built 50 low-income houses at Prospect, 133 moderate income houses at Cummins Lodge, under Neeming and Amelia's Ward, 100 houses for young professionals at Providence. These are all complete. We have distributed 228 home improvement subsidies to the tune of $114 million and have significantly upgraded infrastructure housing developments in regions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. The combined totality of our achievements in under 2 years far outweighs those of the members on the other side during their 5-year reign of taxes. Mr. Speaker, the past 18 months have not been only seeing us resuscitate the housing sector. We have also sought to make the services offered at the agencies connected to the Ministry of Housing and Water more accessible to citizens. We recognize that meeting the demands of our citizens for approvals by local and international investors and customers for the CHPA require a faster and more efficient solution. Our government has committed to making doing business much easier and reducing the red tapes involved in government transactions. The present system for approval for permits is paper-based, cumbersome, time-consuming, and as a result, critical transaction can take months, in many cases, to be completed. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has already begun the process of implementing the single window electronic processing system. Technicians are conducting an analysis of the existing system and its infrastructure, and a new system is being designed. Meanwhile, the anticipated recommendations on legislation and governmental changes to enhance the efficiency of the system are being advanced. When the full implementation of the electronic single window system is complete this year, we can expect a more integrated agency approach to services, more efficiency, and a significant reduction of processing time for planning and building permits. Mr. Speaker, we have already created an online portal which allows house lots applications to upload their applications from the comfort of their own homes or in the comfort of Eccles Block DD. We have, Mr. Speaker, you can use smartphones, tablets, laptops, or similar devices. Once these documents are uploaded, the CHPA will issue an email acknowledging receipt. I hasten to point out, though, that we know that everyone has access to computers, so those officers, those applications, and the applicants, we can have them verified at the office. I hope the Honourable Member Flubes will share the information with her constituents. Mr. Speaker, not only are we strengthening the systems at the ministry, we are cognizant of the challenges that the allottees encounters. We are ensuring that when they are able to find financing for the construction of their own homes. Since 2020, there have been incremental increases in the low-income mortgage loan ceiling. In 2020, it was raised from $8 million to $10 million. In 2021, from $10 million to $12 million. And in budget 2022, it is further raised from $12 million to $15 million. This increase will allow the banks to approve a higher number of mortgages annually, thereby making home ownership even more attainable. This, Mr. Speaker, coupled with the reinstatement of the $30 million mortgage interest relief, will put more disposable income in the hands of our citizens, which they can use now for renovations and refurbishments, or even for savings. The reinstatement of the mortgage interest relief ceiling has seen a significant increase in the applications to the Guyana Revenue Authority. In 2019, GRA paid over $354 billion. In 2020, $419 million. In 2021, a further increase of over $552 million. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable McDonough spoke to this House, she said that the budget should have provided for subsidies, for subsidized mortgages, free handouts, free vouchers, free housing for Guyanese. I'm not sure which budget she's referring to, because those interventions I've just explained is in the very way being addressed in this budget. And the very subsidies she's asking for. The home improvement subsidies and the core home support are also subsidies. Similarly, the support for dialysis patients to the tune of $600,000 per year is also a subsidy. The uniform grant for our children is also a subsidy. The Because We Care grant is also a subsidy. Honorable McDonough, you asked for subsidies. Budget 22 gave you subsidies. Mr. Speaker, the water sector that we inherited was overstaffed. Its management was reckless with its financial resources. There was a high water loss, and access to potable water seemed an impossible dream for many communities. But hard as it was, we immediately set about to crafting a strategic plan for this sector, establishing a National Water Council, introduce new water supply systems in the hinterland, enhance the water quality, dug new wells across this country, expanded the water treatment coverage, as well as returning the water subsidy to the poor and vulnerable. We didn't complain, we just went to work. These are the real benefits of having a budget such as this one, and this is why I'm a proud member of the People's Progressive Party civic government to be here to support this budget. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that all Guyanese are provided with a high-quality water service. And the new strategic plan that are articulated by clear objectives and targets, they are focused in our vision for GWI. These goals are in alignment with the PPPC's government manifesto and our mandate towards UN Sustainable Goal 6, which is to ensure that access to water and sanitation for all. Mr. Speaker, we have reduced the financial burden for citizens by removing the VAT on potable water for all categories, and this is at a cost of $644 million annually. Reinstated the water subsidy for pensioners. Here is another subsidy for you, Comrade MacDonald, and further reduce water tariffs across all categories of customers by 5% to ensure that we have equitable economic relief to the value of $202 million annually to GWI. Mr. Speaker, this PPPC government expended over $3.4 billion to restore the potable water subsector. In this regard, we've completed the construction of the new wells at Wakenham and Luziknan. We have significantly advanced the drilling and construction of new wells at Providence, Diamond and Parika Bagdam, which will provide improved water service to more than 80,000 residents by the fourth quarter of this year. GWI has already completed the identification of areas for the construction of a number of new water treatment plants. These include Walton Hall to Charity in Region 2, Wakenham, Legwan in Region 3, Bushlot in Region 5, Tain to number 50 Village in Region 6. This will increase the treated water, the coverage to approximately 63% by the end of this year on the coastal population. We have committed, Mr. Speaker, to mobilizing funding for the construction and the installation of water treatment facilities in Taymouth Manor to Good Hope in Region 2, Wales, Canal number 2 to Free and Easy, and Parfait Harmony in Region 3. Providence and Collingen in Region 4.
And before you get to Region 5, we need an extension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes more to conclude his presentation?
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honourable Minister, you may continue and conclude in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this will ensure that 90% of treated water coverage is reaching our coastland household within the next 3 years, which includes the expansion of our distribution network. Mr. Speaker, under the Hinterland program, we have completed successful completion of the drilling of a number of new wells, and therefore, by the end of this year, we will increase our hinterland water coverage to over 80%. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sinclair stood before this House to boast of the deliverables of the previous administration, but could have only named one, the Madia water supply system. At the same time, he called on the PPP administration to establish more potable water wells for remote communities of Region 8. Like his colleagues, he too seems blissfully unaware of the developments that are taking place in his own backyard. I wish to inform the Honourable MP, who claims to represent Region 8, that a water supply system and distribution network that serves the people of Princeville via standpipes existed prior to the coalition tenure. In North Pacaraimos, for example, there are water systems and distribution networks in Keto, Kukubaru, Kamana, Kanapang, Kopinang, and Waipo. Mr. Speaker, there are provisions in this budget for a water supply for Itabak, while works are going on in Kaibarupai, and GWI has already made proposals for water systems in Maikwak and Sandhills. Mr. Speaker, over the next 3 years, our government intends to close the gap to the potable water system in the hinterland. To achieve this, the government is committed to financing to some $3.5 billion in capital investment during this period, and ensure that we maximize the use of surface water and water harvesting, which will benefit more than 49,000 hinterland and riverine residents. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to providing access to potable water services to the population, not only as a personal target, but as a support to the UN Sustainable Goal. Mr. Speaker, I can go on all about the budget 22 will bring us, but time is catching up, and I would like to give you an update on the pace of the development of the Silica City. The idea of this city, which was born out of the need for Guyana to have an urban center that is complementary to the existing capital city of Georgetown, which was conceptualized in 2013. The vision for the Silica City is the creation of a vibrant, sustainable, resilient, and modern city, and this vision is in keeping with our low-carbon development strategy, Guyana's international commitment to the Paris Agreement and UNFCCC. The smart city is proposed for creating a new city that will compact and will have pedestrian-oriented, energy-efficient, interconnected and sustainable, comfortable, attractive, and secure environment. It is envisaged, Mr. Speaker, that over the next 20 years, the projected population for this new city will be approximately 50,000 occupants, or over 12,500 households. Therefore, within this first 5 years, it is expected that this city would be developed to cater for at least 3,125 households, approximately 625 units annually. Mr. Speaker, consultations are ongoing with the utility companies as I speak to coordinate the development of the infrastructure, since it is anticipated that a shared utility corridor will cater for all utilities to be routed and underground. So, Mr. Speaker, in light of the facts as I conclude, I've highlighted over these past few minutes, I'm convinced that Budget 22 is good for our country, and I am proud to support it. It has no new taxes, includes more benefits for ordinary citizens. It projects that the construction sector will grow to 40.3% and presents a clear and cohesive plan for Guyana's development or trajectory. I'd like to call on the opposition members, therefore, to embrace Budget 2022, share it and support it. We want the same thing: a united Guyana, a developed Guyana, one Guyana. With that, Mr. Speaker, I pledge my support to Budget 2022.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, the Honorable Member, Mr. Colin Crowe. And now it is the time for the Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira as we sanitize. The Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, the Honorable Gail Teixeira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of Budget 2022, which lays a foundation and establishes a framework through which the development of our country can move forward. 2022 budget is designed to enhance the welfare of all Guyanese. Budget 22 creates the linkages between our people and citizens and the transformation of our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to reflect a minute. I have listened from Monday to today. Today is probably some of the worst things we've heard in this Parliament, and I have to ground myself and think in a different way. We have to remind ourselves as Guyanese of how blessed we are, that we're blessed with many diverse resources that few countries in the world have, that we have a landmass the size of the UK, that we have bauxite, gold, diamonds, uranium, manganese, and many others not discovered as yet. We have fertile land, agriculture, not just on the coast, with the potential for agro-processing, shade farming, and a range of productions in the agricultural area. We have fisheries, ocean, river, and aquaculture. We have water. Many countries don't and do not have supplies of water. We have forest, timber. We have the potential for wood production, and we have undiscovered and untapped scientific potential for the rainforest products. We have an intact rainforest of one of the 6 left in the world. Our most important asset, our people, the diversity of the ethnicity of our people. We are a country of minorities. All of us are minorities. None of them, not one ethnic group comprises 50% of the population. We're a country of diverse religions and 9 indigenous languages. We have cultural artists, musicians, and craftsmen. And we have one of the most progressive legislations in the entire world with regard to the ownership of Amerindian or indigenous peoples' land titling. And so when you listen in this house, you wonder, do we not remember this? Do we not? And this is what, when our government and our presidents talk about one Guyana, it is recognizing and celebrating the oneness as a nation, our diversity. Mr. Speaker, I had to remind us about how blessed we are after listening to the speeches on the other side that threaten to drag us into the abyss of division, nothingness, and no future, just as the same as the last 65 years. I had to remind us as Guyana now stands on the cusp of an opportunity to propel ourselves forward, to reach our dreams of a modern, democratic, developed nation? Or are we to be held back in a vicious whirlpool of nauseating small-mindedness, intolerance, division, and hopelessness? The choice is clear. And in this house, we see the 2 views. Unlike sun and the moon, we refuse to be dragged into a nauseating, small-minded whirlpool of nihilism. After 56 years of nationhood, Mr. Speaker, finally, after the violence of the 1960s, the repeated rigged elections from 1968 to 85, the years of indebtedness and IMF economic recovery program, and the conditions of the HIPC, the onerous debt repayments accumulated pre-1992, poverty and geographic disparities, the 2020 March general and regional elections demonstrated, in the face of extreme corruption and a threat to our democracy, that the Guyanese people wanted democracy first and foremost. They wanted to choose the government of their choice and exhibited a level of maturity and resilience to ensure that this right was guarded, that democracy prevailed. Mr. Speaker, despite extreme provocation by election officials and senior officials in the former government, we remained resilient as a people. And I speak for all, whether they supported APNU AFC, the voters that supported APNU AFC, or the voters who supported us. And it is noteworthy that many of those who were involved in the most terrible crime of all, The worst crime of corruption is in attempting to steal the people's votes and to reverse democracy, to reverse the will of the people of a nation, of an entire nation. And you're telling us here sanctimoniously about corruption. Seriously. Guyana, you know, wasn't alone, Mr. Speaker. The PPC and the democratic forces of this country were not alone in those 5 months. The world stood in defense and support. No matter what some opposition members have said in this House, that they won. The world knows otherwise. They continue to be delusional. They continue to be isolated. Continue to be isolated from reality. Mr. Speaker, APNU AFC has no moral compass. It is delusional, it is amoral, and it has no conscience to come to this House and to say the things that have been said in this House. One speaker says, just a few moments ago, that Guyana is an undemocratic, oppressive petroleum dictatorship. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member was looking in the mirror, and therefore what he saw was not their PPPC, but the reflection of the APNU AFC when it was in government. Mr. Speaker, we have heard another speaker just before me talking about virtual apartheid. Virtual apartheid. We say corruption is not allowed in this House, but apartheid should not be allowed in this House. Because you know why? Apartheid is the institutional racial segregation of people. And that is what that member is saying in this House. And we sit here and accept it? This is what is acceptable? For those of us who fought in the anti-apartheid movement long years ago, this sticks like a dagger in your throat, sir. To call this country, the PPPC, virtual apartheid to do with education, online education, when the person who spoke was in charge of the telecommunications sector of this country, who had 100 ICT hubs built and ready to be connected and did nothing, who cannot answer for where much of the money is gone. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised that she said that, really. Because the honourable member has a penchant, as a friend of mine says, to say these kind of catchphrases. But she's also reflecting the former leader of the opposition, pre-2015, who spoke about education apartheid. Education apartheid. So this is now the new catchphrase, the issue of race and corruption. But Mr. Speaker, finally, we can breathe. We have come out of 2020, August, and we can breathe. Finally, after 5 years, we can work as a nation to build a new Guyana, a one Guyana, built on inclusivity, participation, transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, I have listened in aghast at the persons in this House casting shade on one Guyana, saying it is one Guyana is for one ethnic group. It is for the PPPC. The depth of mental and intellectual depravity of someone saying that is hard to conceive of. I cannot conceive of anybody taking a phrase of one Guyana and turning it upside down into this level of madness. It's a level of insanity on the other side of this House to talk about the ethnicized one Guyana. Do you comprehend how contradictory that is? Do you comprehend? Mr. Speaker, again, they're isolated. They're all alone, just like they were. Between March and August 2020, they were alone. They're again alone. The people of this country want a one Guyana. The youth of this country want a one Guyana. And yet, as I said, the opposition members seem to be devoid of understanding this concept as a pathway to build unity and a harmonious society. Maybe, you see, the catchphrase is, you gotta work. If we want to build a harmonious society, we have to work at it. We have to work at it. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, this can be explained by the 2018 PNC Region 4 District Conference at Congress Place, where the then chairman of the PNC made it clear that her priority is to give jobs to her friends who are evidently partly supporters. The quote that was in the Demerara Waves of November 28, 2018 says, "The only friends I got is the PNC. So the only people I can give work to is the PNC. And right now I'm looking for a doctor who can talk Spanish or Portuguese, and I want one that is PNC." That was said by the former chairman of the PNC, Mrs. Valda Lawrence, who, by the way, is before the court as well. The PNC, as a political party, has consistently put our country on the map for the last 65 years for ethnic violence in the 60s, for rigged elections over 28 years, for selling large tracts of lands to the people called Jonestown cult, where 900 people were murdered, and we were on the world map until 2001 for the largest number of people killed in a non-war situation, for the assassination of Walter Rodney, for the most violent crime wave in this country's history, and the longest wait for an election after a no-confidence motion. We have reached global notoriety for after no-confidence voting, waiting 14 months for an election. And then again, PNC wasn't satisfied with that. We have reached global notoriety for having had the longest wait after an election to have the declaration of the results. Mr. Speaker, we were on the precipice of dictatorship, and we were resilient. And Mr. Schuman is right, what he reminded of this morning. Mr. Speaker, I'm not telling lies. This is the legacy of the People's National Congress, People's National Congress Reform, APNU AFC Coalition, and any other name they come up with. The PNC, with whatever name, has been consistently anti-national, anti-patriotic. Its stance has been, if they're not in government, nothing must work. If they're in government, still nothing works. But Mr. Speaker, when they're out of government, obstructionism is the name of the game. They must make sure to try to destabilize and destroy things. And as the earlier speaker said, my colleague Colin Crowell, not this time. It ain't happening this time. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, it is the PPP each time in government, pre-colonial and post-independence, that has taken Guyana forward, never backwards. Always the PPC has had to rescue our country from the abyss of economic decline and brought in progressive, pro-growth, pro-poor policies and programs. By 1964, Mr. Speaker, Guyana was one of the fastest growing countries in the Commonwealth. By 1992, we were the third poorest in this hemisphere. This is not guilty share thing, that's World Bank and IMF. By 2014, we were climbing out of the economic abyss that was caused by the indebtedness of the PNC in the pre-92 period. And after 5 years, then they came in government in 2015. Their tax-based development approach, squandermania, anti-people policies are what dragged us down again as a country. And again, we, the PPC, are here again. And we shall this time, we ain't backing down, we shall transform our country with the oil revenues as a platform or the means to improve the quality of lives of our people, expand and diversify our economy, and transform the landscape of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of people talk about the budget, and I just thought maybe it might be useful to refer to the last budget of the APNU AFC, just as a reference. So, because I've heard a lot of forked tongue speaking here, and I'm not using a curse word, Mr. Speaker. You know what a forked tongue is. APNU AFC government inherited in 2015 $780 million in foreign reserves and $13 billion in gold reserves. Mr. Speaker, what did they do with the money? Where did it go? They started out on a good wicket. The $14 billion was reduced to $2 billion by 2018 and $635 million in 2020. This is the Bank of Guyana statistical abstract. So they had a good dealing with gold. They sold the gold at some of the lowest prices on the world market at the time. Now, if that's not stupidity, God help us. Mr. Speaker, they had international reserves, as I said, and they had also left us at the end with a small amount of, of approximately 528 million in 2019. So, Mr. Speaker, they had money that they used. In fact, they had money of $780 million. They dropped our reserves to the lowest they have been in years and years and years, foreign reserves. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of not only fiscal mismanagement, because it is difficult for a country and the government of the former government of this country to have mismanaged to such levels of proportions that one wonders what and how were they governing this country. The total assets after the national no confidence motion, there was a decline of $3 billion in the total assets held by the Bank of Guyana, from 220 billion in 2018 to 217 billion in September 2019. That's what we took over. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the overdraft at the bank, these are all data supported by the Bank of Guyana and its own statistics. Mr. Speaker, as I said, they were dipping into our foreign currency reserves and thereby putting us at greater risk from external and internal shocks. The IMF warned you over and over again, don't do it, stop it. But you know, APNO FC, they don't listen to anybody. They never have and they never will. And so after the no confidence motion, Mr. Speaker, they then came and continued to give away state assets and spend money as if there was no tomorrow, as if they were still legitimately in government, although the Caribbean Court of Justice had said that they were caretaker government. Mr. Speaker, it is when I said this country, this APNO AFC is anti-national, is that look what they did with the Mila. It is now 2022. If a Mila had been gone through in 2014, we would be enjoying cheap, affordable, reliable electricity. Do you have any concept of what that would mean for this country, for the manufacturing, for the people, the purchasing power, the cost of running business? Do you have any idea of this? And yet, you sat there and smashed a project that even after we left government and the Norwegian independent company came and told you, it is the most viable, ready hydropower project in the entire country. You smashed it down and left it. This is a level of anti-nationalism unheard of. Mr. Speaker, they brought 200 new taxes in. And so, what does this mean? I hear people talking about Guyanese people suffering. Mr. Speaker, approximately based on the 2019, the tax revenue, the impact of collecting $25 billion more in tax revenue, what did it mean to the families? Each family of Guyana was paying an additional $152,000 in taxes in 2019 when compared to 2018. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, we had already seen increased prices of food, clothing, medical and personal care by approximately 4.6%, 4.3% and 4%. And Mr. Speaker, if they don't believe me, they can check Appendix G of the 2019 Budget Estimates Volume 1, which shows that the Minister of Finance actually expected a reduction in private consumption in 2019, pre-COVID-19, by approximately $10 billion. In other words, people didn't have money to spend. The purchasing power of our people on average was reduced to by 462,000 less at the household level. And why was this? You dismissed 7,000 people, you dismissed 2,000 community service officers, by your foolish policies and taxation led to 30,000 people being unemployed. And there are again figures and surveys to show what I'm saying is correct. Mr. Speaker, this APNO AFC comes to this house, as I said, and they're immoral. They have no conscience. to talk about these issues when the facts and the documents show what was going on in this country by 2019 on the eve of the elections and after the no confidence motion. Mr. Speaker, all indicators in 2018 pointed to an economy that was deteriorating and required urgent counter-cyclical policies. Instead, Budget 2019 projected increases in tax collection, further burdening the people of Guyana, and proposed to collect tax collection by $31 billion more than in 2018. This represented an $88 billion increase in tax collection per annum based on the 2014 levels. More taxes and no moves to cut down on the extravagant, wasteful spending on things that did not bring benefit to our people. You see, Mr. Speaker, there's a fundamental philosophical and ideological difference between the PNC and its coalition partners as to how to develop Guyana. And there's a difference with us in this side of the House. Theirs is based on a tax-based, consumer-driven expenditure with party paramountcy and ethnic division and opportunistic, cavalier use of the Constitution. And let me remind you, I hear Mr. Honorable Mr. Ford talking about Constitution. In 2020, February 27th, the Starbuck News had a letter to the editor by Christopher Ram. He says the following: in fact, from the first year of his election as president, Granger set about violating his oath, bending the Constitution to his personal, previously unsuspected agenda. It was only the alertness of a few lawyers and the astuteness of the courts that the Constitution and rule of law have not so far been rendered completely useless, meaningless. The cases number more than 36. That number has no parallel in Guyana or indeed in any country of the Caribbean of constitutional violations by an executive or head of state, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I've heard about corruption here. We have seen, witnessed scandal after scandal in which some former members are now before the courts for misappropriating the patrimony of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, we mustn't forget the $30 billion loan they took for Gaisuco, of which they took out $15 billion, gave Gaisuco about $8 billion, and the rest cannot be explained. What happened to the $30 billion loan that you took out under very strange circumstances? But, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to go on. I just leave these as facts. 2016, Auditor General's report. 2017, Auditor General report. Right, these are all different volumes. So this is 2017, Auditor General report. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I can't reach far enough. We have here the Auditor General report for 2018. We have the Auditor General report for 2019. We have here, these are the Auditor General report for 2020 coming up, of which you were in office for 8 months of that. All of these, every single of these reports are witness and indicators and demonstrate what you did when you were in office. Demerara Harbor Bridge, the asphalt plant, the ways, what you call the scales, is that what, Bishop? The issue of $800 million can't be accounted for the Ministry of Armed Affairs. Mr. Speaker, on and on. The $600 million worth of drugs bought from a company when the NTAP said they did not have the waiver to get single sourcing. Mr. Speaker, this, I don't have time to go into all this. These 2016 to 2020 audit report is an interesting reading to see how a government refused to obey the Procurement Act of this country and violated over and over and fiscal transactions in this country. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the PPP is one, our philosophy is one of pro-growth and pro-poor, people-centered development agenda with a climate-resilient policy of an expanded local carbon development strategy, rule of law, and One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, let me just give a light moment before I go into maybe some heavier stuff before I conclude. One is that I heard people talk about poverty. Now, I'm not good at cars. I never get cars right. I never get the license plates right. I'm known to be walking into the wrong car just because it's the same color of a car I am. I have no interest in cars. However, remember the APNU AFC brought all sorts of restrictions on purchasing of cars. It couldn't have 8 years, you couldn't buy used tires, etc., etc., and they put taxes. Since Minister of Finance and this government restored the taxes of the 2006-2008, let us look at what's happened. PAB series was finished in 7 months. Wow. Following. Wow. 7 months! That 10, is it 10,000? 9,999 cars were sold in 7 months, bought in 7,000. By the removal of the APNU stranglehold by tax on people. And now we're starting PAC in 7 months. If that is not an indicator, social and economic indicator of this breathing of freedom to do things, that you held us down like if you're suffocating the people in this country all the 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this government has a different style of government. Our ministers are visible, accessible across the communities in the country. And I want to say about the region I represent as a geographic MP. I went there for 3 years before. And ministers, some of them arrived, some Upper Mazruni never even saw a minister, not even the one that was former minister sitting over there. Would go to Cameron and walk to Shivillage, go to Srisha village and come back. No meetings, no communication. Upper Maz, no minister went in. No minister in Middle Mazruni. Minister go to Baltica and go to the hotel there, what do you call it? Arroy, and then fly off. No meetings with the people, no walkabout with the people to see what their problems were. They abandoned Region 7 because they thought Region 7 was their property, their entitlement. Well, let me tell you, we almost win. We're going to win. 2025, we're coming back to win Region 7. Y'all think it's an entitlement? The PPC, since coming to office, has been fixing the damage done by the 5 years of the PNC-led APNU AFC coalition government in the 2020 and 2021 budgets. It is time now to transform Guyana. It is not business as usual, Mr. Speaker. The PP has managed to increase spending from 69 billion in capital in 2019 to 103 billion in 2020. And some of our friends on the other side quite don't understand what that means. Mr. Speaker, we have a golden opportunity. We have gone through so many interesting, challenging, and traumatic times as a nation since independence. This is the one golden opportunity for Guyana. It is it's our moment. And we must grasp it, we must seize it. It doesn't always come. Oil won't last here forever. And we're not going to go down the road you went of a monoculture. That's why I said, when the honorable member says about this petroleum dictatorship, I had to say, looking in the mirror. Because you dismantled agriculture, you had no time for any other industry except petroleum. And even then, you weren't prepared for that. But Mr. Speaker, and even the Caribbean Development Bank yesterday that approved the Linden Mabura Road said, and this was said by the CDB's president, Dr. Leon, irrespective of how much Guyana has now, the oil and gas will deplete at some point. And therefore, Guyana should be prioritizing efforts geared at sustaining development in the country. And infrastructural development, Mr. Dion believes, is a crucial component of facilitating this. Mr. Speaker, this road, the Linden Maboro, is a corridor. It's expected to facilitate a massive increase in trade with Guyana and with our bordering members in Brazil. We have to move out of this suffocation, Mr. Speaker, of always being held back by this small-mindedness, this narrow-mindedness. Our people want to dream. You want to see a Guyana with roads and highways and bridges. of jobs, of houses that can match any other country in the Caribbean and South America, and even in Canada. Why mustn't we dream that? Why mustn't we believe we can do it? Why do we believe that? Mr. Speaker, this is a golden opportunity. And basically, we have the opportunity with the oil revenues. The budget, if my maths is right, is 592 billion. And the money that we took from the natural resource is approximately 126 billion. So it's still the rest of the money isn't all natural resource, is not all from oil. A large chunk of it. And that money allows us to do things we could not have done a year ago. We could not have done 10 years ago. Because you didn't have the money, the fiscal space, as Mr. Jordan would have said.
Honorable Minister, you will need to get more time to deal with the rest of the issues.
Mr. Speaker, I seek an extra 5 minutes for Honorable Gailty here to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to continue and to conclude.
As the Vice President, Dr. Jack Lewis said in a press interview yesterday, yes, Honorable Vice President, thank you, he said that stated while current spending has increased, capital spending will grow to 218 billion, 110% increase of the 552.9 billion budget this year. This, he said, that is us building our future. Us building a future. That's where we're spending our money, investing in the things that the country will be able to feel and touch. Not all the spending will be had on things that just disappear. Mr. Speaker, there are overarching challenges we have to face to address as a nation. And we have to deal with climate change. We're a country that is a zero carbon emitter, but we also have gas. We also have to deal with the reality of our environment and climate change. We have to learn to balance all our needs and our priorities and still protect the environment. Mr. Speaker, the overarching challenges, climate change, energy, reliable, affordable energy. This was spoken to by a number of members. Third issue, Mr. Speaker, communication, which includes transportation, ICT, connectivity, communication, whether by road, by plane, by water, all of it, all the areas that can connect our country, not just with technology, but with human movement, with goods movement and investment. And the fourth one is probably the most difficult one of all, Mr. Speaker, and that's the issue of trust and confidence at the political level. And this will be determined by a number of things. We know that the people of Guyana will trust those who deliver. And so we have a pact. We have a social pact with the people of Guyana, not only those who voted for us, all the people of Guyana, that we will deliver. We have a document, our manifesto, and we have committed. And we're not 14 months later say, we're going to do more studies. We're going to do more studies. No, Mr. Speaker, we're on the round and people are seeing physically in front of their eyes things changing, of roads and bridges and houses and water and electricity. And you can go as far as you want into the interior. You're seeing. And so the pact we have, the social contract we will have with the people is one that is built on trust and confidence. And we intend to honor that pact by delivering a Guyana that is transformed. We have to also work on having resilient and effective democratic institutions that will uphold the Constitution as part of the governance architecture of our nation. Budget 22 puts us on the path to addressing these with clear-cut priorities, programs and projects to do so. Mr. Speaker, the country is alive. There is an energy and vitality in the country that is palpable. Guyana is back on track. To quote from Dave Martin, one of the songs he brought out in 1992, Guyana is back on track. Guyana's on the move and there's nothing stopping us now to achieve the transformation of our country. Those who wish to remain narrow-minded, small-minded will be left behind. But our people want development, they want water, reliable and affordable electricity, clean and safe houses and communities. Mr. Speaker, they want to see Guyana go forward. They're tired of being held back, that every time there's something positive happens, there's somebody coming along and naysaying it, putting shade on it. They're tired of that. They want to move forward. And so the opposition has a choice. Join the whole process of transforming our country or be left out in the woodworks by yourself. Because history will judge you. History has judged you already for your role in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and in 2020. So you now have a chance to clear your conscience and to join the transformative agenda of Guyana. If you don't, really, I won't lose sleep of it personally, because I know that we in the PPC will continue to do what the people want us to do. They want this country to move forward. Mr. Speaker, I am a firm believer. I have great faith in the people of our country. We are resilient people. We have showed our resilience with floods, with rigged elections, and the greatest challenge and test we had, the litmus test we had, was in 2020, with the post-2020 elections. Mr. Speaker, the last 28 years of 28 to 92 are over. The last 5 years of 2015 to 2020 are over. We can breathe. As a people, we can transform this nation to be the Singapore or the Dubai model of the Caribbean region. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that we in Guyana may, not in far future, sit as one of the members of OPEC? Could we have thought about that several years ago? I doubt that. Mr. Speaker, Guyana has arrived. As we say in Creole, we have arrived. And now it's time to take our rightful place, globally, regionally, and most of all, to show our people that we can move this country forward. We can be proud, dignified Guyanese, and not to hold our head in shame like we were forced to in the 70s, 80s, when we went to the immigration offices in other neighboring countries, where we were treated like second-class citizens. We are not second-class citizens. We are proud, and we have a lot of work to do as a nation. If the opposition wants to join, welcome. If you don't, sorry, we've got work to do. And the rest of the nation's watching you. The rest of the people are watching you, and they will join. Mr. Speaker, they have a choice to go down into the dustbin or to be part of the partnership to transform our nation. Budget 2022, Mr. Speaker, lays the foundation for the transformation of our nation. Will there be many challenges on the way, Mr. Speaker? Yes, there will be many, many challenges. But we on this side of the House, and we, the Guyanese people, have the will to make this happen, and we shall do it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance. Honorable members, before I take the next contributor, just to get to the records, the issue with the gentleman, Mr. Harry Gill, name being mentioned, I think my ruling was correct. This is what the honorable member said. She said, remember this book where we had the design and layout by her friend and former member of Parliament, Harry Gill. I hope that the proper procurement procedures were held and took place in this. So the second issue was...
Sir, I had raised the objection not to that question in isolation, but to that question being juxtaposed next to I think the sentence before or the sentence after that suggested that there was a conflict of interest. In fact, those three words were used.
I have the transcript here, Honorable Minister, and in this House we are blessed with 69, I think, honorable people who are excellent with words. I call them wordsmiths. So, yeah, and it says here, I hope that the tender was published somewhere, and I know that you have had a difficult time with the words corruption and rigging, right? So those are the words. The second issue is, I did hear the honorable member misused wrongly. She did say, like the Safe City project, but I've heard the word shame so often I thought I heard shame. So I apologize to the honorable member. And in regards to the objection the honorable member raised with respect to the honorable member Minister Cole saying that she called the member Judas, I will uphold her objection because what it says here is that she says even, she didn't mention no name, she says even Jesus had a Judas. So dispose of those matters, and now I call on the honorable member, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Mr. Anil Nandlal, to make his presentation. And as he gets to the podium, we will take a break after the Honorable Attorney General because we have to conclude the business subcommittee. So today we will take a break to conclude the consideration of the allocation of times for the estimates. Honorable Attorney General at 4:19:16, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The privilege is now mine, Mr. Speaker, to offer my contributions to this year's budget debate. And I want to begin by extending to my brother, the distinguished Minister of Finance, and his competent team, my warmest congratulations for all the hard work they would have endured in compiling one of the greatest budgets in our country's history. Mr. Speaker, I have been here for the past few days listening to these debates, and there have been highs and there have been lows. Today, Mr. Speaker, we were visited with many lows. We have responsibilities in this House to the people of our country. All of us, we were elected, Mr. Speaker. And we have to be careful what we say, how we say it, and the way that we conduct ourselves. It appears as though, Mr. Speaker, that we are oblivious of those responsibilities. I listened to the Honorable Member, Mr. Roysdale Ford, this afternoon, an Honorable Member that I have known for half of my life. And what I saw there transformed was a completely different human being. I saw the hate, I saw the venom, I saw the vituperation, I saw the anger. Why? Why? I listened to the personal attacks. Why? Is it that we are vacuous? Is it that we are inefficient? Is it that we are incompetent? So we have to supplement that with hate and diatribe and anger? I pity those who have to seek refuge in those facilities, Mr. Speaker. But he has placed on the record a few comments that I feel compelled that I must respond to. Mr. Speaker, I am very cognizant of the fact that I stand here speaking on behalf of the great party of Dr. Chedi Jagan. That I am the chief legal officer of this land. That I am the Attorney General of this country. That I am the principal legal advisor of the government of Guyana. I am cognizant of those responsibilities. But I will never allow disrespect to be taking place against me or any of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I am a Queen's College old boy. And let me say proudly that a Queen's College old boy will never borrow notes from a St. Rose's student. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, I was never short of toilet paper in the law school. So I don't understand how an honorable member can stand there with a straight face and fabricate a story that I borrow notes from them. You have to be steeping to a level that is unspeakable to resort to that. And I can say much more since he has taken the debate to the law school. I can speak to the unspeakable violence which was meted out to a female student in that school that caused threatened suspension from that law school. I can speak about that. The honorable member, Mr. Datidin, is here. He can testify to what I'm saying. But I will not go into those details. I will not, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member spoke about retro. We are a petro republic, an unlawful petro republic. Mr. Speaker, long before we became involved, long before we became a petroleum producer, the honorable member was a major player in the oil and gas sector. The GRA has the wrong records, and he comes here and speak about an unlawful petro republic. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has invoked that old hackney argument, that discredited diatribe about extrajudicial killing. A few years ago, the Stabrook News did an article in which outlined all the persons whom they were claimed were extrajudicially killed. And on that list, Mr. Speaker, were policemen, were innocent people who were died for different causes, but they were put on a list, and they bandied that list about as though arguing that it is extrajudicial killing. I thought that they would have graduated from such ignorance, but here again, it's fresh before us through the mouth of the honorable member Ford. And Mr. Speaker, what is his logic? The mental bill coming for you, relax. Mr. Speaker, what is he calling extrajudicial killing? Apparently, any person who died at the hands of the police is extrajudicial killing, and by some somersault of logic, the government is responsible. Mr. Speaker, anywhere in the world you have police excesses. No one can dispute that. But a government is not responsible for that. Mr. Speaker, while he was speaking, I called the members of the police force, and they provided me with the statistics of the persons who died in the police force from May 2015 to March 2020. 41 Guyanese died in the police force while you were at the hands of the police force while you were in government. Did any one of us accuse you of extrajudicial killing? There were two persons, I have their name here, Lal Bachchan. He was killed in Saudi Lockup on the 1st of July 2019. Then Kalicharan Sewak, he was killed in Sparendam Lockup on the 28th of January 2019. I represented their family. I went to the High Court and I sued the Attorney General for compensation. I didn't jump on a housetop and try to make political mileage and treat their tragedy like a political football. I did what the law said. I never accused them of extrajudicial killing. That is how responsible politicians and leaders behave. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member spoke about attack of the rule of law when the PPP is in government. And almost all of them, all of the honorable members, as they take the podium, they describe this government as installed, that implying that we are here unlawfully. Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Attorney General, again, it is my duty to traverse, if not verbatim, seriatim, to those false narratives for the purpose of correcting the record. Mr. Speaker, they spent 2 decades in opposition. And as soon as they returned to government in 2015, the people gave them a chance. The people felt that they may have changed because they came from a history of rigging elections, killing Walter Rodney, and taking away the rights and freedoms of the people of this country. In 2015, the people baptized them and gave them another opportunity.
Honorable Attorney General, they, the honorable members, and is the Honorable Deputy Speaker included?
Mr. Speaker, where Dr. Anthony, we really have to get this mental health bill quickly. Mr. Speaker, you had a litany of abrogation of the Constitution and violations of the rule of law. And I've made some notes. The President himself, Mr. Granger, led from the front, confiscating rice lands of farmers in Region 5, seizing the Red House from the Cherry Jagan Research Institute in the face of a 999-year lease, the Attorney General threatening to kill a judge in open court, the President directing the Police Service Commission and the Public Service Commission to halt promotions in violation of the Constitution, the President threatening the Chairman of the Public Service Commission, who was a member of the Judicial Service Commission, to resign or there will be blood on the carpet. Walter Lawrence announcing that they will only hire PNC members. The President unilaterally appointing the Chairman of the Guyana Elections Commission. The President and Cabinet refusing to resign after no confidence motion was passed against them in the National Assembly, and they refused to hold elections within 3 months as directed by the Constitution. And then they remained in office constitutionally for over a year, illegally plundering the Treasury. Mr. Speaker, and I take a break. I just take a pause there because I have another litany. And they are accusing us. Imagine, this thing is being streamed live on television. Guyana endured this. The people of Guyana lived through this. And these honorable members are coming here with a straight face and accuse us of violation of the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, then the elections came. On March 2nd, 2020, election day was incident-free. At the end of the day, they claimed that they won the elections. The Carter Center, the European Union, the Commonwealth, the Organization of American States, the Caribbean Community, the entire diplomatic community, the Bar Association, the Private Sector Commission, and numerous other local bodies observed those elections and certified them to be free, fair, and credible. It was when the count was completed and when they realized that they lost that all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. For 5 long months, the nation stood still. And with the region and the world watched in anguish, agony, and trepidation as attempts after attempts were being made to rig those election results. Guyanese condemned them. Every major organization in Guyana condemned their actions. The diplomatic community condemned their actions. Every major organization in this hemisphere condemned their actions. 100 governments across the globe condemned their actions. Yet they persisted with their fraudulent designs. They tried, Mr. Speaker, with Mingo, and they failed. They tried with Yolita Moore, they failed. They tried with the recount, they failed. They tried with the CARICOM high-level team that absorbed the recount, they failed. They tried with Lowenfield, they failed. They tried with Messenger Jones, they failed. They tried with Eslin David, they failed. They tried with the Caribbean Court of Justice, they failed. And for 5 months the world heard the mumbling, incoherent submissions of the Honorable Mr. Ford. And he wants people to believe that I borrow his notes? Oh my God. Mr. Speaker, in the end, the CCJ interrogated their allegations, the highest court in this country, and pronounced against it. In the end, as required by the Constitution, the chairperson of the Elections Commission declared the results as per the ballots counted and declared Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali as the president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, during that 5 months, they were so desperate, they became so degenerate that they went to 7 Ponds to Comrade Leader Toom, and they bend on their knees and they beg Comrade Leader, oh Comrade Leader, save us, Comrade Leader, save us. The madness has not stopped. The madness has not stopped. Oh Kabaka, that is why we need a mental health bill. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members are shouting, they're shouting, please.
the history of the Guyanese people is a history of struggle for a better life, starting with the arrival of our Amerindian brothers and sisters, to slavery and then indentureship, colonialism, political dictatorship, the current time. The life of a majority of Guyanese was one engulfed in poverty, a battle for freedom and justice, and a yearning for a better tomorrow. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that that tomorrow is here. The foundation and framework of which is contained in Budget 2022. This generation is blessed to be alive during this period. I feel blessed indeed. We are all blessed, not only to be alive during this period, but to participate in this historic process and be part of this historic budget. Mr. Speaker, despite the pessimistic cacophony emanating from the other side, sensible Guyanese recognize that this budget creates the foundation and structure upon which the edifice of modern Guyana will be constructed. It is a budget that reflects our newfound wealth and envious status as one of the largest oil-producing nations in this hemisphere, though only in its embryonic stages. We will be recorded on the positive side of history, Mr. Speaker. Future generations will salute our contributions in this budget, Mr. Speaker. The aggregate budgeted sum of a mammoth $552 billion constitute by far the largest financial injection ever in the Guyanese economy. I have said elsewhere, it is like injecting a racehorse with a huge dose of steroid before the hay race begins. Without the gigantic spin-off benefits destined to flow from this budget, the mere expenditure of this massive sum will invigorate every corner of this nation with a level of commercial, economic, and social activity never witnessed before. I hear the vacuous argument that this budget lacks job creation. Mr. Speaker, the real question is, do we have the capacity to meet the demands of the tens of thousands of jobs that are likely to be created by the mere expenditure of the monies in this budget? Do we have the capacity to access the construction and building materials that will be required for the successful execution of this budget? Do we have the level of skilled personnel, the type of equipment, plant and machinery and requisite skill set that will be needed for the transformational projects embraced by this budget? These are the pertinent questions that right-thinking Guyanese are asking. And these relate not only to government spending, Mr. Speaker. They relate only to government spending. They do not include the explosion that will take place in the private sector. For example, the multiple branded hotels that are already under construction and the several more which will be constructed this year. These are fundamental issues that we in the government have to grapple with and find solutions for. So we have to spend our energy and time engaging our people and partners overseas to advance the developmental agenda of our country, while those on the other side are battling to select a leader while they preach doom, racism, and sow the seeds of discord and unity. Right there, Mr. Speaker, lies the difference between the two sides. They don't even have a leader. The honorable member, Mr. Roysdale Ford, spoke about the lack of agreement to appoint the chancellor. But with whom would our president agree? There is no opposition leader. What he omitted to say is that for 5 years, while his government was in power, not a single attempt was made to enlist the then opposition leader in any engagement to broker an agreement. In fact, what they were trying to do was to import from the Caribbean somebody that they wanted to impose as chancellor so as to demote the current incumbent and to defeat the Chief Justice. That is what they wanted to do, to pervert the judiciary as well after perverting the political system. Mr. Speaker, on this side we work and we build. On that side they criticize and they destroy. However, it is a burden which we will proudly bear. The historical truth is, Mr. Speaker, from 1950 to now, is that whenever the PPP is in government, there is economic development, social progress, and the rule of law. And when the PPP is out of government, there is economic stagnation, social decay, and authoritarianism. Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate my point, after 28 years of PNC misrule, we were a bankrupt economy. The 1991 budget was a mere 29.4 billion Guyana dollars. Our total foreign debt was 2.1 billion United States dollars. Our debt repayment rate was 120% of our GDP. The entire infrastructure of our country was destroyed. That is what we inherited when they left government in 1992. Mr. Speaker, just quickly ahead, when I entered this parliament in 2006, the national budget was 102 billion Guyana dollars. In 2022, this year, 101 billion is allocated for infrastructure alone. That is how we have grown this economy, and that is how we have grown this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about our Sovereign Wealth Fund and the National Natural Resource Fund Act. And as I was preparing for this budget speech, I stumbled upon an article written, an interview done with a gentleman by the name of Andrew Bauer. Let me read who Andrew Bauer is. Andrew Bauer, Mr. Speaker, is one of the most reputable academic and consultant in the area of oil and gas across this globe. He advises on the G8 summit. He advises on the G20 summits. He advises the governments of Lebanon, Libya, Ghana, Mexico, Mongolia, Uganda, Vietnam, and Senegal. And Mr. Speaker, he spoke on our Natural Resources Fund, Bill, Act. He described the one before its predecessor as haphazard. I have the word here on quote, haphazard. And this is what he said of our bill. It is so detailed and innovative, and it will really help Guyana not invest in some of the crazy derivative instrument or art or commodities or whatever that lot of the funds around the world speculate in. The Guyanese fund will not be allowed to do that. There is also a very high degree of transparency in the fund. All of the assets in the fund will be made publicly available through annual reports and financial statements. I continue. This is not Honorable Member Sherrod Duncan speaking. This is Andrew Bauer, a world-known expert. This is what he says. I continue. Guyana is already a resource-rich country, but it will be even more resource-rich. And the huge amount of foreign currency that is going to come into the economy and is already starting to come into the economy will have some important economic impact. Clearly, Guyana needed a fund. It made sense to create a fund to establish to stabilize fiscal expenditures and to smooth spending over a longer period of time, just than when the oil money is collected. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the greatest minds trained in the area of oil and gas management, paying a tribute to our Natural Resource Fund Act. I thought that I would put that on the record because of the distortion that has come from the other side. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the withdrawal of monies from our Sovereign Wealth Fund. That money belongs to the people of Guyana. 126 billion will be withdrawn from the fund this year. Every cent is reflected in this budget to be spent on and for the people of Guyana, and we have no apologies for that. Mr. Speaker, every single cent of that money will be deposited in the consolidated fund and appropriated in this National Assembly before you. Every single cent will be interrogated and explained in the Committee of Supply, which will be streamed live. Every single Guyanese and indeed the world will view those proceedings and will hear how the money will be spent. That should immediately halt the baseless and reckless allegations of thievery and corruption. Mr. Speaker, education and health, two of the most people-centered sectors in this country, are to receive nearly $80 billion each. These two allocations alone constitute more than 36 billion that will be withdrawn from the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Two sectors alone will draw from that fund $36 billion more. Who will benefit from these two sectors, if not every single Guyanese and our students? Yet you hear from the hopeless bunch of honorable members on that side the recurring rhetoric that the budget produces nothing for the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, I heard the disgusting assertion that this government is salivating at the oil money. This statement must come from the mind of a come to see, never see. We on this side are not so disposed. We on this side are not so disposed. Ironically, this is the very bunch that eat out $2 billion of food in 1 year, and they talk about salivating. Mr. Speaker, though this point has been repeatedly made, I must emphasize that despite its magnitude, this budget imposes no new taxes. On the contrary, not only does it reverse tax imposed by APNU AFC, but it confers a regime of liberal tax concessions for the ordinary citizens as well as those in the commercial sector. That, Mr. Speaker, is prudent fiscal management. Mr. Speaker, we were able to move our revenue collection from about $160 billion in 2016 to $255 billion in 2021 without any new taxes, largely because of growth in economic activities. The economy is scheduled to grow in 2022 by nearly 50%, which will rank us among the highest growth rates in the world. The non-oil sector is scheduled to grow by some 7%. This will surpass the growth rate in the entire Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, we heard about trickle-down economics from the other side. Well, this is trickle-over economics. From the oil sector, we are trickling it over to the other sectors, so that every sector of the country can benefit from the oil money. That is prudent fiscal management. Mr. Speaker, in short, this budget lays a solid foundation for a modern Guyana. I will not spend much time replying to the rambling from the other side. Their track record in government is well known. Their style of politics is well known. Their criticisms and pessimisms are expected. Recall when we were building the Guyana Stadium, Mr. Speaker, at Providence, they labeled it a white elephant. When we were building the Borbees Bridge, they said it was a waste of money. They were opposed to the Marriott Hotel, labeling it a bastion of corruption. When they got into government, it was not enough for them to wine and dine. They killed the Myra Falls project. They killed the specialty hospital. And this was while they were in opposition. While they were in opposition, they were destructive. In government, they built nothing of worth. But they squandered, discriminated, destroyed the productive sectors, and caused over 30,000 Guyanese to lose their jobs while they trampled upon the Constitution. From their presentations in this House, Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. One errata, Mr. Speaker, they build a roundabout. And as the Honourable Member, Mr. Dattadin said, that was built wrong. They got a circle wrong. A circle, all they got to do is draw a round circle. That they got wrong. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the legal sector. Our government recognizes that there cannot be economic development nor social progress in the absence of the rule of law, constitutional compliance, and an independent and efficient judiciary. Law and order are the twin pillars upon which modern civilization rests. Mr. Speaker, the judiciary has received an allocation of $3.5 billion in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, starting from the year 2021, we have, as you know, partnered with the judiciary in the establishment of 28 virtual courts right across the prison centers of our country, so that we don't have to take prisoners during this pandemic to the various magistrates' court. They go into those virtual courts and they have their cases heard. That was a $200 million investment. Mr. Speaker, yes, sir.
Honorable.
Sir, I ask kindly that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Education. Honorable Attorney General, you have 5 minutes to continue and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, the Madhya Magistrates Court will be completed this year. The Port Kaituma Magistrates Court will be completed this year. The Mabaruma Magistrates Court will be concluded this year. The Vigilance Magistrates Court will be concluded this year. The extension of the Court of Appeal building in Kingston will complete next year. The rewiring of the Supreme Court Registry at Essequibo will complete this year. Also this year, Mr. Speaker, we are completing phase 2 of the Bartica Magistrates Court to build parking place, storage bond, and a waiting area for members of the public. We will also complete the Madhya Magistrates Court. We will begin the construction of the Kovan John Magistrates Court, the Maikoni Magistrates Court, the extension of a bailiff bond, the construction of storage bonds at Diamond. We will also begin the construction of a Magistrates Court at Timeri with living quarters, a Magistrates Court at Friendship, a Magistrate Court at Anna Regina, and we will build a storage bond also at Leonora Magistrates Court. Mr. Speaker, this year also the judiciary will invest some $1.5 million in accessing an e-litigation program that will help them to manage litigation in the system. Mr. Speaker, our legislative agenda for 2022, expectedly, new developmental trajectory in which our nation is heading will require a new and modern statutory foundation. Mr. Speaker, we have in this regard a packed legislative agenda for this year. We already have in the Select Committee the Narcotics Amendment Bill. We have a Hire Purchase Bill in the Select Committee. In the pipeline are juvenile justice, evidence, suicide prevention, border patrol, wills, restorative justice, combating of trafficking in person, a bail bill, condominium bill, mental health bill, leave with pay bill, electronic communication transaction bill, anti-dumping bill, engineers bill, securities bill, Public Service Appellate Tribunal Amendment Bill, National Intelligence Security Agency Bill, Representation of the People Act Bill, National Registration Amendment Bill, Election Laws Amendment Bill, Surveillance Devices Bill, an Arbitration Bill, a Hemp Bill, a Public Health Bill, a Medical Practitioners Amendment Bill, Nurses and Midwives Bill, Solid Waste Management Amendment Bill, a Foreign Judgment Reciprocal Enforcement Bill, a Firearms Bill, a Domestic Violence Bill, Radiant Safety and Protection Bill, legislative amendments to our laws to allow for judge-alone trials, Mr. Speaker, and many, many more. We have, of course, mental health is top on our priority, top on the agenda. Mr. Speaker, we also have the Law Reform Commission that will come on. This year will be its first year in force. And we expect, Mr. Speaker, to get from that agency some recommendations for law reform. Mr. Speaker, the Deeds and Commercial Registry Authority falls under the administration, or rather the supervisory authority of the Ministry of Legal Affairs. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very important institution in our state apparatus. This is where all transports are filed, all business names registered, all companies registered, all deeds registered, patent, trademark, copyright, etc., all registered there. With the increase in commercial activities, with the developmental trajectory of our country expanding, this agency has to play an improved and increased role. Mr. Speaker, they are pursuing several digital platforms to convert all their hard records to e-copy in almost every area so that members of the public can get e-copies of documents requested. Mr. Speaker, we are also digitizing the property records, and we are building a new edifice at Sodi on the Essequibo coast, a 4-story edifice to the value of about $500 million that will house a new facility, a new branch of this office for Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mr. Ford spoke at length about the Criminal Justice Project. Clearly, this fellow doesn't understand. He doesn't know about the project. When we took government, Mr. Speaker, I was summoned to an emergency meeting by the IDB, the funding agency, and I was told that if this project doesn't get a kickstart, if it is not invigorated with energy, they will shut it down because it was suffering from inertia and inactivity. It was a dormant project under their government. Mr. Speaker, we took it, and if you look at the newspapers today, you will see advertised by the University of Guyana an invitation for persons possessing of an LLB degree to make an application to join a prosecutorial course that will be done at the University of Guyana. That the graduates of that program will be infused into our magistrates court, and they will be prosecuting in the magistrates court along with our police prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, we intend under this program also to donate a quantity of computer and printers to the police force with a view of them being used to type statements that are required to be served in criminal proceedings. Right now, those statements are served in handwriting, and we intend to change that, Mr. Speaker. And there are a host of important initiatives that I'll have to speak at a different forum on in relation to this project. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, this year the government will kickstart the constitutional reform process. The budget has some $125 million. My honorable member and friend, Mr. Ramjatan, is in the committee with me. The committee has started to work, and we are looking at a model, a work plan that we will use to push the agenda of that process. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this is a visionary budget. This is a budget, as I said, that will lay the foundation for a better Guyana. This is a budget that I feel blessed to be part of. This is a budget that future generations will salute as the foundational pillar of modern Guyana. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, as I mentioned, we're going to take a break after the Honorable AG. We have to conclude consideration of the time allocated for the estimates in the Business Subcommittee. So I now take the suspension, Honorable members.
Not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one chorus. Not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places. Talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, we now proceed with the budget debate 2022. The next speaker is His Excellency, former President and Vice President, Mr. Bart Jagdeo. Anil. Honorable members, I'm seeing a note here. The Chief Whip for the government is advising that the honorable member will not be speaking. Honorable members, let me just check online before I move on. Honorable member and former leader of opposition, the honorable member Mr. Joe Harmon.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, let me just give me 1 second to start your clock at 6:05:30. Honorable member, you may proceed with your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget debate 2022 in a budget which is titled Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the title of this budget says it all. The PPP administration is unrealistic, it is delusional, and it is confused.
Well, Honorable Member, Mr. Harmon, just give me 2 seconds. I will start back your clock. You might be a little bit away from your microphone, so we're not getting a good audio feed. And in order to help us, honorable members, I'm asking that we reduce the excess noise so that we can hear, and the technicians to see if they can do something with the internet volume. Honorable member, you may proceed. I'm starting back the clock at 6:07. Go ahead.
Titled Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this title of the budget says it all. That the PPP administration is unrealistic, it is delusional, and it is confused. The only challenge, Mr. Speaker, the administration needs to be steadfast against are the many among them with an anti-Guyanese mentality and who appear to have been baptized in contaminated waters and filled with crassness. Therein lies the reason, Mr. Speaker, that the budget is titled with a statement like resolute in building our one Guyana. Not in building one Guyana for all Guyanese, but our one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we don't have to ask who is the our being referred to in this budget title. Since this administration went into office, it was evident that there is our Guyana, which they have created and embraced for themselves, their families and friends. Then there's the other Guyana, which they have treated with scant regard and punitive disdain. We have some very strong signals of who is not a part of their one Guyana. The working class, the poor, the sons and daughters of slaves, the sons and daughters of indentured servants, our indigenous population, and everyone who opposes their style of governance. Mr. Speaker, let me, at this point, commend my colleague MPs for their professional and clear treatment of this budget so that the Guyanese people can understand the true meaning of these figures that were thrown into this budget to finance what I would consider to be a visionless plan. From the first speaker on the opposition side, Mr. Speaker, who described the budget as disrespectful, discriminatory, and deceitful, to the very last speaker on the opposition side, in my view, we have successfully dismantled and pierced the veil of opaqueness that surrounds the presentation by Dr. Ashley Singh. I, like most Guyanese, am extremely proud of my colleagues, MPs like Joretta Finance, who exposed the government's poor record on the non-oil economy. And this is basically what Charetta spoke to. That in 2020, the non-oil GDP was down by 7.3%. In 2021, the non-oil GDP was projected to grow by 6.1%, but only grew by 4.6%. The non-oil economy is worse today than it was in 2019. Then, of course, there was MP Natasha Flew-Bess, who outlined a food basket, or the way in which $28,000 will be spent by a pensioner. And this is what she said, that if you cost a dinner at $300 for 30 days in a month, that will be $9,000 to be spent by a pensioner. If you costed a lunch at $500, by 30 days, that's $15,000. If you allocated $2,000 a month to pay GPL, and that will basically bring you, along with the phone bill of $2,000, will bring you to a total of $28,000. There's nothing left after that. You can't even afford to deal with a breakfast. And so, Mr. Speaker, these are the challenges which we are faced with as the poor people in this country. And so I would like to say that these contributions, Mr. Speaker, have excellently brought home the reality of what this budget means to the ordinary man and woman. Let me also, Mr. Speaker, take this opportunity to thank Dr. Nicolette Henry for her sterling service in this honorable House and wish her well in her future endeavors. Dr. Singh, honorable member, I am aware that the budget is a painstaking operation in which you allocate monies in a given year to government priorities. I commend you for seeking to accomplish the impossible. Mr. Speaker, before I go much further, please permit me to address a few issues which were raised by the two previous speakers, the Honorable Member Gail Teixeira and the Honorable Member Anil Nandlal, the Attorney General. First of all, the Honorable Gail Teixeira spoke to the fact that Guyana was in a very bad state when the PPP took office in 2020. But I need to remind the honorable member that in 2014, and when we took office in 2015, that is the AP and AFC took office, that Guyana was in the throes of the Financial Action Task Force and the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force conditionalities. We were about to be blacklisted. And it took the efforts of the administration of David Granger and then untiring efforts of Bassey Williams as the Attorney General to bring us out of that condition. And certainly, the Honorable Member Gail Teixeira and the Attorney General will be well aware of that. They are the ones that attended these financial task force meetings in Paris and in all of other parts of the world. And so they will be well aware of that. Mr. Speaker, we also have to recall that during that period before 2015, Guyana was described internationally as a narco state. It is what was described in some international magazines as a tattered legacy of bad infrastructure, a tattered legacy of a people with little or no hope, a demoralized public service. And as one writer in the Stabrook News, Mr. Ralph Ramkaran, said that at that time, corruption had assumed an industrial scale. So that is what we had, industrial scale corruption, a tattered legacy. We were in the throes of being blacklisted by the Financial Action Task Force. We had a demoralized public service. This is what we found. This is what the PPP gave to us after 23 years in office. And they like to say that this is a continuing administration, which started in 1992. And so what we are seeing now is a continuation of that same failed policy, which produced that type of environment in Guyana. So the Honorable Member, Madam Gail Teixeira, I would just like to remind you of these issues. There are many others, but I can't spend all of my time dealing with that today. Mr. Speaker, then of course, it was this crassness, which I call it, this crassness of the Attorney General, who, apart from trying to explain that he went to Queen's College and therefore he had a certain pedigree, and that the Honorable Member on the opposition side went to St. Rose's, therefore he has a different pedigree. This is what we are talking about. But the Honorable Member made a statement which I believe was very, very dishonorable, and one for which I believe the PNC should call upon him to make an apology. Mr. Speaker, every year, the People's Progressive Party goes to Babujan, where they celebrate the life and the legacy of Dr. Chedi Jagan. And the country recognizes that, and the country treats it with the respect which that requires. But, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General this afternoon basically denigrated such an activity by the People's National Congress to go to the Botanical Gardens on an annual basis to celebrate the life and legacy of two former presidents, President Forbes Burnham and President Desmond Hoyt, and he likened it as to going to raise up the kabaka to help us in our elections. That's disrespectful. And I believe the Honorable Member, in his exuberant outburst, must understand the consequences of statements like that made by a senior member of the PPP Politburo. He's a senior member, he's not just any ordinary member. When you see photographs of the 5 top persons in the government, he's one of them. And so it is disrespectful for him to basically treat an activity which we revere on an annual basis as going to beg the kabaka. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Anil Nandlal also went on to in his usual tirade about the 2020 elections, and that all hell broke loose after the results started to come in. But the Honorable Member must know, and it cannot escape him, that on the 6th of March, that when he spoke about all hell broke loose, that it was his party and his party leadership that had been engaged in activities at the Elections Commission office in Georgetown. The Honorable Member must know that. And finally, Mr. Speaker, because some of these matters are the subject of elections petitions, let me say that the acid test of the 2020 general and regional elections will be what comes out of the process of the recount which took place at the Artichon Conference Center. It will not be determined by how many people recognize you and all of that. It is what the electors decided. That will be the acid test. And when these matters come before the court, we will determine whether in fact who was right and who was wrong. Mr. Speaker, the reality that Dr. Singh, the Honorable Member Dr. Ashley Singh, who I consider to be an honorable man and I respect him, is that he has been asked to present a budget to this country based on a plan by his bosses at the Ministry of the Presidency, a plan which is visionless. And so just as you were unable to sign the $2,000 bill, Dr. Singh, this is the same reason why you have to now face the irony and the criticism of this country based on a budget that has no vision. And Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that after 4 days of debating and after a marathon presentation by Dr. Ashley Singh, that the Vice President and the Honorable Member, Mr. Jack Dio, had to take to television yesterday to explain this vision. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, if after 4 days, all of your ministers cannot explain the vision on which this budget is based, and it requires the Vice President himself to go in what he considers to be a calm atmosphere to explain to the people of Guyana what are the philosophical underpinnings of this budget, then certainly, if they can explain it, the people can understand it. This is the critical point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have asked me to deal with the governance mechanism and the governance structure that impacts this budget which we are dealing with. And as is known, Mr. Speaker, every budget brought to this House by this administration reflects this OUR, this OUR, One Guyana theme. None of the previous budgets catered directly to the development of the poor and the working class. The average Guyanese have not benefited from the two budgets presented thus far in this House. And yet again, minuscule benefits are being offered to the working class and the unemployed. Mr. Speaker, the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance should redo this anti-Guyanese budget and come again. The Honorable Member Dr. Ashley Singh has a budget title that is longer than the benefits in the budget for the poor and the working class citizens of this country. In fact, if you add the budget title to the title that has been given to the Honorable Minister, you will see how long that is. You will see how long that is. But of course, these names sometimes are meant to create a smoke screen, so you don't really see what is behind it. And so rather than calling Dr. Ashley Singh the Minister of Finance, you give him a long name just to say he is not the Minister of Finance. And in like manner, this budget, it gives you a long title just to say it is not what it intends or what it portends to be. Mr. Speaker, this 2022 budget is prepared to utilize the funds from the Natural Resources Fund, which is the patrimony of all Guyanese. But most Guyanese, to them, their lives have not seen good days under any PPP administration. The fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that yet another PPP administration has failed to deliver a good or a better life for all Guyanese through its plans, its programs, and policies. Mr. Speaker, it is little wonder that the new oil finds that are announced by Exxon and lately by CGX, have not generated excitement and interest by the Guyanese people, it is because they cannot see the benefit of all of these oil finds, and this petro state that we are creating. They do not see the benefits trickling down to them that affects their livelihood. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the policies and plans of Budget 2022 will create a great life for a select few in their version of our Guyana. Mr. Speaker, building one Guyana must include equity. It must include justice. It must include fairness. It must include transparency. It must include inclusionary democracy. It must include opportunity for our young people. It must include a better quality of life for pensioners. It must include respect for our public servants. It must include freedom of speech. And most importantly, must include benefits for women who are predominantly the head of households in this country. It must, of course, too, Mr. Speaker, include opportunities for the creation of wealth for the other Guyana, the economically disadvantaged. This budget does not provide access to opportunities and a better quality of life. A national budget has to speak to development at an individual level, at the community level, and at the national level. The impact of that budget has to be felt by vendors in the market, professionals, engineers, doctors, plumbers, etc. Instead, Mr. Speaker, this budget caters to the friends and families of the People's Progressive Party. Mr. Speaker, we will see many letters in the press and interviews of the honorable members and ministers from the PPP speaking of how good the budget is for Guyana. But as the saying goes, he who feels it knows it. Mr. Speaker, he who feels it knows it. If you want to know where the shoe pinches, put it on. And so, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2022, the vast majority of the people of Guyana are made to settle for pittance at the bottom, while those at the top continue to create an environment for themselves to continue the pilferage of the public coffers. As an opposition, Mr. Speaker, we will not stand by and see that happen. And along with a mobilized citizenry, we will fight this scourge before it takes hold in this country. Mr. Speaker, one of the trends we have become accustomed to in every PPP administration's budget is the investment of billions of dollars into failed projects and plans. Remember the famous fiber optic cable project, which was managed by the son of a former president, which cost the people of Guyana over $1.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, it was on the 2nd of November 2018 that the then PPP opposition leader at that time flagged the PPP. This is the PPP opposition leader, flagged the PPP over this failed project. One media outlet, the Guyana Chronicle, published an article titled, and I quote, "Jagdeo blasts failed PPP 1.3 billion fiber optic cable." In that same article, the honorable member was quoted as saying, and I quote, "It was a failure. The design parameters were all wrong," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I want to use those very words to say to Dr. Ashni Singh that this budget is a failure. Its design parameters are all wrong, as it does not uplift the lives of the poor and working class in our society. Design parameters wrong. Mr. Speaker, I give you another example to illustrate my point. In 2013, under the PPP, A bridge was built at Maruka for 43 million Guyana dollars by a contractor. The work was poor, and so even after it was completed, the bridge could not be used. The contractor was paid all the money. But when he was questioned by Stabrook News about the poor work, he said, "It was not me. It was the government that gave me an inadequate design to build the bridge." Mr. Speaker, when the AP and UFC came into office in 2015, we had to rebuild that bridge. Mr. Speaker, according to the contractor, the design parameters that he received from the PPP government was wrong. That was the problem with the bridge. The design was bad. Mr. Speaker, that also is the problem with this budget. The design is bad, Dr. Singh. I know you know how to put together a budget, but if you get bad design, bad parameters, you can only expect failure. And speaking of bad designs, Mr. Speaker, we have the return of the famous Amida Falls Hydro Project. Mr. Speaker, it is ludicrous for any government to be obsessed with funding failed projects. But it's the nature of the PPP that drives this style of governance. Failed projects translate as success to the PPP because their friends get the contracts and benefits are filtered down to them and their families, what they call trickle-down corruption. And I heard this word used quite often during the course of this debate. It is what we call, Mr. Speaker, new wine in old skin, or as the Americans call it, pork barrel politics. Pork barrel politics. Mr. Speaker, then we have the issue of the Guyana Sugar Corporation. And this corporation we continuously use as a political tool by the PPP. The PPP does not care about the sugar workers or the industry, but what they do know is that it is necessary to have the sugar workers and their families be dependent on Gaisuko so as to ensure that this single voting bloc remains beholden to them. So Gaisuko will continue to make less than it costs to produce sugar year after year. It will continue to deprive projects in other sectors of billions of much needed budgetary allocations that could bring short, medium, and long-term relief to citizens, especially during this time of COVID. The billions given to Gaisuko, Mr. Speaker, could have gone towards providing free education at the University of Guyana. But education is not as important as reopening estates of a failed industry. To date, Mr. Speaker, Gaisuko has received over $30 billion from the previous two budgets and supplementals, and it is set to receive another $6 billion in this budget. We are yet to see the reopening of any estate. So, Mr. Speaker, while the administration continues to fund its failures, Guyanese must wait until after the next elections, according to this administration, to have access to free tertiary education. But let me say this to the PPP administration, Mr. Speaker. On this issue, they are right. I agree with them. Because the next administration will be the AP and the AFC's administration. And they will certainly make tertiary education a reality and a priority as part of our education and as part of us providing what is called an education nation. That's part of our plan. So the PPP, you're right on that. You're right on that. Mr. Speaker, the AP and UAFC made sure that our policies, plans, and projects cater to all Guyanese during our time in office. Mr. Speaker, over time, We have put more disposable income in the pockets of our citizens through a number of measures. And these included, but were not limited to, increases in minimum wage from $39,000 to $65,000, while increasing the income tax threshold simultaneously. Mr. Speaker, this allowed public servants to have more discretionary income after covering their necessities. And that was done without oil money. That's how a caring government caters to its citizens. And of this, the honorable members on the government side should take note, because the small increase of the threshold and the invisible and intangible disposable income you are talking about has been all swallowed up even before it reaches the pocket of our public servants and our citizens. It's all eaten up by a cost of living that is increasing daily. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the PPP does not clearly understand the times in which we are living, because what we have in this budget are pittances being paraded as life-changing measures. The PPP administration is an administration whose policy is to make our people a nation of mendicants. The cash grants that they have placed in the budget are enough to have citizens look for another handout next year. Not enough to put them in a position where they are able to build sustainable livelihoods. Those on the government side spend no time addressing measures and policies that would have lasting positive impact, because they do not want an independent populace. They rely on a dependent population. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect on how the cash grants last year were distributed to our citizens, one cannot help but liken the modus operandi to exactly how drug lords operate when attempting to gain control over people and communities. They go into communities with large bags of money, along with their security with big guns, to share out money and buy over communities to increase their influence. It is interesting, Mr. Speaker, that in 2021, the PPP used the same method to get money to the people. I here again reiterate our call for the auditing of the disbursement of all those cash grants. And I call again on the Honorable President, His Excellency Mr. Irfan Ali, to demand that the Auditor General produces that audit which you instructed him to do. Why isn't he doing it? Is he just so disrespectful of the office? Or does he feel so comfortable that the president could give him an instruction and doesn't have to follow it because he's probably following the directions of some other power in the office of the president? Mr. Speaker, another continuing trend of the PPP budget is the lack of foresight, which is a general characteristic of their governance. Speaker, when we were in office, that is the AP and UFC, we placed restrictions on the importation of used tires and aged vehicles in order to protect our environment and to save lives. We implemented measures for the easy importation of electric vehicles and setting up of charging stations. Our administration was forward-thinking. Mr. Speaker, it appears as though we were too forward-thinking for the PPP, who decided to reverse our tires and vehicle policy. And now in Budget 2022, they are offering tax measures to benefit the importation of vehicles for industrial and commercial purposes. Not one thought was given to the fact that we are still in a pandemic and to providing incentives for school children and a fleet of vehicles for school children. Not a single thought was given to the importation of better vehicles for public transportation to aid in safer travel. no tax reduction or concession for frontline workers who want to purchase a vehicle to travel to work safely during this pandemic, so they can continue to serve the country and fellow citizens. And Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister of Health, there is no end in sight to this particular COVID-19 pandemic. Every so often we hear of a new variant. And so we have to adopt lifestyles to what is called this new normal. And in the consideration of this budget, this government ought to have taken into consideration this new normal and therefore provide vehicles for those frontline workers. Mr. Speaker, another very obvious trend in this PP budget is that it focuses heavily on measures to benefit the private sector, while little to no attention is placed on developing a strong, productive public sector to cater to the needs of this country. It's as if the government expects the private sector to deliver public service to the citizens. Mr. Speaker, this administration boasts about implementing measures that see the private sector saving some $6 billion, which they hope will be passed on to citizens. Instead, the citizens got an increase in the prices of most products, with no measures being implemented for direct benefit to them. The PP has turned to the private sector with a hope that profit will no longer guide their decision-making. Mr. Speaker, it must be clear to all that the administration is incompetent. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about the public sector, and you go through the entire budget speech by the Honorable Finance Minister, you see reference to public sector one time. Once. Mr. Speaker, in my contribution to the 2021 debate, the opposition posited 8 issues on which there was need to find common ground. These issues, in our view, would contribute to good governance in Guyana. And these issues were that our government, or any government for that matter, cannot function in a country like Guyana by just seeing red or green communities. Our communities are made up of people that provide the resources of this country, and therefore the state must provide resources to those communities in an equitable manner. Secondly, we argue that we should agree that constructive engagement based on clear principles and a broadening stakeholder engagement at the national, regional, community level is a sine qua non for our development. Mr. Speaker, and on this point, let me speak a little bit about these consultations and the fact that the Attorney General, in his address to the Parliament shortly, not so long ago, said that there was no consultation with the Leader of the Opposition on judicial appointments. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the Honourable Member, maybe when he looks back at the Hansard, will recognize that there's a mistake that has been made. But I can say that the Honourable Member, along with the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member Barajagdio, President Granger, and myself, consulted not once, not more than once, on the appointment of judicial officers. And there is a record, I believe, in the public domain, in which at the end of one of those meetings, the Leader of the Opposition, as soon as he left the meeting, went to the media and said that he did not agree with the proposal made by President Granger. And so if we do not call that consultation, I don't know what is your understanding, the Honorable Attorney General, a Queen's College student, as to what consultation means. I think it's a very simple matter. The third issue, Mr. Speaker, that we raised at that time was that we should immediately shift from this ethnic marginalization and vindictiveness. The Honorable Guilty Sheriff spoke, and she almost moved my heart when she spoke this afternoon about what our One Guyana should be, how we should work together to benefit from what is happening to our country, the huge amount of resources that are coming to this country, and why we should work together as a people to ensure that the benefit goes to all. And so that was our third issue, that we should try to remove vindictiveness and marginalization. And maybe in their head, in the PPP's head, they are not being vindictive, they are not marginalizing people, but the general public outside here sees it differently. And so even if it is a question of perception, then we should work to deal with that perception. The fourth issue, Mr. Speaker, we said we should agree to meet the cause or redress of imbalances in this country. And this is most palpable in the distribution of these grants, in the way in which we go to communities and we skip some communities that are perceived to have supported the APNU AFC. And these things are very clear. The citizens speak about it. You don't have to go and share it down to hear that. All of the other stations, you hear that. But some, of course, can carry it because they serve different masters. The fifth issue, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about was collectively focusing on poverty and the plight of our poor citizens. And this issue, I believe, has received some attention during the course of our debate and during the course of my presentation, that the poor citizens must feel that they have a place in this country, that they are not just to be consulted when it is time for elections and to get their votes, and then they are left behind thereafter. Or that if they are not part of the ruling party's apparatus, that nothing can happen for them. We have to work that, we have to work that out. We have to get rid of that. We believe that that's important enough. The sixth issue, of course, Mr. Speaker, was the need for us to work together to protect our sovereignty and our national patrimony. Well, I think we have started some work together on this Venezuelan issue, and I trust that that can continue. But certainly on our national patrimony, there is significant disagreement on the approach which the government has taken to dealing with the resources which come from the oil and gas sector. The seventh issue, Mr. Speaker, we raised was the question of the COVID-19 task force, that we felt it should be expanded to have an inclusive representation at meaningful levels. This continues to go on and on and on and on, and it seems to me as if our Minister of Health and the task force itself has probably just given up and decided, well, okay, we'll just count the number of persons who are infected on a daily basis and those who pass away. It's just like that announcement. The eighth issue, Mr. Speaker, was that we should agree that there's urgent need to update our electoral laws to ensure that there's a list of electors which reflect the reality of Guyana. I was happy to hear the Honorable Attorney General in his list of legal issues, in his list of matters that will be the subject of legislation, that he speaks towards the electoral laws. But we believe that it is an urgent priority that the voters list, the electoral list, be cleansed and it represents the true reality of what Guyana is. We cannot move forward unless that issue is taken care of. Mr. Speaker, 1 year later, these conditions remain unmet. What is the pattern of behavior of the PPP? Because if I can go to 2014, I addressed the National Assembly on 2014 on some of the similar conditions which we had asked for that administration under President Ramatar to look at. And basically what we said was that the government refused to engage in any meaningful budget talks at the tripartite level. Secondly, the government refused to reduce the toll on the Berbice River Bridge. Thirdly, the government refused to reduce the value-added tax by at least a single %, with a promise by His Excellency the President to look at the tax structure and to establish a tax committee. Fourthly, the government refused to increase old age pension to $15,000, which we were asking for in 2012. Sixthly, the government refused to commission an inquiry into the Guyana Sugar Corporation and the Guyana Power and Light as a precondition to any further subvention to these entities. Sixthly, the government refused to guarantee the independence of constitutional entities. Even after a motion was passed in the National Assembly, it continued to refuse to do so. Seventhly, the government refused to give presidential assent to any bills passed in the National Assembly, which the PPP did not support. Eighth, the government refused to address the issues affecting the National Insurance Scheme. 9, it refused to have the monies in NISIL, the Lotto Fund, and the Guyana Geol and John Mines Commission transferred into the Consolidated Fund. 10, it refused to take action on the National Communications Network and the Government Information Agency. And it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to have that situation until now. Only yesterday, the People's National Congress issued a statement about the biased coverage of the NCN in the debate that is taking place in the National Assembly. This was a continuing issue. And then the 11th matter we spoke about was the government's refusal at that time to establish a public procurement commission. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a pattern by the PPP that even if you raise these issues, they'll find all kinds of excuse why they should not consult, why they should not do this. So it is a pattern. So what has happened in the last year's budget and no action has been taken? I'm showing you that in 2013 and 2014, it was the same behavior by this administration. The other member, Dr. Ashni Singh, Mr. Speaker, during his budget speech, spoke ad nauseum about the PPP's administration governance architecture, using descriptors that are contradictory to the nature of the People's Progressive Party government. The other member said at page 67, paragraph 4.199 of his speech, and I quote, "The governance architecture of this government is based firmly on inclusivity, participation, transparency, and accountability, and the rule of law." Mr. Speaker, nothing is further from the truth. The PPP does not, it would appear to me, possess the political maturity to be inclusive, let alone be transparent and accountable. Mr. Speaker, that the honorable member could have said, or what the honorable member should have said, should I say, is that the PPP's governance architecture is based firmly on exclusion, selective participation, opacity, unaccountability, and lawlessness. Those are the pillars on which the concept and policy trusts of our One Guyana they are creating are based. This administration, which boasts, Mr. Speaker, of inclusivity and participation, continues to defy the Constitution by failing to have consultations with critical stakeholders in this country. There's yet to be consultation on key constitutional appointments. They refuse to consult with the opposition on Budget 2022, and they shut out the regions that are managed by the coalition from the budget preparation process. The unions are being ignored when requests are made for meetings, and they are left out of meetings that are directly related to matters affecting those that they represent. Mr. Speaker, in November 2021, when the government announced the meager 7% salary increase, there was no consultation with the Guyana Public Service Union. In fact, in a Stabuk article dated 20th of November 2021, the Minister of Public Service was reported as saying that they were pressed for time and that did not allow for consultation with the unions. This is not the coalition saying that, Mr. Speaker, that they did not consult. It is the minister telling the Guyanese people that the government had no time to consult with you or your representatives on matters that directly affect your livelihood. The article went on to say that this unlawful action was taken during ongoing representation by the GPSU, which was vigorously pursuing the need for negotiations with the Ministry of the Public Service and had legitimate expectations that that would take place. Copies of all correspondence were sent to the president with the hope of presidential intervention. But sadly, that was not the case. This is the one Guyana and inclusivity that the government speaks of. Mr. Speaker, this is not the coalition telling the government that they're not inclusive and that they're lawless. The union has said that. It's also published in the Kaieteur News article that the Guyana Trade Union Congress wrote the president of our one Guyana to have a meeting on salary increases issue, and there was no response from the president. So when we say this administration is exclusive and does not seek to have meaningful consultation with all stakeholders, we are doing so clearly from a strong position. Mr. Speaker, their actions speak louder than their words. The other member, Dr. Ashley Singh, mentioned the establishment of a One Guyana Commission in 2022. Mr. Speaker, we have said it before, and we continue to say it. The PPP is visionless. They continue to dismantle every good thing created by the AP and EFC administration. Then they rebrand it and pitch it as if it is a new idea. They dismantled the Ministry of Social Cohesion and now seeks to create a One Guyana Commission. The new member who on the opening day sought to suggest that we promised and they delivered, please be advised, honorable member, that we created and you broke up. We created and you broke up. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh went on to talk about the administration's anti-corruption framework for Guyana, stating that it's based on commitments to our treaty obligations to the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption and the UN Convention Against Corruption as well. Mr. Speaker, the AP and UFC coalition government passed the State Asset Recovery Bill of 2017, giving life to the State Asset Recovery Act and the establishment of the State Asset Recovery Agency in keeping with Guyana's commitment to the same treaty obligations mentioned by the honorable member. I must iterate, Mr. Speaker, that the government's actions speak louder than their words. When they came into office, they dismantled the State Asset Recovery Agency. And the director who they claim had too much power, they fired him. But that is not the reason why, Mr. Speaker. You see, they are masters at equivocation. They love to conceal the truth. But we will continue to bring the truth to the Guyanese people. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that they could have amended the act. They could have removed the so-called powers that they were referring to. But that would have meant that the 19 plus cases that Sarah had against some of the friends and families of the PPP, which are worth billions of Guyana dollars, would have had to be carried on in the course of the court. In fact, the same week that the government closed the agency, there are matters to be heard in the court. So the only way to annul all those court cases was to shut the agency down and repeal the act. They like to say that Sarah did nothing. Well, they should have allowed those cases to take its due course and prove to the nation that we were witch hunting. Mr. Speaker, I say again, action speaks louder than words. They made sure that they removed any legislation that sought to hold them transparent and accountable. This is the true nature of the PPP. On the subject of accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker, the PPP has over time demonstrated that they are accountable to no one, not even themselves. They came to this House, Mr. Speaker, and forced the passage of the Natural Resources Fund Bill, which the majority of Guyanese agree was passed illegally. There are numerous letters to the editor calling for consultation on the bill. One such letter came from Dr. Jerry Jailal in the Kaichur News dated the 29th of December 2021. And it was titled, PPP Natural Resources Fund Bill Seek More Power and Less Accountability and Oversight. This is not a coalition saying this, Mr. Speaker. It is the citizens of this country. This is how the letter started, Mr. Speaker. There is a saying, the more you watch, the less you see. The less you watch, the better for me. End of quote. The PP was bent on using its one-seat majority to railroad the repeal of the original Natural Resources Act, approved by the coalition, replacing it with its own bill and reducing the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee from 22 to 9 persons. They wanted to watch less, and it'll be the better for them. Dr. Jailal went on to talk about their lack of consultation with stakeholders on critical national matters and a number of failed projects. Again, I say, Mr. Speaker, their actions speak louder than their words. And the people of Guyana see the PPP for who they really are. In another letter, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sarenja Dan Paul, in the same edition of the newspaper, pleaded with the president not to assent to the bill. And this is what he said, and I quote, President Ali is in a uniquely advantageous position to listen to the people and organizations who do not support passage of the bill, but ask for further consultation before the bill is law. Listen and hear the people, many of whom voted for you. This is what he is saying. This is not giving in to the opposition. This is listening to the people and telling them, I hear you. Finally, and this is what he said again, I call on President Ali to show us integrity. This is the one quality that he explicitly specified that he will require of board members.
Honorable member, I'll have to ask you to withdraw that reference to His Excellency, the President.
I withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, all I
Please
will say
proceed. Please proceed.
to the members on the government side of the House is show us what integrity means to you. That is what the people of Guyana want to see. And again, I say, your actions speak louder than your words. Civil society groups spoke about the poor governance structure of the bill and the fact that it lacked the key ingredients of accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, citizens even submitted a petition to this assembly seeking to halt the passage of the bill. The petitioners respectfully requested that the National Assembly pause the motion to debate the repeal of the Natural Resources Fund Act to provide an opportunity for the proposed amendments to be made available to the citizens of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this is what Policy Forum Guyana had to say in a press statement in the Starbuck News dated the 31st of December 2021. And I quote, "Since assuming office in 2020, avenues for influencing decision-making in Guyanese politics have been progressively closed off by the ruling party. Independent voices are being silenced and professionals replaced by compliant camp followers. As a result, institutions such as the Environmental Protection Agency, the Guyana Police Force, and the state media, while ostensibly still performing their roles, have become arms of the ruling party." Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, the dismissive parliamentary treatment of the formal petition signed by 64 citizens calling for a pause in the consideration of the Natural Resources Act is a microcosm of what politics in Guyana has become. An entirely transparent process making a modest demand for time to consult was ignored by the ruling party without explanation. Mr. Speaker, this is not a collation statement. This is what the citizens of Guyana, and this is what they're saying. And there are more statements like these, too many for me to deal with today because of the time. Mr. Speaker, amidst this national outcry, this administration decided to ignore the Guyanese people. Understandably so, because they needed the money to prop up this so-called biggest budget. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh needs to inform this assembly of the intended expenditure for the money being withdrawn. It is not enough to say that the money will go into the consolidated fund. Even before the money is withdrawn, it is our contention that the fund, the act, that is the new act, provides at section 16(2)(a) and (b), and it deals with withdrawals from the fund. It outlines that the funds are to be used for national development priorities and essential projects that are directly related to natural disaster. However, the fund is in the budget merely as budgetary support. The government was in such a hurry to force the bill through the assembly that they failed to realize that the act, which is now law, requires that they should state what the money is to be used for, so as to satisfy the requirement for withdrawal. It is not enough to say we will withdraw it and put it into the consolidated fund, and while it is there, we will then come to the parliament. Before you draw it, you should state what the funds are to be used for. Just a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, the Chartered Accountant and Attorney at Law, Christopher Ram, in an article carried by Kaito News, raised a very concern as it relates to the withdrawal from the fund in defiance of what is stated in the Act at Section 16. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is Section 19, which deals with approval of withdrawals from the fund. Mr. Speaker, Section 19 reads, and I quote, "The amount that the minister shall request the National Assembly to approve as the withdrawal from the fund for the next ensuing fiscal year shall be included in the national budget proposal." Mr. Speaker, I was looking among my budget documents to see if there was any statement of request for withdrawal from the fund, and I could not find any. It is as if the PE believes that they must answer to no one. The rule of law means nothing to them. They force a bill through the assembly, and in less than a month, they are in defiance of the very act, because all they want to do is to get their hands on the money. Former Auditor General Mr. Anand Gulsaran, in his weekly Accountability Watch column in the Stabrook News on the 31st of December 2021, said he observed that Section 19 of the Act provides for the approval of the Assembly before any withdrawals are made from the fund. He contends that it raises the question as to whether the Assembly's specific approval is not required before the amounts are incorporated in the estimates. Mr. Speaker, this is not a member of the opposition questioning the possible illegal act of the government. The people are watching, and again I say to those on the government side of the House, your action speaks louder than your words. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member Dr. Ashley Singh needs to inform this nation as to whether or not the various boards as required under the new Natural Resources Fund Act, whether those boards have been established prior to the withdrawal of this fund. If so, who are these board members and when were they appointed? Mr. Speaker, in looking at the governance structure of the PPP, the Honourable Member Dr. Ashley Singh should also inform the nation as to the status of the many commissions and boards that are to safeguard the nation's wealth and aid in good governance. Are those boards and commissions constituted? Mr. Speaker, I heard the Vice President yesterday in his press conference speak to a number of boards, a number of commissions that will be established by February, the end of February. So what has been happening all along? What is this new magical date of the end of February? Mr. Speaker, for example, the Public Procurement Commission. After this administration came into office, they dismantled the PPC. Those persons whose contracts had come to an end, they allowed it to run out and never reappointed. What this did was it allowed the issuing of contracts to friends and family without the necessary oversight and scrutiny, which is provided by the Commission. Billions of dollars in contracts.
Honorable Member, I listened so I could hear what you concluded on the PPC. As far as I know, the Public Procurement Commission expired, and I have a long letter from the former chairperson addressing the issue of not having legal authority to extend people's contract. So the records of the Parliament in my office says differently.
I thank you for that clarity, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is that it is a pattern, you see, Mr. Speaker, that the Public Procurement Commission Act came into being while the PPP were in government before 2015. And they refused to actually bring that act, bring the commission into establishment. Again, now they are back in office. We did it while we were in office and ensure that the commission was functioning. But again, now,
Honorable,
back in office and it's not.
Former leader of the opposition, and
Yes,
there is a process, and I've been seeing the issue of the Public Procurement Commission, nominations, and so in terms of the minutes of the PAC and these discussions. So it's not a single entity responsibility. I think this requires some amount of consensus with respect to the names.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for that intervention too. And I'm sure that you will recognize at the end that I may need some additional time. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, that we are talking now, we're into at least 1 month, 1 year and months since this new administration came into office. And to say that it is now before the Public Accounts Committee does not sit well with the Guyanese people. I will leave this matter there, Mr. Speaker, and I will not go any further on it. Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make, however, is that the absence of these agencies, these oversight bodies, allows for the granting of contracts without the necessary oversights and without the protections that are issued, that are provided by these guardrails of democracy for those things to function. So, Mr. Speaker, the fancy talk about government architecture that is based firmly on inclusivity, participation, transparency and accountability, and the rule of law is not something that can be taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, the fact is you cannot have good governance where there is no scrutiny and proper checks and balances. No checks and balances mean space is allowed for major acts of corruption in the expenditure of this $552 billion budget. There is no doubt as to why Guyana has declined in its standing on the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index over the last year. On this, I understand the Honorable Vice President is now blaming that on the APNU AFC. Well, everything he blames us for, so that is nothing new. Mr. Speaker, it is simply because the PPP governance structure is weak at its very core. Again, I say to the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, action speaks louder than words. Don't talk about good governance, show it. Mr. Speaker, allocations have been made from ministries and agencies to drive developmental programs that should better the lives of the people. However, Mr. Speaker, the glue that holds it all together and makes sure that the people benefit and those programs are successful is the way in which the governance structures function. It is not something, Mr. Speaker, sometimes which you can put a dollar value. So when the governance structure is as porous as the one this administration is resting its budget on, you can allot $20 billion for roads and bridges. But because corruption is ever present and the safeguards and guardrails are non-existent, your roads and infrastructure will crumble, just as the poles on Vicendian Road that were recently erected and the many roadworks across this country that had to be remedied in a matter of weeks after they were completed. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because I know many of the government side will take a while to understand it, is that you can boast about the biggest budget, how much money you allocate to a specific project or program. But when your governance structure is based formally on exclusion, selective participation, opacity, unaccountability, lawlessness, and corruption, the majority of the populace will not directly benefit from your budget. And that is the harsh reality. Mr. Speaker, that good governance entails, I would posit also, how institutions conduct their public affairs and how a government manages public resources, ensuring that there is equity, fairness, and accountability. Good governance guarantees the realization of human rights in a manner which is essentially free of abuse and corruption, and with due regard for the rule of law. In a January 31st Skychur news article titled, "Tax Relief in Budget Are for the Rich," economist Taran Kemraj urged direct cash transfer from the NRF to help ordinary citizens. And the article says that the tax reduction measures announced in this year's budget will not benefit the ordinary citizens of this country, and government instead should focus on ensuring that Guyanese benefit directly from the proceeds of oil resource, Professor of Economics Taran Kemraj said. Kemraj was among the panelists of a Moray House Trust discussion on Guyana Natural Resources Fund Act, a virtual consultation held on Saturday. In his presentation, Kemraj, a professor of economics and international studies at the New College of Florida, said, and I quote, "It is an interesting budget. It certainly has some bright spots, but the most worrying spot of the 2022 budget is how much it mollycoddles people who are already well off." He reasoned that Vice President Bharat Jagdeo recently said that he came up with an estimate that local content law alone will provide the business community with over US $600 million a year. But even with local content and the wonderful tax breaks, Kemraj said he does not see the rationale. For example, in this year's budget, government has announced measures to reduce the excise tax on double cab pickups vehicles between 2,000 and 3,000 cc. From 110%, it gone down to 75%. A similar reduction is expected to benefit other vehicles servicing the oil and gas sector, as well as cater to the increased construction activities. To this end, the economists warned, I don't see the good planning there. And of course, if you reduce the price of some of these vehicles and you make it too easy, you could have the Trinidad situation where one family now has 3 vehicles. And so what you have, you are building roads to take care of the traffic congestion. And then you're right back there in 2 or 3 years. So sustainability has to be a lot more holistic, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, good governance also requires a parliament that is handled without bias, where all members are treated equally, where the business of the people are not denied at the whim and fancy of the presiding officials without sound explanation. This is what we mean by a one Guyana, Mr. Speaker. The extensive delays in summoning parliamentary sittings, the many opposition motions denied, and questions that went unanswered, and the determination that matters such as a flooding of our communities are not urgent. This is basically not what we consider to be good governance and to lead a better one Guyana. To share a more recent occurrence, Mr. Speaker, the reasons given for the dismissal of the opposition motion, which suggests that the opposition could not have brought a legal motion over an illegal action that it initiated in the first place, in our view, or in my view, has no proper foundation in law. Even though there was some legal maxim quoted, Mr. Speaker, I think that that is more the exception than the rule. What that is saying is, Mr. Speaker, if someone initiates an argument and the other person then physically assaults the initiator of the argument, then the person that initiated the argument cannot make a report to the police and to get a redress. That has to be ludicrous, Mr. Speaker. The National Assembly is the highest decision-making forum in the land. And we cannot, if we cannot get it right here in this House, Mr. Speaker, we'll be dominated by a governance system which can soon crumble. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I leave you with the words of a former president of Guyana, Sir Lyndon Forbes Sampson Burnham. And he said, the destiny of the cooperative republic is in our hands. Let these be safe hands. Mr. Speaker, for the many issues highlighted in my presentation, and the fact that a major portion of this budget is funded by withdrawals from the Natural Resources Fund, which the opposition considers to be illegal, I cannot support this budget. And on that point, I say thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the members for listening. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable former Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, it is now the time for the Honorable Prime Minister to make his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my unwavering support the Budget 2022, titled Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana, which was brilliantly prepared and presented by my colleague, the Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Singh. Ashni Kumar Singh. Honorable Dr. Singh has presented yet again another budget that will allow our government to continue our work started when we assumed office in August 2020, and to fulfill our commitments to every Guyanese citizen, changing and touching their lives as we work towards achieving a prosperous future together. Prosperous future together. I must extend congratulations to the Honorable Minister and his hard-working, committed team who've all toiled efficiently and fervently to complete this budget. Mr. Speaker, this $552.9 billion budget is groundbreaking and transformative. No doubt, it holds people at the very center of its focus. With no new taxes, and I repeat, no new taxes, and a robust development agenda. Budget 2022 stands as a glaring testimony to our government's continued commitment to the people of Guyana, all the people of Guyana, including you on the opposition benches. Mr. Speaker, we just listened to 1 hour of negativity. However, that was a farewell speech. And I didn't expect anything better. However, it is protocol that on behalf of my government, led by President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, and our General Secretary of the leading and winning political party in Guyana, the PPPC, that I take this opportunity to compliment Honorable Joseph Harmon on his sterling service as leader of the opposition. I nearly said as member of parliament, but he's still a member of parliament. But as leader of the opposition. Sterling but interruptive. I would like to reiterate our government's position that we are ready to work with whoever is appointed or elected leader of the opposition in the interests of Guyana. What we ask in return is for the new leader of the opposition to accept the legitimacy of our government. This is a government that was elected by the people of Guyana. Perhaps one of the most peaceful elections that we had in this country on the 2nd of March, 2020. You held on to power. when you know that you should have demitted office 3 months after December 2018? Because had we stuck to the timeline of you having lost the no confidence motion, you would have been in opposition since sometime in April 2019. But you know, you could hold on to power as long as you want. But once we have the elections, same to do, same place you will end up, on the other side. You know, you laugh, but this is a serious issue. As a country, and I'm not a historian, but I'm a Guyanese, we fought for democracy in this country. We endured undemocratic government in this country for 28 years. 1992, we had the return to democracy in Guyana. Under the late Dr. Chedi Jagan. I was never PNC. I was a soldier. I was a soldier without a party card. A professional soldier. If you could go and find a party card for me, bring it. Never a PNC. Always a soldier serving in the interest of defense and security of Guyana. I became a politician on the 5th of January 2020 when I went on the stage in Kitty at the Force Rally for the PPPC. And if you remember what I said at the Force Rally, get ready for victory. Go back and check the tape. Ready for victory. Mr. Speaker, you know, I wanted to comment on all the speakers before, but this is worrisome. We had the outgoing leader of the opposition, who I quite rightly thank for his service, delivering his speech. And we had more members on the government side in the House listening to the leader of the opposition. What kind of leadership is that? I am not accustomed to that leadership. You should be supporting your leader, whether he's in government or he's in opposition. Where are the supporters? Where are the elected APNU, AFC parliamentarians? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 31? 31. Shame. You know, we on the government side must be worried. You know why? Because we believe in democracy. And if you believe in democracy, you must have a viable and strong opposition. We are in worrying times in Guyana today. You know why? Because we don't have a leader of the opposition. Mr. Harman resigned, and we're waiting for a leader, still waiting. I am disappointed, we're all disappointed. I'm sure you're disappointed, because whoever is the new leader of the opposition should have been delivering that speech instead of walking around and handing out placards like this whole week. Georgetown, Borbies handing out flyers like this. That is what you relegate your leader of opposition to. We need your leader of opposition to be in this house doing the people's work.
Yes, work for it.
We have a situation where one contender, and perhaps I don't want to call name, you know, is accusing the other contender, because he's leader of the PNCR, he's not the leader of opposition yet. One contender is saying, and I have this from the Airways, Friday 22nd of October, that contender supports Harmon for PNCR leadership. He says no room for Black People Party tribalism. And then the next day, same wave, the next contender refers to the previous contender as a just come, knows nothing about my work among Indo-Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, we are in worrying times in Guyana. We have a struggle for the position of leader of the opposition in your house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know you have very good skills at negotiating and conflict resolution. I do ask of you, I humbly ask of you, Mr. Speaker, to please intervene and resolve this conflict so we can have a leader of the opposition by the next sitting. Our country deserves a leader of the opposition. And a leader of the opposition is important for representative democracy here in Guyana. We don't want a one-sided arrangement. So we anxiously await your work, Mr. Speaker, and we anxiously welcome the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, the outgoing leader of the opposition spent 1 hour trying to discredit the most transformative budget in the history of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this is the same utensil as he was called, not my word, the same utensil as he was called of the former head of state of this country, who I rather suspect was one of the main architects of your attempt to hold on to power, knowing fully well that you would have lost that election. And that is hurtful to the people of Guyana. Not only losers, you were caught rigging.
Honorable Prime Minister, if you're speaking to me, I'm convicted.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point
The
of order.
APNU AFC,
Mr. Speaker,
as reported.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order.
Honorable Prime Minister, we have the Deputy Speaker on his feet.
41.6 of the standing order, Mr. Speaker. I think the Honorable Prime Minister is imputing ill motive on my character. When he speaks of that, I think maybe he needs to contextualize
Honorable
which
Deputy
party.
Speaker, the Prime Minister was addressing the Speaker and he was saying you. So I wouldn't entertain that, but I contend that remark because speakers speak to the speaker and he has corrected it. Go ahead, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable outgoing Member of Parliament and Leader of the Opposition said the average Guyanese has no benefit from previous budgets. This is the same parliamentarian in a previous government from 2015 to 2020 that increased 200 taxes 200 taxes and other forms of payments to his government. That has affected the lives of all the people of Guyana. This is the same government that increased Are you going to allow me to speak? You increase the license for the donkey cart, man. And you're telling us about no sympathy or no plan for the poor people of this country. When we got into office on the 2nd of August, Mr. Speaker, our force budget that I fondly refer to as the rescue budget, the emergency budget for our country, we have reversed the 200 taxes and rates, including the one for the donkey cart man. This is a government that placed a tax on education, Mr. Speaker. You send your children to private school, you had to pay tax on that. Compliments of the APNU AFC coalition government. Tax on health, you go to a private health facility, you had to pay tax. Tax on drugs. It's obvious that they had a philosophy of tax and spend. Tax and spend economics. But you know what? They didn't spend the money that they got from taxation on the people of Guyana. They spent it on themselves. That's the point. So how can you come and lecture us about a budget that does not provide for the people of Guyana? A budget that provides $600,000 starting this year for everybody who has to do dialysis. Mr. Speaker, I serve in the military. I interact with veterans. And this was one of the issues that was raised by the leadership of the Veteran Foundation. But many shut-ins, and they have kidney issues, they're challenged to pay for their treatment. And this is the budget, and this is the government that has provided that this year. This is a caring government. This is a caring budget. This is a government for the people of Guyana. This is a people-centered budget. Mr. Speaker, this government had to return the We Care cash grant. And I wish to remind them that is something we started in the last government, before I became a politician, to start in the last PPPC government. The coalition won the election, the APNUFC, and one of the first things they did was to remove that payment. They claimed they had no fiscal space to continue that payment. But they had fiscal space to utilize money, to enrich themselves and to live the good life that they promised to all the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we have since returned the Because We Care cash grant. In 2021, myself and all the ministers and parliamentarians went to every village, every community where we have our school children and paid over that money to all the people of Guyana. And if you need any explanation for the concept of one Guyana, that single act should explain to you what we mean by one Guyana. Everything that is provided under this government is for all the people of Guyana. The only qualification for that payout is that you had to be in school. And you know what? It didn't matter whether your school was a private school. You also got the money. And the same government that Mr. Harman is accusing has decided in this budget to increase the money to $25,000, and the money for uniform will move from $4,000 to $5,000. So it's $30,000. $30,000 per child. I have grandchildren, I have neighbors, I have friends, and all of them are coming to me and say, Mr. Prime Minister, we thank you. And we want you to convey to your president, to the general secretary, and to your ministers for such a decision. This is what the ordinary people are saying to us. And you come into this house and tell us that the budget is not for all of us. Mr. Speaker, we increased the old age pension by $3,000 this year to $28,000. And I have my old veteran friends, I know what they're telling me, thank you very much. My old veteran friends, because they're getting the NIS, they're getting the state pension. Incidentally, a decision was made by a previous PPPC government that the state pension must not be less than half the minimum wage. And that has helped so many veterans who would have retired 40 years ago. So they are having half of the minimum wage. The NIS they're having too, which is equivalent to half the minimum wage, and now they have not $25,000 but $28,000. You did nothing. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Harman talked about sugar. He talked about free education and failure to introduce free education in our manifesto. We will reintroduce free education. It's a work in progress. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. You need timelines, baby. I want you to read this document. Every member of parliament on that side should go back and read this document. This is your document. Our vision for unity, stability, and development. And there's a reason why we will only refer to this. You know why? Because after you prepare this, you had 5 years in office. 5 years in office to deliver to the people of Guyana on this manifesto. And it's so sad. You did almost nothing. Nothing. Well, I take my word back. You talk about a green state development strategy. So you painted the office of the president, you painted the residence of the president, and many other buildings in green. And there were some bridges around Georgetown that painted in green and yellow. You know? That is so sad. I am a brigadier for life. For life. You can retire from the army, but you don't retire your rank, baby. You are the people, and I have my notes here I'm going through. In your campaigns, you said sugar is too big to fail. Who said that? And then you failed us all. You sent home 7,000 workers. But you know what? Before you send them home, you commission, and you all like to do that. Commission of inquiry. You had a commission of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. They had a commission of inquiry, and the recommendation was clear. Keep the estates open. Go and read the recommendations. Keep the estates open. First you said sugar is too big to fail. Then you did a commission of inquiry recommending keep the estates open, and you sent home 7,000 sugar workers. And you closed the estates.
How much it was?
And now you come and tell us that you will form the next government. No free education, according to your manifesto. You remove the money from the people, the poor people of this country. You close the estate against your own commission inquiry. You lost the election, and you refuse to demit office. And now you come in this house to tell us that you are on a uphill trajectory which will lead you to form the next government. Well, we don't know which government you're talking about. Certainly it's not 2025. You will not be forming the government in 2025. You promised more disposable income, and Mr. Harman just said that, for people in your 2015-2020 manifesto, but as we said, we found out that was a fallacy. You taxed the people into submission, and they voted you out of office. You never conceptualized any comprehensive plan to deal with COVID-19, and yet you come into this house and criticize us. All you did for COVID-19 was to lock down this country. You locked down this country. And Mr. Harman, the goodly gentleman, made himself Director General of the task force. And they did nothing. You built a shell at Liliondal. We got into power and we had to fix everything and return this country to some semblance of order, protecting the lives and livelihood of the people of Guyana. When we assumed office, you could not have even done a proper COVID-19 test in this country. And you hadn't adequate testing kit. No PPEs for the workers. The same workers that you want to defend now, the frontline workers. No ventilators. Those are the things that we had to deal with. And yet you come here and you pontificate about how caring government you had from 2015 to 2020. We are on record of keeping on the job or employed all public service workers. We have not sent home any public service worker as a result during the COVID-19 pandemic. The teachers were at home and they got paid. The public servants, they got paid. All we did is return them to work. You had them locked down.
Politicians.
You criticized the $109 billion in our budget that is earmarked for infrastructure spending. But you don't have to be an economist to know that infrastructure spending is transformative. It has a multiplier effect. And that will drive the development of this country. That will drive foreign direct investment in this country. And that will catapult us into a developed state faster than we expect. development, and we hear a lot about development throughout the last 4 days, is better on a sound democratic foundation. Democracy first, and development will follow. What you wanted is to remain in office in a democratic manner and still talk about development of this country. It did not work. It will not work. The people voted you out of office. You keep talking about the cash grant and communities were bypassed, and we keep asking you for the list. You're making this allegation, and we keep asking you for the list to help us. Give us the list. We have not bypassed any community. We had pink slips that we gave out, and we went back into those communities and paid the money. You said sovereignty is a bipartisan issue. We agree. Mr. Harmon said that. Sovereignty of Guyana is a bipartisan issue. We agree. And then you talk about patrimony, which should be a bipartisan issue. And he went on to talk about oil and gas and consultation. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC was in opposition when the coalition government signed that PSA. And perhaps if you would have consulted with the PPPC while they were in opposition, we would have had a better PSA with Exxon today. You talk about election reform. We're looking forward to your submissions on electoral reform. So kindly have a speaker, Mr. Speaker, kindly have a leader of the opposition as early as possible, so we can benefit from your contributions to the consultative process. Right? Right, so we're waiting a response. You talk about us not consulting with the GPSU and just offering salary increases unilaterally. But for 5 years, did you consult with the GPSU? Oh, yes. But they were toothless poodle, right? And you continue in your bad ways of unilaterally deciding what you will pay the public servants, and now you come here to us to ask us that we should stop and engage in collective labor bargaining. Mr. Harmon talks about the state asset recovery. And it was an agency that was set up. And he talked about 19 cases that was placed before. 19 cases that were witch hunt cases. And the state asset recovery agency became an agency of jobs for the boys and girls. It was a waste of money. That is the money for that agency, used to run that agency, that could have provided the fiscal space for the transfer payments, for the social sector safety nets that were necessary in this country during your time in office. And you talk about accountability and try to preach to us about accountability, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the 2016, 2017 and 2018 Auditor General report is replete with instances of mismanagement of the finances of this country and corrupt dealings that should lead to further investigation. Mr. Harmon talked about the NRF Act, and he referred to Andrew Barr, the Export and Sovereign Wealth Fund that the Honorable Attorney General would have referred to earlier. But, Mr. Speaker, the NRF Act is now law, since it's already assented to by the President of Guyana, and it's a progressive piece of legislation that will lead to proper management and a high degree of transparency of our revenues from oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record that the so-called civil society that Mr. Harmon talked about in his address was silent when the APNU-AFC government hurriedly passed in an illegal manner the NRF Act of 2019 at a time when we should have been planning for elections in Guyana. We have people who are telling us about the illegality of the 2021 Act, but they're silent on what happened in 2019. Mr. Speaker, every cent that goes into and comes out of the NRF Act, and I'm speaking for the people of Guyana to understand, will have to withstand the scrutiny of us in this House of Assembly. It has to come here. And there are many layers of control that will assure the people of Guyana of a high level of transparency, unlike what was proposed by the 2019 NRF Act that placed immense powers in the hands of the then minister, a minister who was very opaque in explaining to the people of this country what was done with the 18 million United States dollars bonus. If you cannot clearly account to the people for 18 million US dollars, Mr. Speaker, I can imagine what will happen now. Because we have 607 million US dollars in the fund, and there's every likelihood by all projections to having just under $1 billion, all things being equal, going into the fund in 2022. And those are by the commentators out there. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in good hands. We have an act that will assure a high level of transparency to the people of Guyana. And Mr. Speaker, the funds will be expended as stated in the Act for the present and future generations of Guyana. And that's why in this budget, we are requesting to utilize money from the fund, because we are building the foundation to assure a better life for all the people of Guyana. The honorable member talked about the PUC expired, but he failed to mention that is a process that is required for the re-establishment of the PUC.
The PPC, the Public Procurement Commission, the PPC.
I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about an opposition who will come here and preach to us, an opposition who, when they were in government, did not respect the same process and procedures that they come to preach to us about now in the interest of good governance. And this will ensure that they remain on that side of the house. We heard about guardrails of democracy, respect for the rule of law, adherence to checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, we are adhering to and observing all that was mentioned by the outgoing leader of the opposition. And we wish to take this opportunity to assure the people of Guyana that the PPPC government will be a government that will practice good governance. Good governance, regard for the rule of law, transparency, respect for fiscal policies are all built on this solid foundation, the solid democratic foundation that I mentioned before. Mr. Speaker, early on, we had many speakers who came to this House and misrepresented a number of issues that I can deal with. The Honorable Cathy Hughes came and regaled us with a number of untruths. We thought I was lying, Cathy Hughes. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, as it...
PM, lying we can't use.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Cathy Hughes, when she was the Minister of Public Telecommunications, benefited from the same advisors that advised me as Minister responsible for telecommunications. In 64 days, on the 5th of October 2020, I signed the commencement order liberalizing the telecommunications sector in this country. And it was based on the same advice that was given to the Honorable Minister 2 or 3 years before by the same advisors. And yet the minister came to this House, and the former minister came to this House today and start talk about issues of compensation for GTT, when she knew fully well that the issue of compensation did not arise since GTT voluntarily complied with all the provisions of the law as we issued the commencement order. As I said, 64 days after taking office. She went on to mention about the issue of tax, which is a totally separate and apart issue and discussion that is engaging the GRA and the company. She went on to refer to every Jesus has a Judas, but I don't know who she was referring to. But certainly, every Jesus, even Jesus had a Judas. So I don't know who she was referring to as Jesus or as Judas, but she certainly demonstrated a fundamental misunderstanding on this whole issue of liberalization of the telecommunications sector. Or maybe she was afraid that the sky would fall on our heads if we liberalized. Her real advisors, as I mentioned before, convinced her that we should go ahead. So now that we have gone ahead and liberalized, and the sky has not fallen on our heads, she cannot believe it. So she is still searching for some deal. Mr. Speaker, through the act of liberalization of the telecommunications sector, all we are interested in on this side of the House is a better deal for the people of Guyana. Better service at the best price for all the people of Guyana. And I wish to assure this House and the people of Guyana that the Public Utilities Commission will be engaged and will be asked to pay more attention to the quality of service in the telecommunications sector during 2022 in Guyana. She went on to talk about the call center. But what she should have told us is that the call center was closed under her. And that led to unemployment of a lot of young people, over 100 young people in Linden, the young people that they love so much, in a stronghold of the PNC or APNU. You refer to that as your stronghold. We have, since August the 2nd, rehabilitated that building, and with the guidance of Dr. Ashley Singh, we have facilitated an investor who has since reopened that facility and already employed 100 young people with the intention of employing more in the near future. Young Londoners, Honorable Cathy Hughes should never speak about corruption to this House. She gave contracts to her company, and it's in the papers. Guyana Times, May the 2nd, 2019. Telecommunications Ministry awarded contract to Minister's Company. Oh, it's still news. Look at that.
What about the $90 million transfer into our company? What about that? You got the man house report though.
The Honorable Cathy Hughes earlier told us in this House that it is the PNC government who is trying to remove the monopoly from GTT. But we know different. It is the PNC government who gave GTT the same monopoly that she talked about earlier today. And it is the APNU AFC government, including the Honorable Cathy Hughes, who failed for 5 years to remove that monopoly. We did it in 64 days.
64 days.
Mr. Speaker, it is so sad.
And one for Brother James and one for Brother Raymond.
Mr. Speaker, it is understandable why the honorable members sitting on the other side of this House are bitter and will not support this budget, nor any future budget presented by the PPPC. We cannot expect anything different. It is a proven fact by now to all Guyanese that the APNU AFC has immeasurable disdain for the development of our country and the improvement of the lives of our people. Their own supporters, the many people who voted for them, have lost confidence in their representation. Mr. Speaker, it shows, and for that they must hang their heads. You know why? Because people do not support their baseless utterances, nor wish to be associated with their madness. They have continuously betrayed the people of this country, both in government and in opposition once again. Mr. Speaker, even in this honorable House, they have failed to conduct themselves properly and act like normal, civilized human beings with dignity. Even nursery schools children know better and can do better and will do better. From grabbing the mace and running around this sacred dome screaming, to abusing civilian staff who have no interest in anything else but performing their duties honorably. The APNU AFC parliamentarians have done it all, and they owe the people they represent in this National Assembly many apologies, not only in words, but in action. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the presentations of the honorable members over the last 5 days, sitting on the other side, and we can all agree that it's the same tune being sung by each and every one of them, including their outgoing leader of the opposition. They have showcased to this House and the Guyanese people their inadequacies and grave incompetence by being unable to grasp the whole purpose of Budget 2022. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot expect much from those who have proven time and time again to lack basic comprehension skills. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when people choose to be stuck in their ways to the point of no return, and after having realized that no amount of help will make a difference, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you just have to decide that it's a total waste of time trying and hoping any longer for change. Mr. Speaker, I've said this before, and I will say it again. The APNU AFC coalition is against anything that is progressive for this country and its people. And it isn't today's story. Throughout their time in government, which was overstayed, by the way, after losing the no confidence motion and disrespecting our constitution and the entire nation, they had the opportunity to serve, but what did they do? They squandered taxpayers' money like there was no tomorrow. On what, Mr. Speaker? As I mentioned before, themselves and family and friends. And if any one of them is currently suffering from memory loss, let me remind them that it was their former ministers who, while they were supposed to be serving the people honestly, took it upon themselves with absolutely no approval from the people of this country to purchase jewelry, to decorate themselves, of the hard-earned contributions of the ordinary men and women out there. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but they found it fit to live luxuriously, and as if a 50% salary increase for them, and them alone, was not enough, they racked up billions of dollars, not millions, but billions on food alone, all on the backs of the people of this country, with next to nothing given back in service from them. They failed the people and this country while in government and continue their record of failure in opposition, only getting better and better every time at it. It is obvious that what the APNU AFC members aim to excel in, nothing else. And it breaks my heart to see this, because our people deserve better than what they offer them. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed amusing every time we come to this house and have to listen to the deception and untruths spewed by the honorable members sitting in opposition. Each and every one of them appear before this house and proudly prove every single time why they earn their seats on that side. And so shall it be for a very, very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC is known for empty lip service, all talks with no substance. I'm convinced that most of them have mastered the art of theatrical performance, as this is the order of their typical day. Mr. Speaker, I must address many of the falsehood spoken in this House by members of the APNU AFC during this budget debate. But I wish to say that I did address many of the falsehood already, and I don't want to bore the members here. But I need to mention, Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC members are brazen to come here to talk about housing, salary increase, pension, global warming and climate change, democracy, and many other issues that they ought not to have the audacity to speak about. Mr. Speaker, when the APNU AFC barely managed to allocate a mere 7,534 house lots and did not develop one single housing scheme during the 5 years in office, it is our PPPC government that came into office in 2020, just 18 months now, and distributed more than 10,000 house lots a day. And I tell you this, it is our PPP government that will distribute 50,000 house lots and possibly more by 2025. It is under the PPPC that Guyanese in every category and income bracket are now finally able to access on own house lots and affordable housing, having their dreams realized with our government, a necessity that was denied and far from reality under the APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, we had members of the opposition that said the people of Guyana are perishing and our government has lost the battle against COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, let me remind those members that when the PPPC came into government, we took over from them and they did not even have the capacity, as I mentioned before, to do testing up to that time. I guess they were too caught up in attempting to rig the elections for 5 months, so public health and safety was the least of their priorities. Hanging on to power was, some guts the honorable members have come in here to say this when it was their government, the APNU AFC, that discontinued, I keep repeating myself here, the education cash grant and saw fit to remove the assistance to our children and poor people that they so claim to love. Mr. Speaker, it is under our PPPC government that the children of this nation in public schools are once again able to receive the cash grant, the school grant to assist their parents. Mr. Speaker, the opposition had 5 years to do all of the things that were mentioned in their manifesto. And as we mentioned before, they have not lifted a finger to get any or many of the things that they promised the people started. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip, the Honorable Christopher Jones, during his address, went on about Budget 2022 being disrespectful to the intelligence of the Guyanese people. Sir, what is really disrespectful to the intelligence of the Guyanese people is the Chief Whip who benefited from public funds to buy barber chairs for his private barbershop. He went on to say that Gaisiku has cut its production target by 1/3 and questioned whether government will cut the allocation to Gaisuku by 1/3. Once again, Mr. Speaker, they have opened assault against the sugar workers. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Christopher Jones hypocritically questioned, what have the public servants, teachers, police, soldiers done to the PPP, and said that our budget is silent on salary increase for them. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Christopher Jones, what did the police and soldiers do to the PNC, AP, and UAFC that caused them to take away their 1-month bonus? It is our government that fulfilled our promise to the joint services by ensuring that we reinstated the annual 1-month bonus, which they took away from those much deserving servants of our country. It is the APNU AFC members who said publicly that paying this bonus to these workers was equated to bribery. But you were mistaken. What you know of yourself should not be mistaken as the same ideology shared and accepted by others. It is the same APNU AFC when in government failed to pay the 20% promised to the law enforcement officers in the first year in office in their manifesto. And sugar workers, as mentioned by the honorable member. The APNU AFC so loved the people of Region 10 and Linden, and in 5 years, they have not repaired the Suzaik-Linden Highway, and that is provided for in this budget that you're criticizing. Also provided for in this budget is for the Linden to Mubura Road, a very important artery from Linden into the mining areas of this country. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC parliamentarians, the Honorable Don Hastings Williams, and Honorable Sherwin Holder, and all others are hypocritical to come here mentioning anything about CSOs and the CSO program, when they were the ones that shut down the program and fired 2,000 CSOs. Their party, while in government, did to poor working class people who were earning a living. They took bread out of the mouths of those people and many others. They dared to claim that the coalition has a track record of training and caring for young people? What about the CSOs they fired? And before, what about the thousands of young persons that they fired from Gaisuko in 2015? I did mention before, what about the people who lost their jobs at the call center in Linden? Mr. Speaker, as I move on to points under the responsibility, areas under the responsibility of the Prime Minister, I want to thank the Honorable Minister with responsibility for finance for the general allocations in the budget to the Guyana Energy Agency that was able to commence several major initiatives within the energy sector aimed at supporting our government's strategic vision of providing our citizens with more affordable, stable, and reliable energy through an energy mix that includes hydropower, natural gas, solar, and wind. Among those included the advancement of the works on the installation of a 1.5 megawatt solar farm for Bartica, a 1 megawatt solar farm for Letem, commencement of the installation of a 64 kilowatt hybrid solar photovoltaic system in Region 1, and the installation of a level logger at Amelia Falls in December 2020. Much of these works lay the groundwork for much more that is in store in 2022. Mr. Speaker, under Budget 2022, 1.5 billion and 90 million have been allocated for the capital program and recurrent expenditure, respectively. 666.7 million has been allocated in 2022 for the installation of an additional 20 solar PV mini-grids to 20 communities and public buildings in the hinterland that will benefit 14,324 residents. Work on implementing a significant electrification project to supply, deliver, and install 30,000 solar PV home energy systems for hinterland and riverine communities will commence in the first quarter of 2022. The systems are designed to provide electricity to unserved homes in hinterland and riverine communities using renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the basic needs for residents, each system is designed to power 2 9-watt LED lamps, 1 12-watt stand fan, and is equipped with a USB port for charging of portable electronic devices. At the completion of the project, a total of 4.5 megawatts will be installed across 10 administrative regions. This project is expected to benefit over 200 communities and 30,000 households, bringing to a total of 120,000 people who will benefit from this project. The installation of a 1.5 megawatt solar farm for Bartica and a 1 megawatt solar farm for Letem will be completed in the first quarter of 2022. The installation of transmission lines for the Letem and Bartica solar farms will also be completed this year. The installation of a 0.65 megawatt solar farm for Madhya and a 0.6 megawatt solar farm for Letem will be tendered in 2022. The construction of 1.5 megawatt Kumu hydropower plant and rehabilitation and upgrade of the defunct Mokomoko hydropower plant will be advanced in 2022. Is expected for completion in 2023. the design, supply, installation, and commissioning of a 13.8 kV overhead transmission line to connect the Kumu hydropower plant to the distribution network will be tendered in 2022. Also, the 150 kilowatt K2 hydropower project will be completed in 2022. A project started under and grossly mismanaged by the APNU AFC government until it was rescued by our government in August 2020 is now back on stream and will be delivered to the people in this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives that capitalize on the power of renewable energy will certainly lead us along a path of sustainability while allowing us to reach remote areas to serve the needs of the people who have for too long remained unserved because of their geographical location. Mr. Speaker, even as we move further into our remote communities, attention will also be placed on injecting sustainability into our government buildings. With $500 million being allocated for the installation of solar photovoltaic systems at 100 public buildings in all 10 administrative regions of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on with these projects, but we cannot ignore that Guyana is on the brink of transformation. As you will hear reiterated throughout our messages. No doubt, technological advancements will be a major catalyst upon which such transformation will take place. Within the energy sector, such advancements will also be seen in Guyana. $31.6 billion being budgeted to catalyze e-mobility in Guyana and provide comfort to persons interested in investing in e-mobility by demonstrating opportunities for the private sector. This project entails installing 6 level 3 fast chargers for electric vehicles, scooters, cycle charging stations with the ability to achieve 80% charge in 40 minutes. The proposed locations are SNR parking lot, Guyana Energy Agency, Movitong, Giftland, Massey at Providence, and Little Rock Suites at New Amsterdam. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges faced by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the Guyana Power and Light consumer base increased by 5% in 2021, from 204,162 customers at December the 31st, 2020, to 213,918 customers at December the 31st, 2021. Given the dynamism in the economy that is projected in Budget 2022, GPL expects a further 10% growth in its customer base with an estimate of 235,576 customers by December the 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, this increase in customer base is expected to result in a 19% increase in needed generation output for 2022. In order to meet this increased demand, GPL added 9.6 megawatts of new generation assets in 2020, further 6.5 megawatts in 2021, and a further 2.8 megawatts is projected to be added in 2022. Mr. Speaker, we are proud to announce that under the energy program, 2 mega projects are to commence in 2022. Wales Gas to Power project will commence in 2022 and is projected to be delivered to the people of Guyana come 2024. Secondly, the Amelia Falls hydropower project will commence in 2022 and is projected to be completed in 2027. Both projects will transform the cost structure of GPL and will also bring stability to the current fluctuations in generation costs due to the volatility of fuel prices. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the honorable members on the other side of the House that Amelia Falls was a project that should have been delivering electricity to the people of Guyana. In 2017, Amelia Falls was a project that they failed to support, a project that is scuttled. Notwithstanding, while they were in government, they asked for and received a review by none other than NOR Consult, a review of the Amelia Falls hydropower project. In their final report of 2016, dated 2016, 12th of December 2016, stated clearly, Amelia Falls is the best option for Guyana's energy transition. And I wish to take this opportunity to remind the people of Guyana that by now we would have been enjoying 165 megawatts had the opposition supported that project. Mr. Speaker, there are many other points I want to mention on the power generation, but I'm fearful that I may be running out on time. And I wish to mention at this stage that we have in 2022 planned interventions that will reinforce the Demerara-Borbis interconnected system through upgrades of 4 GPL substations at New Sophia, Georgetown, Good Hope, and Edinburgh, and the rehabilitation and construction of a second 5-kilometer transmission line from Kingston to Sophia. These investments will strengthen the reliability of the transmission system, reduce technical losses, and provide transmission system redundancy. Other plans for 2022 include the commencement of the upgrade of the Sophia and Kingston substation and rehabilitation of approximately 5 kilometers of associated transmission line. The Wakanam Renewable Energy Project has commenced and realized the installation of 750 kilowatt PV and 1151 kilowatt battery energy storage for the people of that community. For the gas to energy project, GPL is involved in a tripartite arrangement with the task force and SO Exploration Product Guyana Limited to execute the request for proposal for the 300 megawatt power plant and the liquefied natural gas plant. GPL is part of the Amelia Falls Hydropower Project Committee appointed to negotiate the terms and conditions of the project with the preferred bidder. The project, as mentioned before, is expected to commence by mid-year. The Smart Grid project will enable GPL to efficiently manage the mega projects of gas and power and renewable energy initiatives going forward. Mr. Speaker, as we are all aware, our government liberalized the telecommunications sector within 64 days of taking office on August 2nd, 2020. Mr. Speaker, following our government's historic achievement, the efforts of the Telecommunication Agency since then have been on ensuring that it builds upon the foundation established and that the benefits of liberalization are realized through putting in place the environment and frameworks to maximize competition. Some of this work includes the implementation of local number portability with a target date set for December 2022. This achievement eliminates what would otherwise be a significant barrier to competition if customers had to deal with the time and cost of changing numbers or having two phones in order to take advantage of the best deals on offer at the time. Consequent upon this initiative, there is currently a working group under the leadership of the PUC and including all operators to bring this number portability regime into being. Another competition facilitating measure is the issuance of a license for the operation of a third submarine fiber optic cable connecting Guyana to the global internet via the Atlantic Ocean. This development means that all three of our major service providers will have their own transatlantic submarine fiber optic cables. Once completed, Guyana will have at least 6 independent connections to the global internet, with each of the 3 current facilities-based providers operating both primary and backup cables. This investment in telecommunications infrastructure, together with investment in cheaper and more reliable energy and electricity supply, when placed with our natural advantage of geography outside of the hurricane belts and earthquake zones, will see us ideally placed to facilitate the expansion of business process outsourcing operations by the private sector. In the area of spectrum management, the agency has gone to great lengths to work with all providers to regularize spectrum usage. There are currently 3 operators duly authorized and operating within their lawfully assigned spectrum, providing no less than 4G services, thereby ensuring that operators deploy modern and contemporary technologies to customers. Mr. Speaker, recently a 4th mobile service operator was licensed and will enter the market with rollouts scheduled to commence in calendar year 2022. Mr. Speaker, in our manifesto, we pledge to increase access to cheaper data and bandwidth by scaling up state-sponsored efforts to provide countrywide cover with fiber optic cables and other wireless options to ensure subsidized access to poor and remote households, and to develop the infrastructure and provide the enabling environment to promote the use of ICT across Guyana. We have promised to increase access to cheaper data and bandwidth by scaling up state-sponsored efforts. And in 2021, the NDMA continued to operate and maintain the national broadband network. This infrastructure is now the backbone of the government's online and interoperability efforts and comprises 55 4G LTE sites, 9 third-party leased point-to-point connections, 1 satellite ground station supporting 91 satellite sites, and over 227 kilometers of fiber and 658 mobile LTE units, with fiber and LTE being accessible in the coastal regions and satellite technology being used in the hinterland and remote parts of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in order to continue to provide internet services to the public sector and further increase the bandwidth supplied to every educational institution on the national broadband network, NDMA prioritized the procurement of increased bandwidth in 2021. Dedicated bandwidth was increased by 167% to better serve government entities, including schools and hospitals, on the national broadband network in 2021 and beyond. This allowed for the increase in Wi-Fi bandwidth from 500 to 200 megabytes per second at 139 public internet access sites. Overall public Wi-Fi consumption increased from 242 megabytes per second in January to 500 megabytes per second in October 2021. Mr. Speaker, this comes on the backdrop of a previous system when I was campaigning and visiting remote parts of this country. When you try to get onto the internet, you just had it buffering, showing connecting. So we are at the stage now where the service has not only increased in terms of reach to the people, but has improved and will continue to improve in 2022. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the continued provision of internet services to 369 education facilities, the planned provision of fiber connectivity to 35 schools, and the provision of internet access to 50 additional nursery and private schools and primary schools, NDMA's focus on providing appropriate equipment and software to schools, as was promised in our manifesto, continue with the provision of advanced teaching aid for smart classrooms, smart boards, which include smart boards, cameras, digital, audiovisual recorders, and auto-directing classroom solutions under the National Broadband Project. Installation of these smart classroom solutions was completed in 10 schools, with Queen's College as the main, and the other 9 schools being Lenore Secondary, East Rumville Secondary, Christianborg Secondary, St. Stanislaus College, New Amsterdam Multilateral, Bushlot Secondary, Line Path Secondary, Brigdam Secondary, and Charity Secondary. The APNU, AFC, under the Honorable Katius, failed to implement this project, but had the temerity to try to say that she implemented and completed this project. But this was done by us. Mr. Speaker, 17.1 million United States dollars was made available for a project known as the Hinterland Poor and Remote Communities ICT Connectivity Project. This project had started in terms of signing of the papers and the releasing of money under the APNU AFC government, but nothing was done. And sometimes when we say nothing was done, the honorable members on the other side of the house take offense. But regards to this project, nothing was done. We have the situation when we took office of all the materials, including 4,500 laptops and 200 TV screens stored in a bond in Diamond. I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that we have since installed 33 of those components at 33 communities, and we are in the process of installing another 60 of those components in 60 communities between now and the end of the first quarter of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the year 2021 posed unique challenges for the Civil Defense Commission as natural disaster impact continued to intensify. In 2021, Guyana faced the worst natural disaster in its history. The 2021 May-June rains, which extended to August, resulted in large-scale flooding, which affected 51,622 households across the country. This impact included the displacement of residents, water intrusion in homes, inundation to farmlands and animal dwellings. 13 shelters were set up to provide living space for those displaced families. Yet the CDC continued unwaveringly to execute its mandate, achieving major wins in bringing relief to our citizens in their greatest time of need. Mr. Speaker, among the main achievements of 2021 were the completion of the Lethem warehouse at a value of $112 million, the distribution of over 160,000 flood and COVID-19 relief hampers in all 10 administrative regions of the country, the launch of the Country Work Program for the CDC for the period 2021 to 2025, the establishment of the National Oil Spill Committee, resumption of CDC headquarters, construction at Thomas Lands, coordination for conducting several training courses to enhance oil spill response capacity of staff, volunteers, partners, agencies, and government agencies, and assistance with the establishment of shelters in regions 2, 5, 6, 9, and 10, which saw up to 257 persons being housed in shelters at the same time across a total of 12 shelter facilities. This was the highest number of people ever housed at any one time in shelters in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the 2022 current expenditure for the CDC is designed to boost the capacity of the agency to increase its response efficiency to multiple hazards and strengthen the teams at the national, regional, and community levels. To achieve this, the Commission's 2022 budget is built around 3 outcomes: strengthened institutional framework for the mainstreaming of disaster risk management, enhanced knowledge management for disaster risk management, improved capacity for disaster preparedness and response at the national, regional, and community levels. Mr. Speaker, our government, through the CDC, will adopt a more comprehensive approach by fostering interagency linkages and coordination. The development of a national land search and rescue plan and the development of a national recovery policy are key priorities in the 2022 budget cycle. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the strengthening of regional disaster risk management systems and community-based disaster risk management mechanisms are critical to support the sustainability of the work laid out in 2020 and 2021. These initiatives will bring together a wide cross-section of stakeholders throughout the development processes of these priority areas. Mr. Speaker, we in the PPPC took office in August 2020 with a manifesto that represents the path to success and prosperity for our country and people. Budget 2022 will help us to significantly advance along that path through enormous investments in every sector: economic growth, increased employment for our citizens, ease in cost of living, increase in disposable income, and support for the most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC speaks about caring and loving Guyanese people when they distance themselves from their own supporters while they sat in their fancy offices behind closed doors. doors that remain shut to the ordinary people from 2015 to 2020. Consulting with people wasn't a thing for them. The voices and cries of Guyanese were shut out and ignored. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of being the first Prime Minister in many cases to ever visit numerous communities, especially in the hinterland. This speaks to the way our government works, the true definition of boots on the ground. And on the ground shall our boots remain. The APNUAFC comes to tell us about the way this plan and that plan should be. Plans that they had the opportunity to implement but did not. Plans that they lacked even an iota of vision to think of and develop, much less execute. Mr. Speaker, I want the honorable members on the opposite side of this House to rest assured that whether they like it or not, one Guyana will achieve prosperity. One Guyana will overcome the hate and racism people attempt to use as a tool to divide our nation. There is no place for any of this in our one Guyana. And since they have admitted right here in this House their confusion and difficulty with grasping the simple and clear concept of one Guyana, let me remind them that our Guyana belongs to 6 different peoples. But bullies and dictators cannot accept and understand the meaning of one Guyana. The APNU-AFC doesn't own anybody or any group of people in this country. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem of our friends on the other side of this House is that they can no longer benefit for themselves. It hurts them to see Guyanese people actually benefiting as they should. It hurts them to see the rapid pace at which Guyana is developing. It hurts them to the core. And Mr. Speaker, it will hurt even more come 2025 when the people of Guyana re-elect the PPPC back into government. And they will have to come to sit on that side and accept the reality of this new era, an era of vast development, as we continue to build our country, our one Guyana, and improve the lives of Guyanese across all the regions of this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. I was patient in not interrupting, but we needed to suspend the standing orders to continue to conclude these debates.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we suspend the standing orders to continue the session. Thank you.
And I put a question that the relevant standing order be suspended so that we can conclude this debate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And now we turn to the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, the Honorable Member, to conclude these debates.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to bring to closure this first of 2 major segments of this Honorable House's consideration of Budget 2022. The first segment, of course, being the policy debate, and the second, which will commence next week, being consideration of the national estimates. Let me, at the very onset, express my deep gratitude to all of my colleagues on this side of the House, not least, of course, and perhaps foremost amongst whom, the Honorable Prime Minister, who spoke immediately before me, for the time they took to elaborate our government's program for advancing economic and social development in our country in this new and incredibly exciting era in Guyana's history. Let me also thank all those who spoke from the opposite side of the House for their contributions to this debate, which almost invariably served the important purpose of reminding the Guyanese people of the appropriateness of the judgment they exercised on the 2nd of March 2020. I wish, sir, in particular, to acknowledge the speech and contribution made by the Honorable former Leader of the Opposition, and I wish, sir, to join Prime Minister in acknowledging and thanking the former Leader of the Opposition for his service in this capacity. His hour-long presentation, sir, would have reminded us in this House and the world at large why, sir, his own members of Parliament brought to a premature end his service in government on the 21st of December 2018. It would be recalled, sir, that it was the government in which he played such an instrumental role, and I will come back to that role, that merely 3.5 years into their term of office, their own core of members of Parliament exercised the deliberate judgment that they should no longer be there. But if that premature termination of his tenure in government were not enough, on the 2nd of March 2020, and I will not speak of the 2 local government elections that took place in the intervening period, on the 2nd of March 2020, the people of Guyana spoke clearly and resoundingly to Mr. Harman, the Honourable Member Mr. Harman, and his government. Sir, if that were not enough, that were not enough. On the 18th of December 2021, the membership of his own party rejected him from the leadership of the party. And so small wonder, sir, that Mr. Harman chose today to deliver his swan song from the confines of some hidden room so that he could not face the indignity of the empty opposition benches, which would have demonstrated that his own members of parliament could not be bothered to be present when he was speaking.
Wow. No, that hurts. Please report that. Except for Anna. That hurts.
Mr. Speaker, what a striking image it was. This lone figure standing all alone in a room by himself. Standing all alone in a room by himself.
God is even with you.
A man who once bestrode Guyana like the de facto emperor.
You need God more than a lot of people.
A man who once bestrode the length and breadth of Guyana as the emperor at large and the self-appointed emperor for life. And lest there be any mistake, sir, lest there be any mistake, sir, the person who was supposed to have been his boss had already assumed almost divine proportions.
Yep.
So one of the most striking images of the 2015 to 2020 period, one of the images that will forever be etched in the memories of the Guyanese people and in the annals of political history of this country, is the image of a cardboard cutout positioned in the middle of the National Stadium because the great and divine leader was too good to be amongst his supplicants. So if you wanted to pose with the president, you had to come and line up to stand up near the cardboard man. Sir, and that image will live forever. And you wonder, sir, why the people of Guyana rejected you? You wonder why the people of Guyana rejected you? Sir, this great and divine leader to whom the emperor at large reported for 5 years, only condescended to speak. They speak about democracy, openness, and transparency. Today, Mr. Harman spoke disparagingly about the Vice President giving a press conference. Sir, the Vice President and His Excellency the President, the Prime Minister, and all the ministers of this government, all the ministers of this government speak almost every week to the media. But the cardboard man, sir, only condescended on 3 occasions in 5 years. The cardboard man only condescended to speak to the media on 3 occasions in 5 years. And you dare to come to speak about the People's Progressive Party and our commitment to openness and transparency and good governance. You have the audacity, you and your cardboard leader have the audacity. You have the audacity to speak about openness and transparency and good governance. A cardboard leader that refused to answer questions from a media that were not scripted. The media used to be told, y'all jumping, You jump in, you like to talk about Jagdev and Ali, but you don't want to hear about Granger, the cardboard man. You don't want to hear about Granger, the cardboard cutout. You don't want to hear about the cardboard cutout. You like jump up and talk about Granger and Ali. Listen. Listen and hear about the cardboard cutout. Cardboard cutout president. Cardboard man.
But Honorable Minister, His Excellency is not here to defend himself.
My apologies, sir. I was referring to a cardboard cutout. Sir, the people of Guyana, let me say this, sir. This is not 1972. It's not 1982. It's 2022. And the people of Guyana are watching and listening. And they are far more informed than the APNU AFC members of Parliament would like to give them credit for. Far better informed. You want to talk about dictatorship, sir? My apologies, sir. My colleagues on that side of the house, simple things say a lot. Simple things. Whole week we heard about the 3 Bs. Oh, it's 5, no? Books, book bag, something about book bag and boots. Book bag and boots and boat and bus. Sir, let me just give a simple example. You know the buses that they're boasting of. Were all painted green and yellow, and they had emblazoned on them, even the boats. So the boats were all called the David G. And the buses were all called the David G buses.
Yeah, the G stand for God.
Cardboard man that you all reject. Y'all didn't even nominate the man to be a member of the executive council of the party, and we're jumping up for distinguished. He wasn't distinguished enough to be a member of the executive of the party. You're jumping over distinguished. His own party rejected him.
Amen.
You're jumping now. His own party didn't consider him worthy of a nomination to any office in the executive. And jumping over distinguished. Sir, these buses and boats were painted David G. David G. Mr. Speaker, I just have to give a simple example. Can you imagine what their response would be if we started launching buses and boats called the Irfane? Can you imagine if we started launching buses and boats called the Irfane or the Baraje? Can you imagine? But the hypocrisy and double standards right there in that issue captures the essence of what the APNU AFC is all about. Right there. It's fine for these buses to be emblazoned green and yellow and for them to be called David J, David G. They might as well paint them, should have called them Cardboard M. It's fine for them to be called David G. But you imagine the calumny that would be visited upon a bus or a boat called the Irfan A or the Bara J. You imagine, just imagine. And they see nothing wrong with that, sir. That for them is good governance. And they believe that the Guyanese people are not watching and are not listening. But this is not 1972 or 1982. I ain't start talk about the exercise book with the picture. I ain't start talking about Melanie Damishana or Roxanne Burnham Gardens or Linden. You imagine if we found Silicon, mind you, His Excellency, I'm not sure if he was Prime Minister or President at the time, but Mr. Burnham, whether he was President or Prime Minister at the time, was still incumbent when Linden was called Linden. You imagine if we found Silica City and call it Irfanville? It's the direct parallel. Mr. Burnham was the sitting Prime Minister or President, I suspect Prime Minister. When Mackenzie and Wisma were linked, and a new town was founded, I believe he would have been Prime Minister. This was prior to his assumption of the executive presidency. Sir, he was sitting Prime Minister, and a new town was formed. And the new town was called Linden. It's like if we go and call Silica City, Mark Phillipsville, or Jagdaleville. Oh. Sir, that is the nature. That is the nature. That's the nature of the PNC. That's the nature of the PNC, sir. And they see nothing wrong. They see nothing wrong with that. And they have the audacity, sir, they have the audacity to come here and watch the Guyanese people in their eyes and in their faces and pontificate about good governance and about democracy and about constitutional rule. But this, sir, is not 1972 or 82. It's 2022. And on that note, I want to say the following. The Honorable Member, Mr. Harman's performance today was not an outlier. It wasn't an isolated exception or an anomaly relative to the performance of those on the other side. In fact, it was very characteristic. It was very characteristic of the presentations we received from all of our colleagues on that side of the House. And of course, this should not come as a surprise, because the PNC has never really changed its intrinsic and fundamental nature. Whether, on a previous occasion I had spoken about their successive name changes, which do not disguise the fundamental consistency of their nature. Witness, for example, all of this jumping up about appointment of commission that Mr. Harman went off on. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important constitutional offices in this country is the office of Leader of the Opposition. On Monday, sir, we heard that the Leader of the Opposition, on Monday that we heard that the Leader of the Opposition had resigned. On Monday, sir, in fact, it was budget day. It was January 26th, budget day, that we heard that the Leader of the Opposition had resigned. Clear and definitive, whether resign, forced to resign, whatever it was. We heard that the Leader of the Opposition had resigned. A day or two ago, we heard that Ms. Nicolette Henry had resigned. Whether she has or has not is apparently still a mystery. But, sir, there's been no move to fill the position of Leader of the Opposition. A critical, instead we had a lame duck, has been former Leader of the Opposition coming to pontificate today.
From a hidden room.
From a hidden room. Unsupported by his own MPs, rejected by his own MPs. Sir, rumor has it, and I don't wish to be a rumor monger, but given the gravity of the matter, rumor has it that the cardboard man is planning a commission of inquiry. He liked commissions of inquiry. That is why he spent 5 years doing commission of inquiry.
The cardboard man apparently is causing a commission of inquiry into whether Mr. Norton is fit and proper. You remember that phrase? Fit and proper? Apparently, a commission of inquiry is planned on whether Mr. Norton is fit and proper to be leader of the opposition. They're going to do a position paper before they get to the white paper and then the green paper. Sir, and this is perhaps understandable, because one of the apparent lead contenders for the position, or lead aspirants for the position of leader of the opposition, is on public record as describing Mr. Norton as racist. And sir, I'm going to go one step further, Honorable Prime Minister, with your permission, sir. I'm going to go further. The Honorable Prime Minister didn't name the members involved, but I'm reading here an article that says Roysdale Ford supports Harman for PNCR leadership. And the article says that prominent attorney at law, Roysdale Ford, I should have inserted the appropriate correct qualifier. I am quoting from the article. Attorney at law described in this article as prominent. Thursday night came out with a ringing endorsement of Mr. Harman for the leadership of their People's National Congress reform. And this is the very democracy. Don't let me tell you what Carl Greenwich said about your internal party democracy. Carl still vexed. He said on public record that the party Rabi, that is on public record, don't have a party democracy. You want me quote Carl Greenwich? You want me quote Carl Greenwich? Sir, Mr. Ford, the honorable member, is quoted as saying here, there was no place for a tribal or divisive leader. What? And there was no doubt about who he was referring to, because promptly the next day, none other than Mr. Aubrey Norton himself pens a letter, a public letter. And hear what he says. His words, sir, Mr. Norton's words, not mine. I find it laughable but mischievous that Mr. Roysdale Ford insinuated that the PNCR under my leadership will turn the party into a black party. Mr. Ford is too new to the PNC to know. In other words, he's a Johnny come lately. I believe he probably does say that. Sir, these are not my words. These are not my words, sir. They are the words of Mr. Ford himself, who came today and with a lot of drama, hysterics, and empty theatrics, and histrionics even, appeared to be submitting an application for the job. So, I don't know, Mr. Norton, if you'll have to wait for 5 months, like how Mr. Irfan Ali had to wait for 5 months. But brace yourself. Brace yourself. Because the country had to wait from December 2018 to March 2020.
Yes.
And the country then had to wait from March 2020 to August 2020. So, Aubrey, brace yourself, my brother. Brace yourself. You're in for the long haul.
Brace yourself, Aubrey. I can't wait to come. When you coming in, it's gonna be licked like peas. Brace yourself. It's gonna be licked like peas.
So, sir, When our colleagues on that side of the house come with their contributions, and I'm looking here, sir, when they come to this budget debate with their contributions, and they use, and I see the Honorable Chief Whip on the other side is here, he used the word, I believe that he said the budget is disrespectful. That's his word. Sir, contribution after contribution, the APNU AFC sought to insult the intelligence of the Guyanese people, disrespecting them. The real disrespect came from the APNU AFC. Looking at a budget that includes a lengthy number of interventions that will dramatically transform Guyana, that will materially and directly improve people's lives, and they still stand up and believe that the people of Guyana are incapable of interpreting and processing things for themselves. And barefacedly sought to insinuate otherwise to the people of Guyana. I want to say this, sir. In 2022, in the information age, or even the post-information age, in an age where people have access to the vastness of the World Wide Web, there is immediacy of communication. There is ability to process like never before. The people of Guyana are capable of judging for themselves. And you know, our country is maturing. It's maturing. We are maturing as a country. For 28 years, we were in a dictatorship from 1964 to 1992. In 1992, we were finally able to break out of the stranglehold of this oppressive dictatorship with the restoration of democracy. The People's Progressive Party was in government for 23 years to 2015. And perhaps understandably, some people started to have faded memories of what it was like to live under the PNC. Some started, their memories started to fade, as memories will do over time. This will happen to all of us. This will happen to all of us. Some people's memories started to fade. A whole new generation of young voters were born and grew up and came of age. Didn't know the pre-1992 period. Didn't understand when you speak about rigging of election, when you speak of destruction of the economy, when you speak of dictatorship, when you speak of economic collapse, when you speak of banning of basic food items. This was not relatable to them, because all they knew was the freedoms that they enjoyed in the post-1992 era. And so perhaps understandably in 2015, there were a number of people who figured perhaps it's time, maybe it's time, we give these other guys a chance. Mind you, there are some who, in fact, will dispute on very credible grounds the basis on which they claimed victory. But put that aside for the moment. Put that aside for the moment. They assumed office in 2015. Sir, it only took them 3 years, and indeed less. It only took them 3 years for the people of Guyana to say, you know what? I know what it is like to live in a PPP, or in an environment where in a Guyana where there's a PPP government. I know what it is like to live in a Guyana where there is a PNC government. And it took the Guyanese people only 3 years of tasting the bitter medicine of the APNU, AFC and government for them to say, out you go, out you go. Give me back the PPP. They may not be perfect, but they're far better than y'all. Bring back the PPP. It only took the people of Guyana 3 years or less to figure that out. Sir, over the last week, and I want to say, sir, at this point in Guyana's history, and in this modern, as I was saying a few minutes ago, in this modern age of information, in this era when Guyana is going through such a rapid and dramatic transformation, sir, what we need more than ever before is serious, credible, capable, and competent government. And no amount of gymnastics and theatrics from the other side will change that fact. And the fact of the matter is that what we were treated to, presentation after presentation, was a succession. And there is that point too, which Minister Manik-Chan has made. People coming, reading. I don't know if somebody else was writing these speeches for them to read. Reading their prepared scripts, sometimes stumbling over the words, sometimes struggling a little bit with the pronunciation, but we wouldn't hold that against them. Sir, presentation after presentation, we were reminded, presentation after presentation, the people of Guyana were reminded of why their judgment in 2020 was as appropriate as it was. To begin with, the APNU-AFC has a serious problem, sir, with credibility. With credibility. Sir, you cannot come, and we salute you, Honorable Member Ferguson, for writing your own speeches. That's pretty clear, actually. We were under no illusion about, thank heavens you are writing your own speeches. May I ask you never to stop writing your own speeches? May I ask you never to stop? The Parliament will never be the same were you to devolve that responsibility to somebody else.
You are the only person we want to keep it like in this Parliament.
Sir, the APNU-AFC manifesto, you know, the Prime Minister held up a manifesto. I didn't want to interrupt him, sir, but he held up a manifesto. Those who remember 2015 well enough, and I'm sure PM remembers this, will remember that there wasn't only one manifesto for the APNU-AFC, there were two. As a matter of fact, they didn't want to issue a manifesto to begin with. You remember that story? They didn't want to issue a manifesto. I have the other one. Yes, you got one, I got the other one. Look, they didn't want to issue a manifesto to begin with. And when they were cornered by the people of Guyana who said, tell us what you're promising to deliver, give us a manifesto, they rapidly outsourced it, sir. They probably commissioned 2 white papers or green papers or position papers or whatever kind of paper. Sir, they produced not one. I think they released this one first, and then they released this one. Confusing the people of Gapo, confusing my fellow citizens. Sir, I don't know if they held a COI as to the case of the duplicated manifesto. But Mr. Speaker, let us take the second version. Usually version 2 is the new and upgraded version relative to version 1. So let's work with version 2 and see what version 2 promised the people of Guyana so that we can understand why the APNUAFC is devoid of credibility. So listen to what they promised the people of Guyana. Listen, sir. Listen, sir, and try to contain your laughter so as not to impugn the dignity of your high office. Sir, they promised significant salary increases for government workers, including nurses, teachers, security personnel, and civil servants. So 5 years later, they left office, and 5 years later, they left office. They forgot about this commitment for 5 years. They never delivered on it. Well, now that they're back in opposition again, they have suddenly picked up and are championing the cause. So for 5 years, they impoverished public servants. They impoverished public servants, and I want to speak about how they did that. Sir, don't worry about that magician's trick, that cheap magician's trick that they used, that 3-card trick about giving some public servants a salary increase slightly above 5%. They used a tiered level of salary increase so that some public servants in some years were only getting 1%, some were only getting 3%. So there were levels. Sliding scale. You remember the sliding scale? So some public servants who now suddenly they are championing their cause were only getting 3%. In fact, sir, the managerial grades of the public service were being penalized with salary increases that for almost every year out of those 5 years, managerial, middle, supervisory, and managerial civil servants did not get more than 3%. But they didn't only do that, sir. They forced thousands of public servants to move from the contract gratuity system to the pensionable establishment, including all of our professional doctors. Sir, I will tell you this. It might not be obvious to people what the consequence of that was. It might not be obvious what the consequence of that was. That resulted in a 22.5% cut in the pay of those public servants. Because these public servants were getting a gratuity of 22.5%. They took that away. Sir, I know public servants. I once had the privilege, sir, of being a public servant myself. And I know public servants in my own ministry who look forward to their gratuity. Sir, you know every 6 months you're going to get your gratuity and you're already planning. You know what, I'm going to set aside that gratuity. I'm going to make a little down payment on my mortgage to write down the principal. Or I'm going to go to a hire purchase place and buy a significant piece of furniture or a significant appliance that I've always wanted for my home. They used to say, you know what, I'm getting gratuity in December. That's what I'm going to do in December. People used to promise their children, don't worry, in December I'm going to look after this thing. People used to promise their spouses and their partners, don't worry, in December we're going to fix up the fence. Or we're going to paint over the house. Or we're going to buy the new stove. Or we're going to buy the new fridge. Ordinary public servants, sir. Sir, these public servants were told, we will take away your gratuity. You don't think they're watching? You don't think they know? You think they're living in another planet? There are thousands of public servants who've been watching you and who know that you took away their gratuity and you're coming here and crying crocodile tears.
Crocodile tears.
Crocodile tears.
Crocodile tears. Ollie, crocodile tears. Watch you.
Sir, there were many public servants who worked beyond the call of duty. As you know, many of our ministries, some of them are understaffed. I can say that for public servants in my ministry, they work far beyond the call of duty. Some of them, you can't send them on leave. Some of them voluntarily say, you know what, I know that is a little pressure time, I ain't gonna bother take this leave. My family putting me under a little pressure to take this leave, but I'm gonna hold on, I know they're under a little pressure. Public servants have said that to me, sir, over all of my years in government. You know what the APNU AFC said? Take your leave. You know what I said? Take it. What I said? Use it or lose it. Use it or lose it. Sir, public servants who are already overstretched and hard-working, they're working hard. They're working hard. They're working beyond the call of duty. They're working beyond the call of duty. They're willing to forego their leave to get the work of the people done. And the APNU AFC government said to them, we are not going to pay you salary in lieu of leave. Use it or lose it. But guess what, sir? What the public servants at large don't know is that there were a tiny privileged few. There were a tiny privileged few who used to get a little letter saying approval is granted.
No, this can't be true.
Sir, and they come now. You know how many public servants out there knew that the ministry can't afford to send them on leave? Forwent, if that's the correct past tense for forego. Gave up their leave. Gave up their leave. Stayed on the job. And at the end of the year discovered that their leave had been forfeited. And they couldn't get paid for it. They couldn't get paid for it, sir. And you come here and cry crocodile tears?
Crocodile tears, crocodile tears.
You come here now, you don't think those people are watching you? You come here and you jump up about discipline services. You come here and you jump up about discipline services. Sir, take away the people 1 bonus for reasons that are still not clear. For reasons that are still not clear, sir. Apparently, sir, there's a rumor, sir, that if you were a serving member of the discipline services, you were not good enough. You had to be a retired member and over 70 before you could be in their good grace. And let me hasten to add, sir, that I have the greatest of respect for the septuagenarians in our society. Let me hasten to add that I have the highest of respect for the septuagenarians and octogenarians in our society. They deserve our highest respect. But not only people over 70 are supposed to get work. And sir, it was a joke. People used to laugh on the street. You have to be a farmer soldier and be over 70. Sir, I know people connected with the PNC. I know people. It's not a secret that I have a lot of friends in the PNC. That's not a secret. I know people I have a particular example in mind, a gentleman who is in his advanced 60s. And I used to jokingly say to him, I won't call his name, but everybody in this house knows him. I used to jokingly say, what happened, man? They forget you? The man used to laugh and said to me, nah, man, I'm too young. I used to ask the man, I said, what happened, man? You buys them the in government. They forget your man, son, man, I too young. In about 5 years' time, they might call. And the man was 69 at the time. The man was 69. He just celebrated his 70th birthday. I want you after guessing his who. At 69, the man was too young to get a job with that. But they come here, sir. They come here, sir, and they cry crocodile tears. Sir, they promised, here what they promised, here what they promised. A new AFC program for the first 100 days. Yes, first 100 days, that's the page I'm reading. Sir, they promised immediately implement a phased reduction of VAT and the removal of VAT. Hear the words, you know, not my words, not my words, the words of the cardboard giant and his cardboard team. Implement immediately a phased reduction of VAT and the removal of VAT from food and other essential items. Sir, the removal of VAT. The removal of VAT. Sir, let the people of Guyana judge for themselves, as indeed they have already done. Sir, they promised, sir, they promised, sir, that they will immediately, they said they will immediately double old age pensions and they will immediately double public assistance. Sir, 5 years later, they give a measly $7,000, and guess what? We deliver $7,000 in 18 months, and they're jumping up. And they're jumping up. Sir, and they believe that the people of Guyana are not watching them. Just like how they watch the people of Guyana. And they tell them 33 is not bigger than 32. They believe that you can tell the people of Guyana all of this nonsense, and the people are not watching them and judging them. So they said they will establish a national cane workers and cane farmers conference, and that they will establish a national rice farmers and rice millers conference. Sir, this is what they promised when they wanted people in the rice producing and sugar producing. When Mr. Ramjatan and Mr. Nagamutu in particular wanted people in the rice and sugar producing community to vote for them, they promised them that they will establish, here would they establish, a national, well, mind you, it's not nothing big, it's a committee. I guess the committee would have then work on a position paper. And the position paper would have then result in a green paper. And it would have then result in a national strategy. Sir, but let me just say for argument's sake, they promised the people a committee. Mr. Ramjatan, this committee was established. Here, national cane, you went, sir. You went and promised the people in writing, you picture there in this thing, you buy rubber stamp. Look, you buy rubber stamp grinning. Look, the senior rubber stamp. Look, the senior rubber stamp grinning. Look at him grinning. The senior rubber stamp grinning here. The senior rubber stamp grinning here and promising the people. The senior rubber stamp grinning. You want to see the senior rubber stamp again? Watch. The Prime Minister without portfolio. The Prime Minister without portfolio. Look, the senior rubber stamp. The senior rubber stamp grinning and promising the people in the rice producing and sugar producing areas. Here we promise them, we will establish a national cane workers and cane farmers conference. Sir, it is well known. It is well known, sir, that none of this.
How much the committee would have cost it?
It costs nothing because it's never established.
I'm hoping that, let's not go to the $9,000 party. Let me check the committee. I will take the committee and all. Even the committee and all I will take. You promised me the committee. You remember the then opposition leader, now vice president, said any initiative in their own manifesto that would benefit the people of Guyana, we will support.
Yes, we said that.
Any initiative. I rather suspect that even this committee we will support. Sir, even the committee didn't deliver. Even the committee didn't deliver. Sir, they promised that they will liberalize the telecommunications and ICT sector.
In 100 days, got you.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Sir, man, look, it continues. Sir, they said they will establish a hinterland and depressed areas fund. Where the fund there?
How much would it cost? We would have donated.
They will establish a hinterland and depressed areas fund. They will develop a hinterland policy. They will facilitate access to affordable credit. Here is one. Minister Mustafa, you will like this one, sir. They said we will place, hear the language. They're very good with language. They will place the hinterland cattle rearing industry on a scientific footing. Not ordinary footing. On a scientific footing. Here to do what? To take advantage of the international demand for organic beef. You know they got to say, where is the beef? You know they got to say, where is the beef? Sir, where is the organic beef 5 years later? Forget about scientific footing. We don't take any footing. Where is the organic beef? Where is the organic beef? Sir, forget organic. Where the cow there? Where the cow there? Where the cow there? Organic beef. Sir, they said that they will create a strategic development plan for Region 10. Sir, Minister Todd listed a number of times he has visited Linden, more than the cumulative AP and UAFC in 5 years. And he's not the only cabinet member who's been there. We have all been there. Where the development plan there, and what are the results of implementation of this plan? But you know, maybe the development plan was closure of the call center. We left a functioning call center there. So when I returned to government a few months after President Ali assumed office, and I visited the location of that call center, it was a tragedy what I saw. It was a tragedy. The last time I had been into this building, it was a functioning call center. 125 young Lindeners were busy working at their computers, interacting with persons at the other side of the world, smiling cheerfully, knowing that they were collecting an income at the end of the month and able to support their families. Sir, when I went back there in 2020, I was almost moved to tears to see what was there. Not only was the call center closed, but the building was a dump, completely destroyed. Sir, I want to go further. A young member of my staff at the Ministry of Finance is a Lindener. I have many Lindeners, but I'm speaking, there are many Lindeners working in the Ministry of Finance, but I am speaking of one in particular. A young lady whose name I will not call out of obvious respect for her privacy, a young woman working at the Ministry of Finance from Linden. I was in a conversation with her shortly after I returned, and I was finding out about her family. And she said to me, sir, that she had and has a sister who lives in Linden. She's a Lindener. The family still lives in Linden. She had come to town to go to UG and now works at the ministry. She has a sister who graduated a few years ago, about 2 or 3 years ago, and is at home living with her mother. So I said to her, what is your sister doing? She said, well, she has graduated, but she's unable to get a job. This was late 2020, early 2021. Shortly after that call center was opened, as a result of the effort made by this People's Progressive Party civic government, that very same young lady came to me and she said to me, Minister, my sister applied and is now a team leader at the call center.
That is what you destroyed. That is what you destroyed. You have to rebuild. And then you come in here with crocodiles.
And sir, guess what? And guess what, sir? There are 125 young Lindeners just like her. And by the end of this year, there'll be 250. And in the near term, there will be 500 young Lindeners. Sir, Mr. Speaker, our friends on that side of the house will come and beat their chests, thump their chests. They will thump their chests in feigned triumphalism and profess their love for the people of this region and that region, except, sir, that they wrought havoc on the people of all 10 regions of Guyana for all of the 5 years that they spent in office during 2015 to 2020. Wrought trauma and havoc, sir. Sir, I will repeat those famous words. The truth hurts.
That's right.
I will repeat the famous words, the truth hurts. And you may ask, sir, why I choose to highlight the fundamental problem that the APNU AFC has with credibility. I will ask why they have this fundamental problem with credibility. Because the APNU AFC has a long history of selling pipe dreams.
Ice cream promises.
Pipe dreams. Nothing that they intend to deliver. Sir, you know what? They are jumping up and saying that from 2015 to 2020, they didn't have oil money. Mr. Speaker, in this same manifesto, they had a section that explained how they are going to finance their czars, their economic czars. Wrote a section of this manifesto that explained how they were going to finance these lofty plans. Cutting the VAT, taking off the VAT off of food, doubling old age pension. They meticulously documented how they were going to finance all of these promises. Sir, the section was called Reaping the Democratic Dividend.
Ooh. Democratic dividend? Democratic.
The section, sir, was called Reaping the Democratic Dividend.
That's like the Grim Reaper.
Sir, one, we will reduce capital flight. This is currently estimated at $200 million annually. We expect savings to be between 10 and 20%. Two, augmenting capital inflows. Augmenting capital inflows. This is currently estimated at about $450 million annually as a result of our improved political environment. This augmentation is projected to be 15%. 3, reducing incentives for the underground economy, currently estimated at 20 to 60%. That's a pretty big range, mind you, right? Might as well that it says 0 to 100. Might as well that it says 0 to 100. Currently estimated at between 20 and 60% of official GDP. Projected savings from this underground formal economy conversion benefits are 10% of this amount, or 2 to 6% of GDP. Reducing procurement fraud, estimated at 28 to 35% of total procurement, amounting to $140 billion. Tax reforms are expected to yield 12% of total revenues of $168 billion. Growth of GDP to reach its potential, thereby yielding a further 3% on annual growth of GDP. I'm going to return to that matter shortly, sir. Etc. Petro-Caribe, projected savings from eliminating siphoning off practices, which will be about $6 billion. Improved labor productivity due to an improved industrial relations climate. Sir, they had 23 years in opposition. They took 23 years. They sit down for 23 years and study and analyze and cogitate, and they come up with this white paper, green paper, position paper, whatever paper you want to call it. I'm not going to speak about the kind of paper that Mr. Nandalal apparently applied those mysterious lecture notes that he was so slanderously accused of having borrowed. Sir, they took 23 years and came up with this masterpiece, selling pipe dreams to the people of Guyana, and then they came into office. Where was this democratic dividend? Where is this democratic dividend? The abolition of this procurement, where is this 30%? You were going to save 28 to 35% of total procurement fraud. Where is this 28 to 35%? We're gone. With this conversion of the underground economy. Sir, I'm making this point to say that the APNU AFC's track record when it comes to selling pipe dreams is a long and well-established track record. So when Mr. Rysdale Ford comes here and he says we will abolish income taxes, sir, when Mr. Rysdale Ford comes here and says we will abolish income taxes, sir, just like how you're to deliver all of these things in this paper here, all them things we're promising and calling for, sir, the people of Guyana know better. They are wiser. They are wiser now. They are wiser. They promised all of those things in here. They promised all, and they explained how they were going to finance it. But sir, there is a fundamental problem in the APNU AFC with credibility. And the reality, but in all honesty, sir, it isn't only a credibility problem. The truth is that there is also a problem either with competence or with honesty, or perhaps both, a lethal cocktail of the two. Or perhaps a lethal cocktail of the two. And this problem with competence and honesty is as rife today, if not more, than it has always been. Sir, just like how they looked at the nation and the world and said 33 is not bigger than 32, and this story about divide and half a man, just like how they said they win the elections, but they ain't showing you their SOPs, and they're watching you with a straight face. They're watching with a straight face. Many of them put on a suit and a tie and speaking with very sophisticated accents.
Anglo-Saxon.
Sir, in exactly the same manner. Sir, you know all this mumbo jumbo that you hear today? Not today. All this mumbo jumbo that you heard some of it today from our colleagues on the other side of the house. But all this mumbo jumbo that you heard over the last week from them is just that. They take their eyes past the Guyanese people. Just like how they take their eyes past you when they tell you 33 and bigger than 32. Just like how they take their eyes past you when they say we win, but we ain't gonna show you your SOPs. They take their eyes past the Guyanese people. I don't want to use unparliamentary language, sir. Sir, you must want to go sleep. Sir, as the Honorable Minister just said, thou shalt not sleep in the summer. You spent 5 years sleeping, you didn't sleep enough. You were sleeping at the wheel. You were sleeping in Brickdam. Understandably, because Mr. Felix had some of your work. Who else had the rest? Sir, Mr. Speaker, this problem with competence, credibility, competence, and honesty is as rife today, if not worse. And I wish, sir, just to give maybe 2 or 3 simple examples drawn from the last week. 2 or 3 simple examples. And before I do so, sir, permit me to congratulate all of the newly appointed shadow ministers on their appointments. Some are new, some retained their portfolios, some were moved. Perhaps the Chief Whip was being freed up to do his important parliamentary work. The Chief Whip is a very active Chief Whip. Perhaps he was being freed up to do the Chief Whip's work. Some were removed. Mr. Ramjatan, I know it was not given the Home Affairs portfolio because perhaps he never had it, but we'll put that aside for the moment. We will set that aside for the moment. I would like to congratulate all of the newly appointed or reassigned shadow ministers. And I would like, and I know that I speak on behalf of all of my colleagues on this side of the House, to say that we are available to engage with our counterparts on that side of the House on any issue of national interest and national importance. I know that I speak. And I wish, sir, to address on the subject of credibility, competence, and integrity. I wish to cite 2 or 3 simple examples. My distinguished counterpart and newly appointed Shadow Finance Minister, the Honorable Member, Ms. Jurita Fernandes.
No, man, don't do that. Don't do it.
No, she's a new MP, relatively young MP. I won't. I have always considered it my duty to encourage young members of Parliament, as I was once encouraged as a young MP myself. I wish, sir, to say to the Honorable Member, Ms. Jurita Finance, that we do serious business in this House. This is not a skit that is being performed at school. This is not a school skit for Christmas, where you go up at the podium, you repeat your lines, and then you pause and you wait for people to clap, and you feel nice when you get applause, and you go back to sit down. This is serious. This is the people's work that we're doing. This is serious work. And as a young member of Parliament who probably has a long career in politics, I would say to her that nothing is more important than your credibility. Nothing is more important than your credibility. Sir, in a manner somewhat akin to a high school skit, with a chorus line that said, F, 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 what a joke, what a joke, what a joke. She came and she struck a pose at the podium. She delivered 2 lines and then F, F, F grade. She delivered another line, then F for F grade. She delivered another line and she said, what a joke. Sir, I want to share with the Honourable Member a couple of examples drawn from her own presentation. She made much ado about what she described as the anemic growth. I think she read that in some book somewhere or some publication somewhere. She made much ado about the anemic growth under the People's Progressive Party. Now here, what is this anemic growth that she's speaking about? She said in 2020, the People's Progressive Party returned economic growth of -7.3%. Apparently under an illusion that they had respected the electoral result in March and allowed us to be in government for 9 months of the year so that we could be held accountable for 2020. She apparently didn't remember that she participated in a protracted effort to deny the will of the people of Guyana, as a result of which the APNU AFC was illegally in office until August 2020. So you can't come and speak about the PPP being responsible for 2020. But put that fact aside for the moment. Put that fact aside for the moment. She says growth was -7.3% in 2020. Growth was 4.6% in 2021. And if the PPP achieves growth of 7.7% in 2022, they will, let me see, I want to read it. She said, let us say, I want to quote it, I have it here. I asked for the verbatim transcript. I believe it's at 10 minutes and 30 seconds or thereabouts into her speech. She said, let us say that the economy actually grew by 7.7% in 2022. Non-oil economy. That's a little bit difficult to decipher, but let us say that the economy, I will try to translate it into smooth English language. Let us say that the economy actually grew by 7.7% non-oil. Unlikely as it is, sir, that would amount to an average GDP growth of 1.47. Sir, in this business, you can't play fast and loose with numbers. You can't play fast and loose with numbers. Not if you want to be taken seriously. -7.3%. +4.6% and +7.7%. Every little child with a pocket calculator can calculate the average of those 3 numbers. She says that would amount, the honourable member says that would amount to an average GDP growth of 1.47%. Sir, I invite the people of Guyana to take out their pocket calculator. Calculate the average. Everybody got a phone. Listen to the video. Negative 7.3, positive 4.6, and positive 7.7. And tell me how she arrived at 1.47. The honorable member. Sir, I don't know if it's this the same numerical challenge that they have. You have to wonder, or whether it is a deliberate intent to deceive and mislead. But it didn't.
But Honorable Minister, you can't imply deliberate attempt to mislead and deceive.
I would happily withdraw if, sir. But in addition to that, like I said earlier, if you are to do an objective analysis of the People's Progressive Party's performance in government, you have to look. You cannot take into account 2020, during which for almost 8 months they were squatting in office. But over and above that, to have achieved maybe this word anemic is new to her, she hears something but anemic growth. But sir, in a world where there is COVID-19, to describe 4.6% as anemic is to be doing a little bit of gymnastics, is to be playing fast and loose with your interpretation. Countries all over the world, sir, I can show you the charts that have Guyana as one of the strongest performing economies in the world. But she does this amateur analysis to say we budgeted this number and we reported less than that number. Mr. Speaker, you know what is the F grade about? That because of COVID-19 and the flood, our actual growth came in lower than what we had projected. Let me share with the honorable member, sir, what they projected in 2015 and in 16 and in 17 and what their actual growth it was. So in 2015, they projected, and they were in office from May 2015, they projected growth of 3.4%. You know what was the actual? 3.1. And they were harvesting the democratic dividend, sir. They were harvesting the democratic dividend. They projected 3.4, they came in with 3.1. Had she reported that, she might have said F there too. In 2016, a full year of the democratic dividend, they projected 4.4%, they reported an actual of 3.3. And sorry, it got even better as more and more of the democratic dividend started to be harvesting. In 2017, they projected 3.8%, and they reported an actual of 2.1%. Sorry, it sounds to me like this was not the democratic dividend. It sounds like the dictatorial dividend. The negative dictatorial dividend was already starting to take root.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, the honourable member, with similar theatrics, spoke about gold, about how they were managing the economy well. And you remember, cited some numbers about gold. Similar aplomb. Similar aplomb. Thank you very much, sir. So with similar aplomb, she took on a look of gravitas. She assumed, sir, she assumed the countenance of gravitas. She assumed the countenance of gravitas, and she said, gold. She said, sir, gold declaration, sir, the last year of the PPP being in office, 2014. And I'm quoting here, sir, the gold declaration was 387,000 ounces. And then she paused for dramatic effect like they do in school skits. She paused for dramatic effects like they teach you to do in primary school drama class when you're doing a Christmas skit. She said, mark this number. She must, with all of her mustered gravitas, feigned gravitas. She said, mark this number, listen carefully. She said the coalition came into office in 2015. The first year of APNU AFC gold declaration was 451,000 ounces. 16.51% increase. That's our first year in office. And then she went on, sir. She said, let's move to our second year in office. Don't steal my punchline, sir. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. She said, let's move to our second year in office, sir, 2016. Let me recap it, sir, for added emphasis. My distinguished counterpart on that side of the house paused, as she would in a school skit, and said, let me recap it for persons that missed that. PPP left office in 2014. 2014? That's what it, I'm hoping I don't have a typo here, but let's say their last, well, she corrected it. She said their last year in office in 2014, repetition for emphasis, good training at the schools, for the school Christmas play. Their last year in office in 2014, we had the declaration of gold being 387,000 ounces. The drama teacher said repetition for purposes of emphasis. The coalition came into office in 2015. We had a declaration of gold, 451,000 ounces, a 16.5% increase. Sir, in 2016, the second year of the APNU AFC being in office, 713,000 ounces, 58% increase. And then, sir, I will not say the pièce de résistance. It's been said already. I don't want to abuse and overuse that phrase. And then she said, with an air of great authority, she said, and they tried to school us on the extractive industry. And then with a similarly a lofty air of condescension, she said, what a joke. Our young colleague on that side of the house said, what a joke. Sir, sir, what a joke. Sir, I am sure that the people of Guyana are thinking, why should stop this story in 2016? She had another 3 years she could have told me about. She could have told me about 2017 and 18 and 19 and maybe even 20. I am sure the people of Guyana, she left them hanging. Why should stop the story there? But sir, if the truth is to be told, the reason why gold production increased in 2016, and the Honorable Member Minister Ben, who knows this sector more than anybody else in this country, said it just now. The reason why gold production increased in 2015 was because 2 large-scale gold mining companies started producing. Aurora Gold Mine and Troy Resources. And you know, under whose stewardship those large-scale gold mines were developed? No prizes for guessing, sir. Those 2 large-scale gold mines were developed under the stewardship of the People's Progressive Party. Sir, but guess what? So they started to produce because we had laid the foundation, we had supported them, we had facilitated their entry and their mine construction. They started to produce in 2015. They continued producing in 2016. And sir, apparently around 2017, she didn't give us the 2017, 2018, and 2019 numbers. I'm inviting her to share with the people at large, the citizens at large, why she didn't share those numbers. Because, sir, by the time the dictatorial dividend, the negative democratic dividend. By the time the negative democratic dividend started to set in, gold production took a nosedive. From the same 712,000 ounces that she was boasting about in 2016, by 2017, that 712,000 ounces had become 653,000 ounces. So by 2020, it had become 585,000 ounces. I don't want to say what a joke, sir, because I feel that it is my duty to encourage young members of parliament in the discharge of their responsibilities. And in doing so, I say to the honorable member that gone are the days when you can hoodwink the people of Guyana in this barefaced manner. Can't hoodwink the people of Guyana in this barefaced manner, sir. And sir, I could go on. I could go on, sir, because the entire presentation is replete. Sir, she spoke of sugar. Sir, she spoke of sugar. She spoke of sugar. And she said, again, with similar aplomb, I'm not going to go through all of that again. Sir, she spoke of sugar. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, which was the last full year that we were in office, in 2014, sugar production was 216,000 tons, 216,186 tons. In 2015, when we were in office for 5 months of the year, sugar production was 229,000 tons. So by 2020, when they demitted office, sugar production was 88,000 tons. 88,000 from 229,000. But she didn't tell that story. She didn't tell that story. And sir, if you take an old motorcycle and you park it, you padlock it, and you park it and you don't use it for 3 years, what do you think will happen? If you take 3 sugar factory and you padlock the gate, you're going to think you're going to say, open the sesame? That's the correct phrase? You think you're going to turn up? Sir, you're going to padlock the 3 sugar factory, park the equipment and throw away the key, and come back. You think you're going to come back 3 years later and say, open sesame? Sir, and you know, presentation after presentation, and I don't want to go through. I took copious notes, sir, and I paid keen attention. I pay keen attention to everybody. Sir, look, I'm only going to give one more example. I'm only going to give one more example, and I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it in relation to another young member of parliament, and clearly a rising star in the People's National Congress. And so this is why I'm devoting the time that I am to his presentation. He's obviously a rising star in the party, for which he deserves our respect. And I'm speaking here of the Honourable Member, Mr. Holder. And I want, sir, to congratulate Mr. Holder on his election to the chairmanship of the party. He was elected chairman, right? Is Mr. Holder, that's his name? Sherwin Holder? Oh yes, he got, Mr. Holder, he sits somewhere over there, right? He sits behind Annette, I think. I believe, sir, that the Honourable Member, Mr. Sherwin Holder, got more than 400 votes for the chairmanship. Mr. Ford got how many? He scraped 200? Oh, he didn't make double figures? Anyway, Mr. Sherwin Holder, who swept the slate. Annette, were you a contender for the chairmanship too? You weren't. So he didn't, so I can tell you why. You're gonna see why in a minute. You're gonna see why in a minute. You will love this one. I promise you, you're gonna like this one. Honorable Mr. Member, Mr. Ramjatan, I promise you, you're gonna love this one. Promise you. Mr. Holder, newly minted, newly elected, and freshly minted chairman of the People's National Congress went to the podium and put on his chairman's voice. He put on his chairman's voice. Sir, I'm not going to read his whole speech. I only selected one paragraph. And sir, I had to listen to this video myself about 4 times because I started to doubt myself. You're laughing. Honorable Minister Waldron, you know what I'm going to say. Sir, I started to doubt myself. I said, man, something will be wrong with your hearing. Sir, I listened to this thing about 5 times. I call other people.
Just to make sure.
I said, listen to this thing for me, man. I'm sure if I'm hearing right.
Second opinion.
The chairman, the newly elected and freshly minted chairman of the People's National Congress stood at that podium with his written speech. And this is where Minister Manikchand's comment is important. So he knows he's on show. He has to demonstrate that he's worthy of his election as chairman. He's on show for the nation. He spent from the 26th of January to yesterday writing the speech. He spent from the 26th of January to yesterday writing this. Oh yeah, whenever he spoke, I can't remember. Yesterday, day before. Writing the speech. I don't want to get in this business about with school. This thing caused enough problems for the day already. The Honorable Member Attorney General wants to get me in trouble with past students of President's College. I'm not going to fall into that trap.
Because then we might get to talk about how Christopher Jones went to Georgia.
Sir, the freshly minted chairman of the People's National Congress took from the 26th to the day before yesterday to write this speech. Knowing that he's going to be on show, he studied, he read back the speech, he probably practiced it. I understand there was practice in the room over there. There was a time when I see through the window a man stand up with his speech, reading the speech. Apparently there was practice the speech over there. Right? Apparently there was practice in the room where they got over there. Apparently they just put them for practice the speech over there. A day I see the window open and I see one of them stand up with a paper in front of the hand.
It's true.
Sir, is that true? Tell me, did I see correctly? Sir, there are stand up over there. Apparently the senior, the panel of elders, just put them youngsters and say, read your speech for me. Practice. They're reading. So poor brother Sherwin, the honorable member, the chairman, write his speech and stand up over there. He had him reading it about 10 times. Vetted by a panel of elders. Vetted by a panel of elders. Sir, vetted by a panel of elders. And then he came downstairs, sir. He come downstairs to put on this masterpiece performance, his first performance as chairman of the People's National Congress. I'm going to only read one paragraph for you. And I quote, I think it occurs around 3 minutes and 15 seconds into his speech. I quote, Guyana is dubbed among the fastest growing economies in the world, with over $600 million already in the bank. Mr. Speaker, no, there was no doubt about the currency on this occasion. Let me say that again. He's chairman. He was clear about the currency. Guyana is dubbed amongst the fastest growing economies in the world, with over $600 million already in the bank. Mr. Speaker, Guyana has about 750,000 people. And then he paused. The Christmas skit again. They just teach them apparently to do that over there. You got pause. Right? Then he paused.
The elders.
Sorry, pause. He paused. And then he came back and he said, not 75 million. He put on his chairman's voice. He said, not 75 million, not 7 million, 750,000 people.
1 million per person.
And then he continued, sir. He said, that means we already have in the NRF close to $1 million for every man, woman, and child that lives in the country. Sir, he's a youngster. He's a youngster. And clearly has a bright political future, having been elected as chairman of his party, for which I congratulate him. And I would encourage him to devote himself to ensuring a long and successful political career. In the opposition, of course. But I want to say this, sir. If that is the best that y'all, and I don't hold young holder responsible for this. All of y'all was sitting there when y'all were vetting the man's speech. And when he did rehearsing, none of y'all is partner and tell the man, I got a feeling somebody sabotaged the man. I got a feeling somebody sabotaged the man. Is it you, Mr. Ramjatan, who sabotaged the man, set up the man? How could you do this to your young member of parliament? Listen to him rehearse this speech over there. Allow him to come here and play. So let me ask you a question. Mr. Holder is clearly a smart young man. You honestly believe that he believes that 600 million divided by 700,000 is a million each? You honestly believe that he believes that?
Man, woman, and child.
And he didn't leave any doubt. He didn't say the population, so we could speculate that the man mean the adult population. He left no room for doubt, sir. He didn't say household. He didn't say the whole population, so then he could have come back and say, I meant the adult population. The man removed all doubt. The man said every man, woman, and child. $1 million each. I got not only the vice president's hour, but the half hour that the PM left back for me. Mr. Speaker, I give these examples, sir. Or was it 45 minutes that he left back for me? He was a little bit brief. So, Mr. Speaker, I make this point, sir, and I could give, sir, throughout their presentations, all of them without I only selected 2 or 3 examples. I only selected about 2 or 3 examples. I could literally give you dozens of examples and several examples from every speech given where there was a lot of fast and loose with numbers, all sorts of random, miscellaneous, nonsensical things being thrown at the people of Guyana. Sir, these are only some illustrative examples, and I offer these examples, sir, with the best of intentions. And I want to say to those 2 young members of parliament, I want to say to those 2 young members of parliament, you are young people. You are young people as I once was in this house. You are young people. Don't play fast and loose with numbers. You cannot deceive the people of Guyana by just plucking random things like that. Sir, don't play fast and loose with numbers. And you ain't got to be a magician with numbers, sir. You ain't got to be a magician with numbers to figure out that 600 million divided by 700,000 can't be a million each. Sir, the issue really is, you see this 33 versus 32 thing? You see this 33 versus 32 thing? This is ingrained behavior. This is ingrained behavior. They actually, and sir, the senior, my concern, sir, is the senior members of parliament of the AP and UFC have convinced their junior counterparts that it is acceptable and appropriate to come to this house and mislead the people of Guyana. And they are actively encouraging it. And I am saying to these young members of parliament, you have a long future in politics. Don't fall into the trap and be misled by these fossils. Don't fall into the same trap and be misled by these fossils. Sir, and so my point is that throughout the week we were regaled by nothing but empty and vacuous theatrics that were replete with ample and abundant demonstration of the fact that the APNU AFC is up to today a party that is devoid of any credibility. Up to today, they haven't changed. They haven't changed, they haven't learned. It's going to get worse. They haven't learned that you can't tell the people 33 and bigger than 32 and think that the people are stupid. Up to today, they believe that you can get away with this foolishness. And their presentations were filled with misrepresentations, pipe dreams, false promises, distortions, and all manner of statements that have no place in a debate on the serious business of the people. No place in this house. Sir, regrettably, sir, they missed the opportunity to actually contribute to a serious debate about Budget 2020. And if they had any semblance of credibility, competence, and integrity in them, if they had the least scintilla of any of those characteristics, much less all three of them, they would have arrived at the unavoidable conclusion that Budget 2022 includes a number of initiatives that are worthy of unanimous support in this National Assembly. So how can you come? How can anybody with a straight face come to this house and say that a budget that will be giving every single family that has a child at school a grant of $30,000 per child? Sir, that's 200,000 children. All of their families are watching. And all of their families are saying, you know, some are probably saying, you know, instead of 30, I want to prefer 35. Right? Admittedly, who wouldn't prefer 35 rather than 30? But sir, all of them are watching and saying, you know what? I'm satisfied or I'm happy that the government gave me 30. Maybe next year I'm going to get 35.
Because for the 2 years ago,
sir, realistic, who wouldn't want 35 instead of 30? But you can be sure that the parents of those 200,000 Guyanese children are at home and they're saying, you know what, I'm going to take me $30,000. Bearing in mind that the APNU AFC had taken it away. Had taken it away. And you're watching these people straight in their face and say the budgeting got nothing for you. You have 300 persons suffering from dialysis, sir. And we have said to them, we will pay $600,000 a year. And you're watching those people and saying to them, the budgeting got nothing for you. Everybody who pays income tax will benefit from the increase in income tax threshold from $65,000 to $75,000 a month. Now, you ask, don't you think, of course, people would have preferred it to be 85, if you ask them, or 95. But you don't think they're at home saying, you know what, at least I know that the move from 65 to 75 will put some more disposable income in my pocket. I will take it, and next year I will probably get another increase because this is the People's Progressive Party in government, not the APNUFC. And you're watching these people in their faces and you're saying, the budgeting are nothing for them. Sir, the 1,000 persons who will be trained to work in the oil and gas sector, they are 1,000 young Guyanese persons looking and hoping for a job for 5 years. Apparently, sir, the drama school that they got over there had also told them that they must come up with real-life examples. So every one of them came, some come with Shaliza, some come with Shaniza, some come with Michael, some come with some security guard that he meets somewhere. Apparently, the drama school that they got over there told them you have to have real-life examples. You notice how many of them came with so-called real-life examples? Sunita or Sunita? Right? Sir, all of those persons, whether real or imagined, all of those real life, so-called real life examples that the drama, the training program for the Christmas skit. The training program for this Christmas skit said you must come with real life examples. That will have appeal to people. Sir, they came here, sir, and they gave a whole set of real life examples. So you know why, whether it is Sunita or Shaliza or Shaniza or Michael, you know why they are in the situation they are in?
Brother James.
Because for 5 years, they were suffering the consequences of a dictatorship in this country, of an unconscionable government that did not care about people, whether imagined or real. So 1,000 persons out there will be benefiting from training as a result of this budget. They will be able to get a job in the oil and gas industry. They'll be able to earn an income. And you're watching them in their face and you tell them this budgeting are none for them. The fisher folk, a sector that Minister Mustafa has devoted tremendous effort. We recognize that the sector has challenges. Minister Mustafa has put together a special task force to identify options for intervention in the aquaculture sector. He has already implemented measures to develop the brackish water shrimp program in Barbies. Already, how many ponds are already in operation? 63 ponds are already in operation. He has identified the marine cage program that fisher folk will be able to benefit from. Only today, Minister Mustafa and His Excellency participated in a special meeting of CARICOM devoted to the agriculture sector and to achieving food security in Guyana, a sector that was abandoned by the APNU AFC callously because they feel that people in agriculture are PPP supporters. Sir, you don't think those people are watching? They know that maybe this is not a magical solution. They know that all the problems ain't going to disappear. But you know what? They're watching and saying, you know what? At least the People's Progressive Party is trying to assist me. For 5 years, I never hear from APNU or AFC. They're going to try the marine cage. They're going to try the brackish water shrimp. They'll try the onshore farming of the fish. And then making things happen. Not a white paper or a green paper or a position paper or a strategy. While we are sharing out house lots, they were doing I can't possibly, given that the Honourable Member Ferguson, Honourable Member Miss Annette Ferguson, has been so gracious to stay in the House until now, I can't possibly end without making reference to her. Sir, she announced with great pride, Honourable Member and former Minister, the Honourable Member Miss Annette Ferguson and former Minister. Sir, in speaking about their housing program, she announced with customary APNU AFC aplomb. She said, we prepared and you know she's a very forceful and emotional speaker. She put on her brother James' voice, right? full of emotion, full of emotion. Sir, and the honorable member said she delivered the punchline. Hear the punchline. And we prepared a position paper. Sir, they prepare a position paper and we giving people house lot. And sir, that right there, sir, that right there summarizes the difference between the APNU and the People's Progressive Party. That right there. Because while they sell pipe dreams, while they seek to mislead the people of Guyana, we are hard at work. Our president is hard at work. Our vice president is hard at work. Our prime minister is hard at work. Our ministers are hard at work. While they are busy selling pipe dreams. Sir,
white people, blue people, green people.
Sir, there can be no doubt. Any objective-minded person, would arrive at the unavoidable conclusion that this budget outlines a plan to deliver a historic or unhistoric, depending on what the grammarians would say, this budget 2022 outlines an historic plan for the transformation, a historic and unprecedented transformation of Guyana. Whether it be sir, we are always, this government, and the honourable member Annette Ferguson asks, what about their recommendations? Well, let me say definitively that this government is a listening government. We are a listening government. We are not a cardboard government. We are a listening government. We are a listening government. And we listen to all of the people of Guyana, whether in Region 1, Region 5, Region 6, Region 4, Region 7, Region 9, Region 10. Oh, I left out a few, but 2, 3, and 4, 8. And we, sir, and I'm glad because you've given me a nice entry point to my conclusion. You have given me a nice entry point to my conclusion. Not only are we a listening government, but we listen to all of the people of Guyana. Not like the APNU AFC, who only used to listen to themselves. You all used to be, the APNU AFC, sir, used to operate in an echo chamber. All they used to be hearing is their own voices. They don't even have a clue what's going on. Sir, this government, this budget, outlines an agenda for transforming Guyana in a way that generations of Guyanese have been waiting for. The energy, the gas to shore project and the Amila Falls to deliver energy at scale using clean and renewable sources, including, of course, gas as a transition fuel. At scale, delivering electricity at the level that is required to facilitate an industrial revolution in Guyana. Finally, the industrial revolution that our foreparents have dreamt of, but were unable to realize because of inadequacy and cost of power. Finally, this People's Progressive Party government will deliver it. And Budget 2022 initiates that delivery. The transport infrastructure, the new roads and the bridges, the commuters from West Amarara and the commuters from East Bank know what they have endured. They know what they have endured. Today, sir, we are delivering new roads. We have already delivered new roads along these banks. And we have new highway, additional, I think, another 8 lanes planned along these banks. And ultimately a brand new highway all the way to Timeri. A new bridge across the Demerara River. A new and expanded highway on the Quarantine. The bridge across the Quarantine River linking us with our neighbors in Suriname. Expanding the market in which we're operating. Creating a market. Imagine a Guyanese farmer from Blackbush Polder being able to load up his lorry, and just as he drives to Port Morant Market and he delivers some produce, and he drives to Skeldon Market and he delivers some produce, he crosses over the river with his truck and he delivers his produce in Nikeri too. That is correct. That is correct. That is vision, sir. That is vision. That is development. And that is being delivered by this People's Progressive Party government. That is being delivered by Budget 2022. It is being delivered by this People's Progressive Party government. Sir, there are many other points that I could deal with. The hospitals. Minister Frank Anthony doesn't want me to leave out his sector. Thank you for the reminder. Brand new hospitals. Brand new hospitals being constructed. 6 brand new regional hospitals and a brand new maternal and child health hospital being built starting 2022. Not a green paper or a white paper. A hospital being built, as a matter of fact, not one, 6 of them.
Not a policy paper.
Sir, we are a working government. We may not have solved all of the problems immediately, because there are a lot of inherited problems. But I don't believe that anybody with a straight face can question that Budget 2022 makes a significant contribution to transforming Guyana and to improving the lives of the Guyanese people. And I want to make this point. You see this hula baloo, I used this word previously. You see all of this noise that was made about the Natural Resource Fund. You know what the real crux of the matter is? The real crux of the matter is the APNU AFC wants, the APNU AFC and their surrogates want to frustrate development in this country. As they have always done. As they have always done. Every dollar to be withdrawn from the fund is subject to parliamentary scrutiny and appropriation. Every dollar is subject to ex post audit and scrutiny by the Public Accounts Committee. Everything, unlike the arrangement that they had in place when expenses could have been met from the fund without appropriation. Every dollar is subject to scrutiny in this House. Sir, if an objective analysis is to be done, the Natural Resource Fund Act of 29 was one of the greatest legislative perversities ever perpetrated on this country. 2019, January 2019. Sir, they see, to begin with, they see nothing wrong with forcing through this parliament after they lost a mandate from the elected, from their own members of parliament. Forcing through this house. And they come with a straight face. Forcing through this house a natural resource bill. Put aside the flaws in the bill. To begin with, it suffered the fatally irreparable defect of constitutional illegitimacy. But in addition to that, if one were to examine the bill is a grave and vulgar perversity, replete with ministerial autocracy. They come now and they make a lot of noise about the board being appointed by the president. Sir, the 2019, sir, let's, sir, I will repeat what I said. The APNU and their surrogates. I will repeat what I said. The APNU and their surrogates.
Take her down. Take her down.
Sir, I want to repeat. Sir, I want to repeat. Sir, I think the Honorable Attorney General quoted from one source, Andrew Boyer, and what he had to say about the APNU AFC Natural Resource Fund. Sir, I will quote from another source. I will quote from a book published by the Inter-American Development Bank called Economic Institutions for a Resilient Caribbean. Sir, at page 270 of this book, at page 270 of this book, in a section called Assessment and Options for Reform, here is what the authors of this chapter of this book, who incidentally are renowned, the author of this chapter is a preeminent global authority on sovereign wealth funds. A preeminent global authority. Sir, here is what the author had to say. The objectives and design of the NRF raise several issues. The fund on its own cannot achieve the objectives that have been set for it. The rigid withdrawal rules may do little to foster stabilization or saving, but may entail fiscal costs. And he goes on. Sir, I will quote particularly pertinent sentences. He goes on. He says the formula for the maximum permissible withdrawal in the initial period is among the most complex operational rules for a resource fund in the world. So this is a person who is a global expert on sovereign wealth funds, has designed many sovereign wealth funds around the world. He says it is amongst the most complex operational rules for a resource fund in the world. And he goes on to say, its design departs from good practices. As discussed above, state-of-the-art advice based on international experience and good fiscal management principles emphasizes simplicity, flexibility, transparency, and close integration with the budget and public asset liability management. And the final sentence in that paragraph says, the rules' complexity may also conspire against fiscal transparency and against public understanding. He goes further. He says in a subsequent paragraph, the rules could hamper sound asset liability management, etc., etc. So there's a whole section in this book that demolishes. There's a whole section of this book that demolishes that perversity that was inflicted on the people of Guyana. But sir, you know what the plan was? I hear reference to the plan. Somebody said today that the APNU AFC is forward thinking. I think it was Mr. Ford who spoke about forward thinking. I could come back to forward thinking. They were forward thinking when they appointed Mr. Patterson as chairman, when they rejected 18 people and appointed Mr. Patterson as chairman of GCOM.
Forward thinking for a purpose.
They were forward thinking for a purpose. They were ahead of the curve there. Sir, the intention behind The intention behind the 2019 Act, sir, the 2019 NRF Act was designed for ministerial autocracy. Ministerial determination of the economically feasible amount. Don't worry with the smoke screen about macroeconomic committee. Sir, the macroeconomic committee was not deciding anything. They were only making a recommendation. The minister was determining. I don't want to use the word pillaging. The determination of the fiscally sustainable amount was being determined by the minister as well. And incidentally, the macroeconomic committee that was recommending to the minister was appointed by the minister. And they're recommending to him he can discard their recommendation and form a view of his own. But sir, there was intent here. There was intent here. The fact that there was no governing body, no governing board. Make no mistake of it, the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee is not a substitute for a board. Whatever you call the board, whether you call it a board of directors, board of governors, governing council, governing committee, whatever we could have called it anything. The Santiago Principles require a governing body. The APNU AFC discarded the need for discarded that particular principle and installed, they like to use the word installed, they installed and anointed the maximum authority, the sole authority, the Minister of Finance, whomever that person would have been, with intent, sir, with intent, sir. I am not like the APNU AFC. You want me to start about the personalization, the personal jibes and the personal attacks that were launched? Don't start me up. You complain already that it's late. You want me to deal with the personal insults. You want me to deal with the personal insults that were being bandied every day by opposition speakers? If I start on that, we ain't left in here till tomorrow morning. Don't let me start on that. And you know I could do a 6-hour here easy. Don't start me up on that. It was the honorable member, Mr. Ramson, who said it. He wagged his finger.
Warn them.
And he said, don't get personal with me.
I warned them.
He said, don't get personal with me. Sir, I didn't do that. I sat here in silence. And I endured all manner of personal insults. I sat here and tried to muster whatever dignity I could muster and endured all manner of personal insults. All of us on this side of the house. All manner. So don't get me started on personalizing. I could personalize too. Right? I could personalize too, but that is not my style. That's not my style. I won't do that because I don't stoop to the level of the APNU AFC. I won't stoop to the level of the APNU AFC. I might deploy the honorable member, Mr. Ramson. I might deploy the honorable member, Mr. Ramson, who's volunteering to stoop. But so, I hear there's a second volunteer. The gentleman who wore a particularly flamboyant jacket today. Sir, I want to say this. I'm not going to start on that personal thing because we would be here all night. But I'm glad you mentioned it, Honorable Member Annette, because I will refer to it as I conclude. This moment in Guyana's history is a critical turning point. It's a critical turning point. We are dealing with serious business of building our country and transforming our country. This is not a moment for personal insults. It's not a moment for snide remarks. It's not a moment for amateur theatrics. It's not a moment for high school skits and drama. This is serious business. It's serious business. And when you come to this house to debate the national budget, especially a budget as important as this, you have an obligation and a responsibility to the people who put you here to take the task seriously. And tragically, the 31, I'm recognizing the Honorable Deputy Speaker and accepting him here. The 31, is it 31 members that they have? Well, we're not sure what the status is of the Honorable Member, but... Oh, this is half man thing? The 30 or 31, whatever they have right now. The 30 or 31, the 31, because the Honorable Member, what's her name again? I know her by the more popular name. What's her name again? The former Minister of Education. The Honorable Member, Nicolette Henry. The Honorable Member and former Minister of Education, Nicolette Henry. She spoke. So the 31 members on that side of the House who spoke, regrettably, oh sorry, the 30 members who spoke, sadly, sir, missed the opportunity to participate in a meaningful and sensible debate on Budget 2022. However, sir, this People's Progressive Party civic government will not let the people's business be frustrated. We will proceed. We will proceed with implementing this transformational budget, continuing to do as we always do, continuing to listen and engage closely, with the people of Guyana. Because we, sir, are here to serve. We, sir, are not cardboard overlords. And on that note, sir, let me say that I consider myself, and I know that my colleagues on this side of the House, we all consider ourselves deeply privileged. Even I might go so far as to speak on behalf of the hundreds of technical people who worked on this budget in my own ministry, many of whom are here, in other ministries, the hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of persons, technical persons, not elected officials, technical people who contributed to the preparation of this budget and who will contribute to the implementation of this budget. If I might dare to speak on behalf of all of us, we consider ourselves greatly privileged to be a part of the preparation and implementation of Budget 2022. And sir, at the appropriate time, it will be my honor, to move the passage and approval of this historic budget, historic transformational Budget 2022. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Honorable members, the general debate on the budget concluded today, February 4th. Before we adjourn, we will consider and dispose of the report of the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply on the allocation of time for the consideration of the 2022 estimates of expenditure. We will have to go into Committee of Supply for this purpose. The Assembly will now resolve itself into Committee of Supply. Honorable members, I wish to report that the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply met on Thursday, February 3rd and Friday, February 4th, 2022, and considered the allocation of time for the consideration of the 2022 estimates of expenditure in the Committee of Supply. The Committee of Supply passed a resolution on this matter. Copies of the subcommittee's minutes, resolutions, and schedule have been circulated. Will the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance kindly move the necessary motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is my pleasure, sir, now to move that this committee doth agree with the business subcommittee in the said resolution. Thank you very much.
The question is that the Committee of Supply agree with the business subcommittee in its resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, the Committee of Supply has been allocated 4 days for the consideration of the estimates. Consideration will begin on Monday, the 7th of February 2022 at 10 a.m. and will continue thereafter on Tuesday, the 8th of February at 10 a.m., Wednesday, the 9th of February at 10 a.m., on Thursday, the 10th of February at 10 a.m., that being the last day for the consideration of the estimates. And this is in accordance with the resolution of the subcommittee. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable members, let me congratulate all those who have contributed to the debate. This, honorable members, completes our business for today. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. on Monday, the 7th of February, 2022.
Honorable members, the Assembly stands adjourned to Monday, February 7th at 10 a.m.